messages. I'm afraid to do this. Crazy Kane, what's up? Good morning. It's time to get started.
Nuts.com is a snacking utopia. We have supplier relationships from all over the world. I actually don't speak a lot.
I wish to share with you a profound truth that has eluded
live
countless
in Maine.
individuals in their pursuit
Oh,
of
you
their
live up here in
desire.
Maine? I'm in Halton right now.
The very reason most
Time to get
people
started.
remain trapped in their current circumstances,
Gotta head to
unable to
Stevens
manifest their
Point,
dreams,
Wisconsin. Let's go.
lies in their misunderstanding of one fundamental principle. You see, the world you experience at this very moment is nothing more than the outward projection of your inner assumptions. Every success, every failure, every circumstance in your life is a direct reflection of what you have accepted as true in your consciousness. The key step that most people miss, and this is crucial, is that they fail to occupy the state of the wish fulfilled. They pray, they hope, they work hard, but they continue to live from their current state of consciousness, rather than the state they desire to express.
Aliana.
Let me explain this more deeply. When you want something, be it wealth, love, success, or any other desire, you must first understand that it already exists in what I call the fourth dimensional world.
That's a
This
tongue
is the
twister,
world
name.
of infinite possibilities, the world of
CJ,
imagination,
what's up?
where all things
Banger,
already exist
Portland.
in their
Halton.
perfect form.
About 2 hours above
The
Banger.
secret lies not in working towards your desire, but in accepting that you already possess it. This is where most people stop.
Headed south on 95. Let's
They
go.
continue to see their desire as something to be achieved in the future, thereby perpetuating the state of wanting rather than having. Think for a moment. When you say, I want to be successful, you are actually confirming and reinforcing your current state of lack. You are declaring to your subconscious mind that success is something outside of you, something you don't currently possess. This very assumption keeps you locked in the state of wanting. Instead, you must dare to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. If you desire success, you must go about your day feeling successful, thinking from success, acting from success, not as a future state to be achieved, but as a present fact. This is not mere positive thinking or affirmation. This is a complete transformation of your consciousness. You must feel the naturalness of being what you want to be. If you desire wealth, you must feel wealthy now. If you desire love, you must feel loved now. If you desire success, you must feel successful now. The power of your assumption, when persisted in, becomes your reality. This is law. Just as the seed contains within itself the full potential of the mature plant, your consciousness contains within itself the full potential of all you desire to be. Most people live their entire lives never realizing that their imagination is actually the very substance of reality. They see imagination as mere fantasy, as something separate from what they call reality. But I tell you this, your imagination is reality itself in its first stage of manifestation. Consider this, everything you now accept as real in your world was once only imagined. The chair you're sitting on, the clothes you're wearing, the building you're in, all were first imagined before they became what you now accept as reality. This is the pattern of creation. The same principle applies to your desires. The state you wish to occupy already exists in your imagination. It is as real as anything you now accept as fact. The only difference is your assumption about what is real and what is imagined. Let me share with you a profound truth. You never attract what you want. You attract what you are. And what you are is determined by the state you occupy in consciousness. This is why affirmations alone often fail. You cannot affirm externally what you deny internally. The key step that people miss is the complete surrender to the state desired. They try to make things happen instead of allowing things to happen through the natural law of assumption. They stand outside their desire, looking at it instead of living from within it. When you truly grasp this principle, you will understand that there is nothing to change but your assumptions about yourself and your world. The outer world must conform to your inner assumptions. This is law. Many of you sit here tonight thinking, yes, but how do I change my assumptions? The answer is simpler than you might imagine. Yet it requires a complete reversal of your traditional thinking. Instead of working hard to achieve something, you must assume that you already have it. The art of assumption is the most vital skill you must master. When you assume a state, you must persist in that state until it becomes your dominant feeling. This is where people falter. They test the law instead of proving it through persistent assumption.
Last night, the woman who was offering a supposed bariatric tea for people to lose weight almost overnight was found with lines and protests.
The law, instead of proving it through persistent assumption. Let me tell you something profound. Your consciousness is the only reality. Right now, as you sit here, you might believe that your senses define reality. But I tell you, your senses only show you what your consciousness has already accepted as true. Think about this carefully. Every night when you sleep, you enter different states in your dreams. In those dreams, you experience sights, sounds, and sensations that feel completely real. Where do these experiences come from? They come from consciousness itself. They come from consciousness deliberately creating these experiences. The difference between your dream state and your waking state is only in the intensity of your assumption. What you now consider reality is simply a more intense and persistent dream that you collectively agreed upon. Now, here's where most people miss the crucial step. They fail to understand that they can wake up from their current dream their current state by assuming a new state with the same intensity that they assume their present state. You see, at this very moment, you are assuming certain things about yourself. You're assuming your name, your job, your relationships, your financial status. These assumptions feel so natural to you that you don't even question them. And this is the key. Whatever you assume with complete conviction must externalize itself in your world. But here's the vital truth that most miss. You can assume something new with the same naturalness. This is not pretense. This is not make-believe. This is the creative use of the same power that sustains your present assumptions. When you go to sleep tonight, you naturally assume you're in your bed. You don't question it. You don't doubt it. This same unquestioning acceptance must be applied to your desired state. Listen carefully now, for this is where the secret of manifestation lies. When you assume your desire fulfilled, you must do it with the same naturalness with which you assume your bed is real. When you lie down to sleep, this naturalness is the key that most seekers miss. Your imagination, when properly directed, is not mere daydream. It is the very substance of reality. Every time you imagine something, you are literally creating a mold into which the substance of your world will flow. But, and this is crucial, you must remain faithful to your imaginal act. Most people perform an imaginal act and then return to their old state of consciousness. They imagine themselves wealthy for a moment, then open their eyes and react to their current financial situation. This vacillation between states prevents the manifestation of their desire. You must understand this. The moment you assume a new state, your entire world must rearrange itself to accommodate your new assumption. This is law. But you must give it time to externalize. The seed must have time to grow. Let me share with you a principle that few understand. Time is not a distance to be traveled. It is a sequence of states to be experienced. When you assume your desire fulfilled, you have actually entered the state where your desire exists. The time it takes to externalize is merely the time required for you to feel natural in that state. Most people fail because they don't grasp this truth. The feeling of naturalness is the key. If being wealthy feels unnatural to you, if being loved feels unnatural, if success feels unnatural, then you are not truly occupying that state. You are merely visiting it in your imagination. You must persist in your new state until it feels just as natural as your present state now feels. This is where faith comes in. Not faith in some external power, but faith in the law that consciousness is the only reality. When you truly grasp this, you will understand that there is nothing to change but your conception of self. Change that, and you change your entire world. Now, let me share with you something profound about the nature of your consciousness. Your I amness, your awareness of being, is God Himself individualized. When you say I am, you are proclaiming the name of God, for that is the true name of God. I am that I am. The fatal mistake that most people make is that they do not understand this power of I am. They use it unconsciously, carelessly, not realizing that whatever follows I am is what they are decreeing into existence. When you say, I am poor, I am sick.
If you're sharing a hotel room with friends, you're also sharing
existence. When you say, I am poor, I am sick, I am unlucky, you are literally commanding these states into being. This is the key step that people miss. They do not watch their assumptions. Every time you react to an event, every time you speak about yourself, you are setting into motion the law that shapes your world. Your I am is your consciousness, and your consciousness is the only reality. Consider this. Right now, you are saying I am to everything you accept as true about yourself. These assumptions have become so natural that you don't even recognize them as assumptions. They feel like facts. But I tell you, they are only facts because you have given them the power of your assumption. The secret of manifestation lies in transferring your awareness from one state to another. You must cease to be the person you believe yourself to be and assume the consciousness of the person you wish to be. This is not pretense. This is the creative use of the only power that exists. When you say, I am successful, I am wealthy, I am loved, you are not lying to yourself. You are actually entering into that state in consciousness. And since consciousness is the only reality, you are literally creating that reality. But, and this is crucial, you must persist in that state until it feels natural. This is where most people fail. They make a bold declaration of what they want to be, but they don't persist until it feels natural. They don't give the seed time to grow. You see, manifestation follows the divine pattern. Just as a seed must be planted and given time to grow, your assumption must be planted in consciousness and given time to externalize. The law operates with mathematical precision. Whatever you are conscious of being, you will manifest. There is no other way. This is why your current world perfectly reflects your past assumption. Every detail of your life, every relationship, every circumstance is the flowering of seeds you have planted in your consciousness. Most people spend their lives trying to change things on the outside while maintaining the same consciousness. They try to change their world while remaining in the same state. This is like trying to harvest different fruits while planting the same seeds. It is against law. Listen carefully now, for I am about to share with you the secret of effective prayer. True prayer is not begging or beseeching an external power. True prayer is assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled. When you pray, you must pray believing that you have already received. This is where faith enters. But faith is not what most people think it is. Faith is not believing that something will happen in the future. Faith is accepting as fact what your senses deny. It is living from the end, feeling the reality of your desire fulfilled, while your senses tell you otherwise. Most people miss this crucial step. They pray and then look for evidence of answer. But I tell you, the evidence will only appear after you have persisted in your assumption. You must live as though your prayer has already been answered. Think about this. When you order something from the cafe, you don't keep ordering it over and over. You place the order once and then wait for its delivery. The same is true with your desires. You place your order with consciousness by assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled. And then you wait in the absolute confidence that it must externalize. But here's the vital point that most miss. While you're waiting, you must maintain the consciousness of having already received. You must live from the end. Your actions, your words, your attitudes must all spring from the assumption that your desire is already a fact. This is not easy, I know. The evidence of your senses will constantly try to pull you back to your old state. But you must persist. You must remain faithful to your assumption, despite all evidence to the contrary. Now, let me share with you another crucial aspect that most people overlook. Your consciousness is not confined to your physical body. Your consciousness extends to everything you are aware of. Therefore, when you change your consciousness, you change everything that falls within its range. This is why you cannot change others directly. You can only change them by changing your consciousness of them. Whatever you consciously assume about...
Why don't you own apartment buildings? Seriously, why don't you own these big apartment buildings? And I
change them by changing your consciousness of them. Whatever you consciously assume about another must be manifested in your relationship with them. This is law. Most people try to change others through external means, through persuasion, through force, through manipulation. But I tell you, the only way to change another is to change your consciousness of them. Change your assumption about them, and they must conform to your new assumption. This applies to every area of your life. Your financial situation, your health, your relationships, all are simply outpicturings of your assumptions. When you change your assumption, the whole vast world must change to reflect your new consciousness. But here's where people stumble. They do not persist in their new assumption long enough for it to become natural. They venture into a new state of consciousness, but retreat at the first sign of contradiction. They are like farmers who dig up the seed to see if it's growing. You must understand this. The time between your assumption and its manifestation is not a period of inaction. It is a period of gestation. Just as a pregnant woman carries her child while going about her normal activities, you must carry your assumption while continuing with your daily life. During this period, you may face what seem to be contradictions to your assumption. Your senses may tell you that nothing has changed. This is the time when most people abandon their assumption and return to their old state. But I tell you, these apparent contradictions are actually signs that the law is working. Just as a seed must first dissolve before it can grow, your old conditions must often appear to worsen before they give way to your new state. This is law. The old must die, the new to be born. Therefore, I tell you this with absolute certainty. The key step that most people miss is not in the doing, but in the being. They focus on what they must do to achieve their desires, when they should be focusing on what they must be. Remember this eternal truth. Your world is yourself, pushed out. Everything you see, everything you experience is simply yourself externalized. There is no one to change but self. When you change your concept of self, you change your entire world. The great secret of life is this. There is no one to tell you no, except yourself. There is no one to deny you, except yourself. There is no one to delay your good except yourself. You are the power you have been seeking. You are the authority you have been waiting. In closing, let me give you this final crucial understanding. Tonight, as you leave this place, you have a choice. You can continue to live from your old assumptions, thereby perpetuating your current conditions. Or you can dare to assume a new state of consciousness, thereby creating a new world. Choice is yours, and yours alone. But remember this, whatever state you assume, whatever concept you hold of yourself, will externalize itself in your world with mathematical precision. This is not theory, this is law. So I say to you, dare to assume that you are what you want to be. Dare to enter into the state of your wish fulfilled. Dare to live from the end, for in this daring lies the key that most people miss. The key to all manifestation. Go forth now, not to make things happen, but to allow things to happen by virtue of your changed consciousness. Go forth not to achieve, but to receive what is already yours by right of consciousness. Go forth not to become, but to be what you desire to be. For I tell you this, the kingdom of heaven is within you, and that kingdom contains all that you could ever desire. Your assumption is the key that unlocks this kingdom. Use it wisely, use it lovingly, use it persistently. Remember always, you are the operant power. You are the consciousness through which all things emerge. You are the God of your universe, and your consciousness is the only reality. The state you assume today is the world you will experience tomorrow. Choose wisely, persist faithfully, and watch as your world transforms itself to match your assumption. That is all, and that is enough. Consider for a moment the way you typically approach your desires. You see something you want, be it wealth, love, success, or health, and you begin to strive for it. You work, you plan, you hope, always with the underlying belief that once you have it, then you'll feel the way you want to feel. But I say unto you, this approach is backwards. And it is the very reason why so many find themselves stuck in cycles of wanting and lacking. The secret, my dear listeners, is to feel it before you have it. This is not pretense or make-believe. It is the very essence of creation, the fundamental principle upon which all manifestation is based. For you see,
If you're using ChatGPT but don't know how to monetize it, watch this video to the end. Alright, step 1, go to Amazon and search for books that are selling at least...
Manifestation is based. Well, you see, your feelings are not the result of your reality. Your feelings are the cause of your reality. Let us delve deeper into this profound truth. Your outer world, everything you experience in your physical reality, is nothing more than a reflection of your inner world. It is a mirror, faithfully reflecting back to you the sum total of your beliefs, assumptions, and most importantly, your feelings. When you understand this, truly understand it, you realize that waiting to feel a certain way until you have what you desire is akin to waiting for your reflection in the mirror to smile before you do. It is backwards, it is impossible, and it keeps you trapped in a state of perpetual wanting. But how, you may ask, can one feel something before it is physically present? The answer lies in the power of your wonderful human imagination. For your imagination is not a mere fantasy maker. It is the very workshop in which reality is forged. When you imagine yourself in the state of your wish fulfilled, when you assume the feeling of your desire, realize you are at ease. You are not engaging in idle daydreaming. You are engaging in the most powerful creative act known to man. You are impressing upon your subconscious mind a new concept of self, a new assumption about your reality. Let us take a moment to truly understand this. Your subconscious mind does not distinguish between what you vividly imagine and what you actually experience in the outer world. It accepts as true whatever you feel to be true. And once it accepts an idea as true, it proceeds to bring it into manifestation in your physical reality. So when you feel the reality of your desire before it is physically present, you are not being delusional or engaging in wishful thinking. You are actively creating your reality from within. You are aligning yourself with the creative power of the universe, allowing it to work through you and for you. This, my dear listeners, is the essence of feeling it before you have it. It is about recognizing that what you seek is already within you, waiting to be expressed. It is about understanding that the outer world is not. It is about the faith that comes from feeling the reality of your desire in the realm of imagination, knowing that this feeling is the very substance and evidence of its physical manifestation. But let me be clear, this is not about sitting idly and waiting for things to magically appear in your life. It is about a fundamental shift in consciousness. When you truly feel the reality of your desire, your actions naturally align with that feeling. You begin to think, speak, and act from the perspective of already being or having what you desire. Let us explore this further with an example. Imagine a man who desires financial abundance. In the old paradigm, he might work tirelessly, constantly worried about money, always feeling the lack of it. But in doing so, he is affirming his current state of lack. He is living from the assumption that he does not have abundance. And so the universe faithfully reflects this assumption back to him. Now imagine this same man shifting. Instead of focusing on the absence of money, he assumes the feeling of financial abundance. He feels the security, the freedom, the joy that comes with having more than enough. He lives each day from this feeling, carrying himself with the confidence and ease of someone who is truly abundant. In this state, he no longer desperately chases after money. He may still work, but he does so from a place of inspired action rather than desperate need. And in doing so, he becomes magnetic to financial opportunities. He allows abundance to flow into his life, drawn by the power of his assumption and the clarity of his vibration. This principle applies to every area of your life, my friends. Whether you seek love, health, success, or any other desire, the key is to feel it before you have it. For what you are seeking is also seeking you, but it can only find you when you align yourself with its frequency. Now I can hear some of you thinking, but Neville, isn't this just positive thinking? Isn't this denial of my current reality? And to this I say emphatically no. This is not about denying your current circumstances. It is about understanding the true nature of reality. Your current circumstances are nothing more than the fruit of your past assumptions and feelings. They have no power to determine your future, unless you give them that power by continuing to focus on them and feel their reality. When you shift your focus, when you assume a new feeling state, you are not denying reality. You are exercising your divine right to choose which reality you wish to experience. Remember, the outer world is dead. It has no life of its own. It is your consciousness that gives life to your experiences. When you wait to feel good until your circumstances change, you are putting your power in the hands of shadows, reflections of past states of consciousness. But when you change your feeling state, when you assume a new inner reality, you cause the outer world to arrange itself to match your new inner state. This, my dear friends, is the true secret to feeling it before you have it. It is about aligning yourself with the law of assumption, recognizing that what you seek is seeking you, and allowing it to flow into your experience through the power of your imagination and feeling. But let me warn you, this is not always an easy path. The old habits of reacting to external circumstances, of letting your feelings be dictated by what you see, are deeply ingrained in our collective consciousness. As you embark on this new way of being, you may find resistance arising within you. Doubts may creep in, old patterns may try to reassert themselves. When this happens,
Do you know what eating an avocado can do to the heart? Avocados come in a variety of colors, ranging from black to light green.
within you, doubts may creep in, old patterns may try to reassert themselves. When this happens, do not fight against these thoughts and feelings. Simply observe them, acknowledge them, and then gently return to your new assumed feeling state. For the war is not won by battling against what you don't want, but by persistently embodying the feeling of what you do want. Think of it like tuning a radio. When you're trying to listen to a particular station, you don't focus on eliminating all the other stations. You simply tune into the frequency you desire. In the same way, you don't need to fight against your current reality or forcefully push away unwanted circumstances. You simply need to tune yourself to the frequency of your desire, to align yourself with the feeling of your wish fulfilled. This tuning is done through your imagination and your ability to generate feeling states. Your imagination is the dial that allows you to tune into different frequencies of experience. As you use your imagination to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are tuning yourself to that frequency, allowing the corresponding experiences to flow into your life. But remember, my friends, this is not a one-time event. It is a way of life. Just as you wouldn't expect to stay in shape by exercising once, you cannot expect to manifest your desires by feeling them once. This is about persistently assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Feel begins to fade from your consciousness. You already feel. How can you anticipate what you are already experiencing in your imagination? This shift in perception is the key to feeling it before you have it, to experiencing your desires with immediacy and power. Now, some of you may be wondering, but Neville, how can I feel something I've never experienced? How can I generate a feeling for a reality I've never known? And to this I say your imagination is more powerful than any physical experience. Consider for a moment, have you ever read a book that moved you to tears? Or watched a film that filled you with joy or excitement? In those moments, were you responding to anything in your physical reality? No, you were responding to the images and scenarios created in your imagination. Your feelings were real, even though the events were imaginary. This is the power you must harness to feel it before you have it. You must use your imagination to create scenarios that evoke the feelings associated with your desire. If you want wealth, imagine paying bills with ease. Imagine the feeling of financial security. Imagine the joy of generosity that comes with abundance. Feel these feelings as vividly and as consistently as you can. If you seek love, imagine the warmth of a loving embrace, the joy of shared laughter, the deep sense of connection and understanding. Feel these feelings as if they are your present reality. The key is to make these imaginal acts as vivid and as real to you as possible. Engage all your senses. If you're imagining well, feel the crisp bills in your hands, smell the leather of your new car, hear the sound of waves lapping at shore of your beach house. Make it real in your mind and feelings will naturally follow. But here's a crucial point, my friends. The goal is not to imagine specific events or outcomes. The goal is to capture the essence of the feeling state associated with your desire. For it is this feeling state that is the true attractor of your desire. Let me illustrate this with an example. Suppose you desire promotion at work. You might be tempted to imagine a specific scenario. Your boss calling you into the office and offering you a particular position with a specific salary. While this can be a useful starting point, it is limited. Instead, capture the feeling essence of the promotion. What does it feel like to be recognized for your skills? How does it feel to have increased responsibility expected? What is the feeling of financial increase and career advancement? These feeling states are far more powerful and flexible than any specific scenario. Rather than specific outcomes, you allow the universe to bring your desire to you in ways that might far exceed your specific imaginings. You open yourself to possibilities beyond what your current mindset can conceive. This is the true art of feeling it before you have it. It's not about forcing yourself to believe something that your senses deny. It's about tapping into the reality of your desire in the only place it truly exists, in your consciousness. As you practice this, you may find that your outer world begins to shift in subtle ways. Perhaps people respond to you differently. Or opportunities you never noticed before suddenly seem to appear. Or solutions to problems come to you effortlessly. These are all signs that your inner shift is creating ripples in your outer reality. These small changes, celebrate them. See them as confirmation that the law is working, that your assumption is taking root. But don't become attached to them or anxiously look for them. Simply acknowledge them with gratitude and continue to live from your assumed feeling state. As you persist in this practice, larger changes will manifest. The full realization of your desire will unfold in ways that might surprise and delight you. But remember, the outer manifestation is not the goal. The goal is the feeling state from which your desire naturally flows. This is a crucial point, my friends. When you're truly feeling it before you have it, when you're fully embodying the feeling state of your wish fulfilled, you no longer need the outer manifestation to feel complete. It's in this state of completeness that your desires flow most easily into your experience.
Don't just eat that.
I'm
You're gonna
terrified.
be unhappy.
I don't look like
Have a
you.
reaction.
How do you eat like that and look like that?
Because Ivan and I are gut. Now I do.
Into your experience. Now some of you might be thinking, but never, what about action? Don't we need to do something to bring our desires into manifestation? And to this I say yes, action is part of the process. But it's inspired action, not frantic doing. When you're living from the feeling of your wish fulfilled, ideas and opportunities will naturally present themselves to you. You'll feel inspired to take certain actions, to move in certain directions. These actions won't feel like effort or struggle. They'll feel natural, joyful, almost effortless. This is the difference between forcing and allowing. When you're trying to make something happen, actions feel forced, stressful, born out of fear and lack. When you're feeling it before you have it, Actions flow naturally from your assumed state, guided by an inner wisdom that knows exactly how to bring your desires into manifestation. Consider the example of a flower. A flower doesn't strain to grow, it doesn't force itself to bloom. It simply grows and blooms naturally in accordance with its inner nature. You, my dear listeners, are no different. When you align yourself with the feeling of your desire fulfilled, you allow your own blossoming to occur naturally and effortlessly. But let me be clear, this feeling it before you have it is not passive. It requires an active use of your imagination, a deliberate assumption of the feeling state of your wish fulfilled. It requires faith, not blind faith in an external power, but faith in the creative power of your own consciousness. This faith is not about believing that your desire will manifest someday in the future. It's about believing that your desire is already yours in the realm of imagination, and that the outer world must inevitably conform to this inner reality. As you cultivate this faith, as you persist in your assumed feeling state, you'll begin to see evidence of your desire manifesting in your outer world. These signs may start small. An overheard conversation that confirms your assumption, an unexpected opportunity that aligns with desire, shift in how others respond to you. Do not discount these signs, no matter how small they may seem, for they are confirmation that your inner world is indeed shaping your outer reality. They are breadcrumbs leading you to the full manifestation of your desire. As we near the conclusion of our discussion, I want to address a common concern that arises when people first encounter this teaching. Many worry that if they feel their desire fulfilled before it manifests, they'll become complacent or lose their motivation to take action in the world. But I assure you, my friends, the opposite is true. When you're feeling the reality of desire, when you're aligned with the feeling state of your wish fulfilled, you become more motivated, more inspired than ever before. But it's a different kind of motivation. It's not the frantic, anxious energy of someone desperately chasing a goal. It's the calm, confident energy of someone who knows their desire is already theirs. In this state, you take inspired action not because you feel you have to, but because you want to. You move through life with a sense of joy and anticipation, eager to see how your inner state will manifest in your outer world. This is the true gift of feeling it before you have it. It's not just about manifesting specific desires, although that will happen. It's about aligning yourself with the flow of life, with the creative power of the universe. It's about recognizing your own divine nature and allowing it to express itself fully through you. In this state of alignment of feeling your desires as present realities, you become a channel for the infinite possibilities of the universe. Ideas flow to you effortlessly. Opportunities present themselves naturally. The right people and circumstances appear in your life at the perfect time. This is the magic of living from the state of your wish fulfilled. But remember, this magic is not something external to you. It's not some cosmic force that you need to appease or manipulate. It is the natural expression of your own consciousness when it's aligned with truth. You are the magic, you are the miracle. You are the creative power you've been seeking. As we draw our time together to a close, I want to leave you with a final thought. The principle we've explored tonight, the secret to feeling it before you have it, is not just a manifestation technique. It's a way of life. It's about recognizing your true nature as a divine creative being. It's about aligning yourself with the fundamental laws of the universe. When you live from this understanding, everything changes. The world becomes a friendly place filled with infinite possibilities. You no longer see yourself as a small, separate being struggling against external forces. Instead, you recognize yourself as the creator of your reality, the author of your life story. In this state, there's no need to wait for anything. For you understand that everything you desire is already within you, waiting to be expressed. Your job is simply to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled to live from that feeling state and to allow the universe to take care of the details. So my dear friends, as you leave here tonight, I urge you to start feeling it now. Don't wait for your circumstances to change to feel the way you want to feel. Choose a feeling state now. Use your mighty imagination to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Feel the naturalness of being or having what you desire. Live from this feeling state. Persist in this assumption and watch as the universe rearranges itself to match your inner state. Remember, you are not a helpless being pushed around by external circumstances. You are the operant power in your world. Your consciousness, your feeling states are the one and only reality. All things are possible to him who believes, for belief fueled by feeling shapes reality. Go forth from here with...
This is why your investment returns kind of suck, because they're hiding things like this from you.
You don't have to get out and drive for dollars. You can sit right behind your computer.
Feeling shapes reality. Go forth from here with this knowledge. Apply it in your life. Test it, prove it to yourself, for in doing so, you'll discover the truth of who you really are. You'll tap into the limitless power that has always been within you. And you'll experience the joy, the freedom, the fulfillment that comes from living in alignment with the laws of creation. The world is waiting for you, my friends. Not as something to strive towards, but as something to be experienced now, in the realm of feeling and imagination. It's waiting for you to recognize your true power, to step into your divine nature, to become the person you're meant to be. So feel it now. Feel the reality of your desires as vividly as you can. Let these feelings permeate every aspect of your being, for in truth, everything you desire is already yours in the realm of imagination. All you need to do is open your heart, embrace these feelings, and allow them to flow into your experience. Remember, the kingdom of heaven is within you. The power to shape your reality is within you. You are the miracle you've been waiting for. Embrace this truth, live from it, and watch as your world transforms before your eyes. As you practice feeling it before you have it, you may encounter moments of doubt or disbelief. This is natural. Your old patterns of thought and feeling will try to reassert themselves. When this happens, do not fight against these doubts. Simply observe them, acknowledge them, and then gently return to your assumed feeling state. Persistence is key. The more you practice, the more natural it will become. In your daily life, look for opportunities to reinforce your new feeling state. Find evidence, no matter how small, that supports your assumption. Celebrate these signs, for they are proof that your inner world is indeed shaping your outer reality. But do not become attached to these signs or anxiously seek them out. Simply acknowledge them with gratitude and continue to live from your assumed feeling state. As you continue on this journey, remember that you are not alone. The entire universe is conspiring to bring your desires into manifestation. Trust in this process. Have faith in the creative power of your own consciousness. For when you align your feelings with your desires, when you live from the state of your wish fulfilled, you set in motion forces beyond your comprehension. Go forth now, my dear friends. Apply this principle in your lives. Feel the reality of your desires now before any external evidence appears. Live from that feeling state. Persist in that assumption. And watch as the world rearranges itself to match your inner vision. For this is the true secret to feeling it before you have it. And it is the key to creating the life of your dreams. The art of manifesting multiple desires simultaneously is not merely possible. It is the natural state of your divine being. For you are not limited to manifesting one desire at a time, just as God does not create one thing at a time, but sustains and creates countless realities in every eternal moment. Let me tell you that your consciousness, your wonderful human imagination, is not bound by the limitations of time and space that appear so real to your mortal senses. Your imagination, which is God himself operating in you, can hold multiple states with perfect clarity and bring them all into your physical experience with mathematical precision. Now let us understand this principle deeply. When you enter your room at night, you do not light one corner and wait for it to brighten before lighting another. You simply switch on the light, and the entire room is illuminated instantly. This is how your consciousness works with multiple manifestations. You need not complete one before beginning another. They all exist then. In the realm of consciousness, all things exist simultaneously. You will understand that manifesting multiple desires is no more difficult than manifesting a single desire. For in consciousness, there is no competition, no waiting line, no priority queue. Let me share with you a principle that I have tested countless times. When you desire to manifest multiple things, you must first understand that they all exist now in what I call the fourth dimensional world, the world of consciousness. Your physical world is merely a shadow, a reflection of what you have assumed to be true in consciousness. Consider this when you dream at night. Your dream contains multiple elements, people, places, events, all existing simultaneously. Your consciousness creates and sustains all these elements without effort or strain. This same power operates in your waking state through your wonderful human imagination. Here's a technique I want to share with you tonight. Instead of thinking of your desires as separate entities competing for manifestation, see them as different aspects of your already existing perfect life. Just as a diamond has many facets, yet remains one diamond, your desired state has many aspects, yet remains one state, the state of fulfillment. You must learn to live from the end. See yourself already in possession of all that you desire. Make your multiple desires a single composite state. If you desire financial abundance, perfect health, and harmonious relationships simultaneously, do not separate them in your consciousness. Create a single scene that implies the fulfillment of all these desires. Let me give you an example. Instead of creating separate scenes for each desire, construct one scene where you are discussing with a friend how wonderful your life is, implying the fulfillment of all your desires. In this conversation, you naturally mention your flourishing business, your perfect health, and your harmonious relationships as already existing facts. This single scene, when entered into with feeling and conviction, will set in motion all that is necessary for the manifestation of your multiple desires. Remember, my dear friends, the outside world is dead. It has no power to create or to prevent. It is purely a shadow world reflecting what you have assumed to be true in consciousness. Therefore, do not be concerned with the how or the when of your manifestations. Your own responsibility is to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled for all your desires. Now,
hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a path that can absolutely change your life and unlock financial freedom. You might think right now, let's
fulfilled for all your desires. Now, here's a vital point that many miss. When manifesting multiple desires, you must not strain or effort. Strain implies that what you want is absent, distant, or difficult to achieve. Instead, relax into the assumption that all your desires are already fulfilled. Feel the naturalness of having all that you desire. I want you to understand this deeply. The feeling is the secret. The feeling of naturalness is the key to manifesting multiple desires simultaneously. When something is natural to you, it requires no effort to maintain. You don't wake up each morning wondering if gravity will work today. Its operation is natural to you. This is how your fulfilled desires should feel, natural, normal, and already yours. Let me tell you a principle that has never failed. Before you sleep tonight, review your day as though all your desires are already fulfilled. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the completeness of having all that you desire. Make this feeling so real that as you drift into sleep, your physical world seems like a shadow and your imagined state feels more real. You see, my dear friends, manifesting multiple desires simultaneously is not about working harder or doing more. It's about understanding the true nature of consciousness and its relationship to your physical world. Your consciousness is the only reality. All else is derived from it. When you truly grasp this, you will understand that there is no limit to what you can manifest simultaneously. Just as a mirror reflects everything placed before it without strain or selection, your physical world must reflect whatever state you have assumed in consciousness. Now, let me share with you another profound truth. Your multiple desires, though they may seem separate in the physical world, are united in consciousness by a single feeling, the feeling of fulfillment. This is why I emphasize feeling rather than visualization. The feeling of fulfillment, when achieved, automatically brings with it all that is necessary for its expression in your physical world. Remember, my dear friends, revision is a powerful tool when manifesting multiple desires. If during your day events seem to contradict your desired state, revise them immediately in your imagination. See them conforming perfectly to your desires. This is not denial, this is the proper use of the law. You must persist in this practice until your desired state becomes your dominant feeling. Just as a musician must practice until the piece becomes second nature, you must persist in your assumption until it becomes your natural state of being. Let me tell you something that many find hard to accept. Time is not a factor in the fulfillment of your desire. What appears to take time in the physical world is merely the unfolding of what has already been accomplished in consciousness. Therefore, when manifesting multiple desires, do not think in terms of time or sequence. Your wonderful human imagination knows no limitations. It can handle multiple desires with the same ease as it handles one. Just as your eyes can perceive multiple objects simultaneously without strain, your consciousness can hold multiple fulfilled desires without effort. Here is a practical application before you sleep tonight. Construct a scene that implies the fulfillment of all your desires. Make it a short, simple scene. Perhaps you are sharing with a friend how everything in your life has fallen perfectly into place. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the completeness of this state. Fall asleep in this feeling. Remember, my dear friends, your consciousness is God operating in you as you. Therefore, it has the power to fulfill all your desires simultaneously. There is no need for prioritization or scheduling in consciousness. All is no-do. When doubts arise, and they will arise, for that is the nature of the mortal mind, remember this truth. Your physical senses show you only shadows of past assumptions. Your true power lies in your ability to assume a new state now, regardless of what your senses dictate. Let me share with you another principle. Your multiple desires are not separate entities requiring separate efforts. They are different aspects of your expanded consciousness. When you truly understand this, you will see that manifesting multiple desires is as natural as breathing. Consider this: when you breathe, you don't consciously coordinate the multiple processes involved. Your body knows exactly what to do. Similarly, when you assume the feeling of your wishes fulfilled, the infinite intelligence within you knows exactly how to bring about their manifestation. Now, here is a vital point about manifesting multiple desires. Do not concern yourself with the bridge of incidents, the series of events that will lead to your manifestation. Your only responsibility is to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. The infinite intelligence within you will arrange all the necessary details. Remember, my dear friends, your physical world is merely your servant, faithfully reflecting your conscious assumptions. Therefore, maintain your assumption of fulfillment regardless of appearances. The physical world has no choice but to conform to your conscious assumptions. Let me emphasize this point. When manifesting multiple desires, do not make the mistake of trying to figure out how they will all come about. This is not your responsibility. Your only responsibility is to assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Here is another practical application. Throughout your day, whenever you think of any of your desires, see them as already fulfilled. Make this your habitual attitude. Let the feeling of fulfillment be your constant companion. Remember, my dear friends, you are not trying to make something happen. You are assuming that it has already happened. This is the crucial difference that many fail to grasp. You are not working towards something, you are living from the end. When manifesting multiple desires, maintain this attitude. Isn't it wonderful that everything is working out perfectly in my life? This simple attitude Maintain with feeling will do more for your manifestation than all the planning and striving and growth. Let me tell you something about the nature of manifestation. Everything in your physical world is a manifestation of consciousness. Therefore, when you change your consciousness, everything in your world must change to conform to your new assumption. This is why, my dear friends, I emphasize the importance of living from the end. When you live from the end, you are not trying to make things happen. You are simply allowing what is already complete in consciousness to unfold in.
Never drink a glass of this homemade Manjaro daily unless you want to lose your pants in just 21 days. I warned you to be careful.
Unfold in your physical experience. Remember this principle: your consciousness is the only reality. Everything else, everything you see, hear, touch, taste, and smell is a shadow of your conscious assumptions. Therefore, when manifesting multiple desires, focus on maintaining the consciousness of fulfillment. Here is another practical point. Do not discuss your desires or your practice of this law with those who would doubt or discourage you. Your manifestations are sacred, should be kept within the sanctuary of your own consciousness until they appear in your physical world. Let me share with you another truth about manifesting multiple desires. The feeling of fulfillment is your compass. If you are properly assuming the feeling of your wish is fulfilled, you will experience a deep sense of satisfaction and peace, regardless of external circumstances. Remember, my dear friends, the law is simple but exact. It works with mathematical precision. Whatever you assume is true in consciousness must be expressed in your physical world. This is why you can manifest multiple desires simultaneously, because in consciousness all is possible and no law. Your physical senses may argue against this truth. They may show you evidence that seems to contradict your desires. But remember, your senses only show you the effects of past assumptions. Your power lies in your ability to assume a new state now. Let me give you another practical application. When you lie down to sleep tonight, feel as though you are lying down in the state of your wishes fulfilled. Feel the satisfaction, the completeness, the joy of having all that you desire. This feeling, impressed upon your subconscious mind during sleep, will work wonders. Remember this vital point: your subconscious mind does not argue. It simply accepts what you feel to be true and works faithfully to express it in your physical world. Therefore, when manifesting multiple desires, focus on impressing upon your subconscious mind the feeling of complete fulfillment. Let me share with you another vital aspect of this law. When you dream at night, do you find your dream limited to one scene, one desire, or one experience? No. Your dream consciousness effortlessly creates entire worlds, complete with multiple characters, scenarios, and experiences, all happening simultaneously. This is the same power in your waking state through your wonderful human imagination. I tell you with complete conviction that your consciousness is like an infinite ocean, capable of holding countless drops of desires without becoming full or strained. Just as the ocean doesn't struggle to contain its many waves, your consciousness doesn't struggle to hold multiple manifestations. Now let me share with you a deeper principle that many overlook. When you truly understand that all of time exists, now you will realize that there is no such thing as sequence in consciousness. Your tomorrow, your next year, your perfect life, they all exist now in the eternal moment of consciousness. Consider this: when you enter a movie theater, the entire film exists on the reel, or you experience it scene by scene. Similarly, all your desires exist and all in consciousness, though they may appear to manifest sequentially in your physical experience. This is why I tell you that manifesting multiple desires simultaneously is not only possible but natural. Here is another profound truth: your consciousness is not divided into compartments. It doesn't maintain separate folders for your different desires. All your desires exist in a unified state of fulfillment in consciousness. This is why focusing on the feeling of complete fulfillment naturally brings about the manifestation of all your desires. Let me give you a deeper understanding of this principle. When you say "I am," you are expressing the fullness of your being. This I am consciousness contains within it all that you could ever desire. Therefore, when manifesting multiple desires, focus on the feeling of "I am," the feeling of being the person who has all these desires fulfilled. Remember, my dear friends, the physical world is merely a shadow. a reflection of your conscious assumptions. Just as a shadow cannot choose what to reflect, your physical world cannot choose which of your assumptions to manifest. It must reflect all of them faithfully. Here is another practical application of this law. Throughout your day, whenever you think of your desires, do not see them as separate goals to be achieved. See them as different aspects of your already perfect life. Feel the wholeness, the completeness of being the person who has all these desires fulfilled. Let me share with you a deeper truth about the nature of consciousness. Your consciousness is not bound by the limitations of physical space. Just as a single seed contains within it the pattern for an entire forest, your consciousness contains within it all possible states of fulfillment. When you truly grasp this principle, you will understand that manifesting multiple desires simultaneously is not about dividing your attention or energy. It's about expanding your consciousness to embrace the fullness of your desired state. Consider this: when you look at a beautiful garden, you don't see each flower separately. You experience the beauty of the whole garden as one unified experience. This is how you should hold your multiple desires in consciousness, as one unified state of fulfillment. Let me tell you something about the nature of assumption. When you assume a state, you are not creating something new. You are simply choosing to experience what already exists in consciousness. Therefore, when manifesting multiple desires, you are simply choosing to experience the state where all these desires are already fulfilled. Remember this crucial point. Your physical senses may tell you that your desires are separate, that they must be achieved one at a time. But I tell you, this is merely the illusion of time and space. In consciousness, all is one, all is now. Here is another practical application. When you lie down to sleep tonight, instead of reviewing your desires as separate items on a list, feel the completeness of being a person who has all these desires fulfilled. Feel the naturalness, the ease, the grace of living in this state. Let me share with you another profound truth about manifestation. The feeling of fulfillment is not divided. You don't feel partially fulfilled or fulfilled in stages. When you truly capture the feeling of the wish fulfilled, it is a complete, whole feeling that encompasses all your desires. Consider this.
This is the most expensive survival tool I own. And I'm not talking about gold, not my guns.
Consider this. When you are truly happy, you don't analyze the different aspects of your happiness. You simply feel happy as a complete state of being. This is how you should approach manifesting multiple desires as one complete state of fulfillment. Remember, my dear friends, the law operates with perfect precision. It doesn't distinguish between big desires and small desires, between one desire and many desires. It simply responds to your conscious assumptions with mathematical precision. Let me emphasize this point: your consciousness is the only reality. Everything else, every circumstance, every condition, every event in your physical world is simply consciousness made visible. Therefore, when you change your consciousness to one of complete fulfillment, your entire world must change to reflect this new assumption. Here is another vital truth. The feeling of the wish fulfilled is your most precious gift. It is the feeling that sets in motion all that is necessary for the manifestation of your desires. Therefore, nurture this feeling, protect it, maintain it regardless of appearances. Remember, my dear friends, you are not trying to make something happen in the future. You are choosing to experience what already exists in consciousness. This is why manifesting multiple desires simultaneously is not about effort or struggle. It's about choosing to experience the state where all your desires are already fulfilled. Let me share with you another principle. The state of fulfillment is not a distant goal to be achieved. It is a present choice to be made. Right now, in this eternal moment, you can choose to experience the state where all your desires are fulfilled. Consider this: when you dream at night, you don't create the dream piece by piece. The entire dream experience appears fully formed in your consciousness. This is how manifestation works. The entire state of fulfillment exists now in consciousness, waiting for you to step into it. Remember this truth: your physical world has no choice but to reflect your conscious assumptions. Therefore, when you assume the state of complete fulfillment, all circumstances, all conditions all events must rearrange themselves to reflect this assumption. For this is the law, my dear friends. It is exact, it is precise, and it never fails. Test it in your own experience. Prove its truth through application. For in the end, it is not what you believe about the law that matters. It is what you prove through experience. And so I tell you again, go forth and apply this law. Live from the state of complete fulfillment. Maintain the feeling of the wish fulfilled regardless of appearances. For as surely as night follows day, the physical world must conform to your conscious assumptions. For this is the law. As within, so without. As above, so below. What you assume in consciousness must manifest in your physical experience. This is the way, this is the truth, and this is the life. Remember, my dear friends, you are the operant power. You are the consciousness in which all things exist. Therefore, choose wisely, assume lovingly, and live constantly in the state of your wishes fulfilled. For this is the secret of manifesting multiple desires simultaneously. To live from the end, to live in the state of complete fulfillment nano D. And in this eternal now all things are possible, all desires are fulfilled, and all manifestation is complete. This is the truth I share with you tonight. This is the law that never fails. This is the promise that is always kept. In closing, my dear friends, remember that you are the operant power in your world. Your consciousness is the only reality. Your physical world is simply responding to what you have assumed to be true. Therefore, assume wisely, assume lovingly, and above all, assume the feeling of your wishes fulfilled.
So what's over 40 to lose belly fat? This is a great way for women to lose weight, right? And this is also an amazing way to lose weight, right?
Wrong.
Hey, what's the problem?
Sorry, I mean, your workouts are the problem.
Start with men's open bodybuilding, and then we'll get to classic physique just like we did for the prejudging video. So William Bonac takes the win here over Sauce Harati. Sauce brought an incredible pack. I'm going to talk about that in a second. I wanted to show you guys though, Gilco shot this show, and I saw this video of William Bonac that Gilco posted of his individual, and I just think black backdrop is such an advantageous addition to a show as far as how these guys' physiques look both on and off camera and how good the lighting was here. I think in some of the videos of the live stream it didn't translate as well as it does in this video, and that's one of the things that Gilco does an amazing job of, shooting these like ultra HD videos of the bodybuilders. When was the last time you saw an individual video of a bodybuilder, even from Gilco, that was as crisp and stood out and every detail pops like this video? And it's because of that black backdrop and lighting. So again, I want to take my hat off to Fuad and the team here. They did a phenomenal job with this, and again, I think all the fans really appreciate the fact that they are listening. And I noticed that what they did for the finals, if you watch this top 4 comparison video, in the top 4, same as prejudging, you had Ron Gordon, James Hollingshead, William Bonac, and Sauce Harati. But I noticed this is a really smart way of doing it. I don't know why more shows don't just do this, is they just put the sponsors as white overlays at the top of the screen. So they kept the integrity of the background behind the bodybuilders, but just zoomed out enough so that there was enough blank space above them to just put the sponsors there on the screen rather than having, and they do have an LED, or it looks like maybe a projector screen way up behind the guys. But I think this does kind of solve that problem of, the reason why a lot of these shows have these big screens behind the guys is for the sponsors. And even if they don't have screens, they'll have like a big poster behind the guys of the sponsors. And I thought this was a smart way to do it. Now, comparing Bonac and Sasaragi, I saw a lot of people in the comments after prejudging on both YouTube and Instagram, people saying they thought Sauce should have won this show, or was going to win this show, based on his conditioning. Now, I agree, his conditioning was phenomenal here. This might be the best we've ever seen him look. And I would agree that he was in better shape than Bonac. So from a purely conditioning standpoint, I could see that argument, but it's not just purely conditioning. When you compare Bonac and Sauce, Bonac, like I said in the prejudging video, he's a lot more complete and a lot more dense. I think one of the big areas where it shows is his back, his arms, his hamstrings, and the size of his legs in general. He's got better developed arms. And that's just a small thing, but it is a thing. He's got better developed arms than Sauce. His biceps are bigger, his triceps are rounder, his back is more well filled out if you look at that mid to lower lat area, especially when they hit like a back to the bicep. He's got more detail. I would even argue in the hamstrings at finals, his hamstrings I think looked better than Sauce. I think Sauce is, from a conditioning standpoint, he's got like these body parts that make you really pay attention to his conditioning. His quads and his abs. His abs were crazy here, and in his quads, you can see those deep cross striations in the legs. So in those front shots, you really see Sauce's condition shine. And I think that's what draws a lot of people's eyes to him in this lineup. Like I said, if you look at the back shots, if you look at the side shots, and you look at the density that Bonac was carrying in the show, he was just more complete. He was more well filled out. I think he was more well put together. And I think all the body parts, like I said, if you kind of single things out, look at the biceps and even the front shots, because I think that's where Sauce really shines in the front shots. But compare their biceps, compare their arms in those front shots, little things like that. And compare, like in the side shots, look at the side tricep. Compare Sauce and Bonac, who's got the bigger, fuller triceps. And Bonac was in good condition here. I don't get the argument that Bonac was off or anything. It was just that Sauce looked really good. Bonac was in great shape here. One of the better versions of Bonac, I would say. And like I said, it's really the front shots that the conditioning shines the most for Sauce. He's got a good back lat spread, but I think when you look at Bonac overall from the back, from the sides, even if you give Sauce, I would give Sauce the front lat spread. I would give Sauce, let's see, maybe the abs and thighs from the front. I would give him that pose. Those are like his two strongest body parts. His abs look crazy and his quads look insane. But then I would give Bonac, I would definitely give Bonac the back double. I would definitely give Bonac the side tricep. I would give Bonac the side chest. I would give Bonac, the back lat spread was close for me. Sauce had a pretty good back lat spread, but I think at the end of the day, I would still give the back lat spread to Bonac. Most muscular, I think, is kind of a toss-up because they hit it so different. When Bonac kind of crouches over and hits that crab variation of the most muscular, I like that better than the version that Sauce hits. But if they're both hitting the same version, the version that Sauce hits, I prefer Sauce. But if he's hitting the crab, I prefer Bonac. In front double, I would give that to Bonac as well. Like I said, I think his biceps and his arms in general are better developed than Sauce's. They're bigger, they're fuller, and I think you can almost even see more detail in Bonac's arms than Sauce's. But make no mistake, Sauce definitely pushed Bonac here. I don't think anybody really expected that. Like I said, going into the show, I really thought that it was going to be James Hollingshead and Bonac. And James, honestly, like in general, overall, I thought James looked really good here. He looked really big, he looked really full. His conditioning was about the same as the Arnold, but he definitely looked fuller than he did at the Arnold. But the thing with James that I just can't get past is that midsection. I think that's really something that's holding him back. And it's not even that it's like distended. It's just that even when he flexes in the poses, you don't really see deep separated abs. Even in a shot like the abs and thighs or something, his abs just don't look that deep. But then you got these shots like front double, front lat spread where you don't see any separation at all in his abs, and I do think that's an issue for him. But definitely, big hats off to Sauce Arati. I think this was, like I said, unexpected. I think he exceeded a lot of people's expectations. And like I said in the prejudging video, I'm really glad that I had I did that video last night where I saw that update with Sauce. And that was so impressive. So field in that update. I think this guy's remarkable here. And he moved that placed it in the game. And he pushed William Bonac. I don't think anybody saw that. But overall, fantastic package. Sauce Arati. I think, again, going into Pittsburgh now, Bonac does not have to worry about getting that qualification. He's got his ticket to the Olympia now. That's the important thing. Like I said, with Derek doing that Pittsburgh show, it's going to be interesting to watch South America next weekend and see if Guzmino's able to get his qualification there. Because, like I said, if Derek wins the Pittsburgh and if he does New York, that's even, that makes this doubly true. That he will be taking away qualifications from somebody. Not Bonac, because Bonac just got his, but good veto potential. Martin's already qualified because he won Prague. But Nick Walker, Rizzo, I mean, these guys need that qualification. And Derek is effectively taking that away. So this show, Detroit, next week in South America, these are important shows for these guys. Their dreams of getting to the Olympia this year, especially in Gavito's case, don't get squashed by Derek Lunsford. And I'm sure even if they go into Pittsburgh qualified, of course they don't want to lose. They're going to Pittsburgh to win. But still, Derek in that lineup, I find it very hard to believe that anyone's going to steamroll Derek after what we saw at the Olympia. After what we saw at the Arnold. Oh, and one other thing, I did see a lot of people saying, well, they moved James into the center a couple times, in the center 2 spots. This is a 4-man call-out, and I think the reason why they did that with James, now in retrospect, obviously he didn't win. I think the reason why they did that was just to get James in between Sauce and Ron Gordon. The only way to do that would be to put him in one of those center spots, to get in between those guys, to compare for second, third, fourth, and to put James in between both of them to kind of get an idea of how he stacked up right between them. And the only way to do that would be to move Bonac to the outside. So this is one of those things where not just because you're in the center doesn't mean that you're being judged for first. They were just comparing James to the other guys that were not winning. And that's why they moved Bonac to the outside, because they already knew he was winning. And I guess I should give the full placings if I haven't already. So William Bonac won, so Bonac in first, Sauce Arati in second, James Hollingshead in third, Ron Gordon in fourth, and Aaron Golly in fifth place. So we did pretty good. We went 2 for 2 on these predictions after prejudging. So let's get to Classic Physique, because I just kind of spoiled it there. Now, Classic Physique, I would say, was an even closer top 2 than Men's Open Bodybuilding. Wesley Vissers and Matt Grego. Wesley looked significantly improved from how he looked at the Arnold this year, but it wasn't enough to defeat Matt Grego. Matt Grego picked up the win, Wesley in second, Daniel Vivaldi in third, and Alex Kent for Jack Eagles in fifth. And I think that this came down to a couple of things. I would say the midsection was one, and the lower body was the other. It's something that Wesley has struggled with really his whole career, was the lower body just not matching the upper body. His upper body is insane, even with kind of that rectangular shape that he had to his midsection that I mentioned. The width of his shoulders, his back, the way his lats flare from the front, and the width in the back too. His upper body's insane, huge arms, but the lower body just doesn't match, and that imbalance, I think, is what kept him from beating Matt Grego here. Matt's lower body is pretty insane for a Classic Physique guy. He's got great legs. I saw a lot of comments about his glutes, which was one thing I think a lot of people noticed here, but Matt looked phenomenal here. I think overall it was the combination of his upper body really flowed well with his lower body. It really matched good. I felt like his taper was better. And just overall, I think it comes down to, what is your definition of Classic Physique? Obviously, I love Wesley's physique. He was the first ever winner of my Mr. Golden Era competition. It was like a Classic Physique competition we did on the channel essentially before they even had Classic Physique as a division. Love Wesley's physique, but I think he he was improved. It still wasn't back to the level that he was at the 2024 Arnold. And I just think that imbalance next to Matt Grego, I think Matt kind of exposed that because Matt's lower body is so good that standing next to Wesley, even in those shots where Wesley's upper body looks kind of dominant, Matt's lower body, I feel like, really exposed Wesley's, especially from the back. I mean, you would argue upper body wise, Wesley Visser's is lights out from the back. Back double bicep, back lat spread. He looks great from the back. But only in the upper body. The lower body just isn't there. And I think that it's shots like that that I think Matt really shined. And I think Matt exposed those weaknesses. And that's why when it comes down to these competitions, everybody looks great on their own. Everybody looks great in individuals. Everybody looks great on Instagram. When you stand next to a guy that exposes those weak points, that's the whole point of the show. And I'm not going to lie, I was reading some of the comments after I made my prejudging video, and I saw way more people saying Wesley was going to win, and way more people saying that Sauce was going to win, open bodybuilding. And I was kind of thinking for a second, man, is there something I'm taking my way off base here? And I wasn't feeling super confident going into the finals. Then when I watched the finals, I was like, yeah, Bonak's going to win. I watched the finals for Classic. I was like, yeah, Matt's got it. And I'm curious where Wesley goes from here. Is Wesley going to compete again to try to qualify for the Olympia this year? Because again, he's still not qualified. And he did say, him and his coach, they said they were going to shut it down for the rest of the year after Detroit. And I guess he didn't specify whether he won or lost. So I don't know if we're going to see Wesley again on stage in 2025. But I can't say enough positive things about this show. Again, hats off to Fouad and the crew. This was phenomenal because the video's not over here just talking about the results, because Fouad gave us two really big bonuses after the results, which was awesome. So the first thing they did that was absolutely awesome, and I think they should do this at every show. This was a great idea. I love this. The winner of Classic Physique posing down in actual poses against the winner of Men's Open Bodybuilding for a fan's choice decision, who is, I believe they called it the King of Detroit title. So it wasn't officially judged by the judges. It was sanctioned by the IFB in the sense that they approved it. The fans voted on the winner, and Bonak ended up winning that. But just getting to see two very different physiques, very different champions, very different winners of the same show but different categories, they should do this everywhere. This was a phenomenal idea. Like I said, Bonak ended up winning. But think about this at the Olympia. We would have got to see Chris Bumstead pose down with, Big Rami. Chris Bumstead posed down with Derek, Toddy, Sampson, right after winning the title. They should adopt this across the board. This is a great idea. They have a People's Champ at the Olympia. They should make the People's Champ between multiple divisions. But I really enjoyed this. I thought this was a great addition to the show, but it didn't end there. We also got a guest posing from your reigning Mr. Olympia, Samson Dowda, and Martin Fitzwater, who would be now, I guess, 6 weeks out from the Pittsburgh Pro. And we haven't seen anything really from Martin for most of this prep. We've seen a lot of Nick Walker. We've seen a lot of Good Vito. We just saw Bonak compete. We've seen a lot of Crizzo. Martin's been pretty quiet. I think he's been waiting for this moment to unveil his physique at this guest posing. And I gotta say, he looks big as a house. He looks significantly big. And obviously, he's still 5 weeks out, but he's big, he's full. He looks significantly bigger than when we saw him on stage, even at the Olympia, but definitely significantly bigger than when we saw him on stage in Detroit last year. He looks massive. And standing next to Samson Dowda, he looks massive. And that is a big statement. I was very, very impressed with what we saw from Martin Fitzwater here today going into Pittsburgh. And again, Martin has already qualified for the Olympia. He qualified by winning the Prague Pro. So even though obviously he wants to win Pittsburgh, Derek Lunsford's standing in his way. If he doesn't, it's not the end of the world for him. He's still going to the Olympia regardless. But I absolutely cannot wait to see what happens in Pittsburgh, because Martin looks amazing. We've got Derek Lunsford doing the show. Nick Walker. It's just, this lineup is going to be crazy. And this Detroit show really impressed the hell out of me too. I gotta say, like I said, I can't say enough positive things about it. The black backdrop, the lighting, the pose down, the guest posing. It was awesome. It was a really good show. And again, hats off to Fuad. Free live stream too. This is what we like to see in bodybuilding. Innovation. Doing different things, trying different things, listening to the fans and implementing that into the show. This is what we should support. And I like to see more, Midwest-based pro shows. Like obviously the Arnold is the big one. But I like to see now we've got Pittsburgh. Now we've got Detroit. More shows that are kind of based in this area that are turning out to be really good shows. So we should be supporting shows like Detroit, shows like Pittsburgh. If you want to have more accessible, and obviously this doesn't apply to everybody, but I think a lot of bodybuilding fans live in the Midwest. And there's a lot of bodybuilding shows in the South or out towards the West Coast. And I like to see more shows like this popping up here more locally in the Midwest. Like we had the Indy Pro, and that, I loved going to that show. I was sad that they stopped doing it. The Indy Pro was fantastic. And this kind of reminds me of that. Just kind of a smaller scale show, a little bit more intimate setting, a local kind of Midwest type of thing. I like this a lot. So again, hats off to Fuad. This was great. I've been thinking about the Pittsburgh so much that I kind of have overlooked a little bit Detroit, South America show. And so in that regard, I think Fuad really over-delivered here. He gave us way more than I think a lot of us thought that we were going to get. So hats off. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. Click the bell notification icon if you have not already. All that stuff helps out tremendously, so please do it. And as always, I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. Nick Strength and Power, signing out. Alright guys, don't forget to click that like button and subscribe to this channel if you enjoy the content. Also check out my Instagram at Nick Strength Power. My Facebook page, which is simply Nick Strength and Power. My secondary YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Vlogs, for vlogs and bonus content that you will not see on this channel. And consider subscribing to my third YouTube channel, Nick Strength and Poke.
Use this tool to transform your shaky home railing into a reinforced structure in seconds with the portable laser welder that wowed crowds at the Berlin Hardware Expo. Tackle each weld point in just 2 seconds. Within 3 minutes, your railing becomes 3x stronger than brand new installations. And today, snag this game changer for half the price, $43 US instead of 86. Want more?
Yeah, got show y'all. Got a damn good show. This is a crazy police pursuit in LA. What did he do? Did he steal it? No, Long Beach, California. Yeah. And it just happened.
80 on Side Street.
Yeah, wow. Oh, look at that. He's losing it. He's going to fishtail. He didn't know which way to go. He almost lost control. Wrong side of the road now. Here's that traffic I'm talking about. And, oh boy. Look at this long stretch of drive here. Intersection. Right through it. Hopefully Long Beach PD is aware that he can come in, but look at here's some more traffic. Coming near the college. Oh, look at these right to the fence.
Oh no.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, he needs to slow down.
Oh, the ambulance going by. Wow, he's gonna go across lane. Center divider again.
Oh, guys.
That's crazy.
Oh man. Oh no, he's gonna hit. That's it. Oh, terrible accident right there.
Oh, man.
He's still going. Kenny, look at that. He's pushing his way through. This is a terrible situation. 7th Street with all this traffic right now is just awful for this to happen on. He's going to do it again. He's going to force.
That dude running like an illegal immigrant. I'm thinking California, this has got to be
Dangerous.
Way through.
Hey, go
It looks like he's going to flat on that front driver's side.
Yeah. That's going to make it very difficult for him to be able to drive.
Yeah, look at that. Oh boy. Hopefully that'll slow him down a little bit. Because now he's got less traction there.
Well, there's no way he'll be able to like get on a freeway and be able to go, 100 miles an hour again. But the behavior is so aggressive. It's incredibly dangerous. We hate seeing these types of pursuits. Just so out of control.
Crossing on the wrong side of the road is one thing, but he totally crossed the line when he slammed into those vehicles at that intersection. Joining us on the phone now is from the CHP is Officer Alex Brady. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you for having me.
Wow. This one is really too much.
It really is. It's really well to see that this person has such disregard for safety.
No.
Oh my God.
Are you...
They just hit another car. Just look at that.
Get closer to it if you can, because of the tree.
Wow.
Just chase that bit of assault. Yeah.
Officer Brady, terrible. This guy's just total disregard for everybody. He just hit another one.
Yeah, it's really a touchy situation. This person really is, like I said before, just has no disregard for public safety, and officers are trying to get in position and
well, you used to the Haitians drive like this. You knew a Haiti guy. Yeah, when I told you, I said the dudes cannot drive. You knew a guy from Haiti, huh? Yeah,
wow.
When people cannot drive.
Officer Brady,
terrible.
How do you handle a situation like this? I mean, this guy's just total disregard for everybody. He just hit another one.
Yeah, it's really a touchy situation. This person really is, like I said before, just has no disregard for public safety, and officers are trying to get in position and figure out what the best course of action is.
Oh gosh.
All right, he might be done.
Into a Sherman Williams paint store.
Gosh, I hope that person he hit is okay.
Getting out, might be injured. He's injured, and he's going to kind of stagger down.
The usual suspects. Another day in Haiti. The usual suspects. Chief, just made it. I guarantee it. You think so? Just another day with him.
On the street at Miramar. But just slowly walk by them.
He jumped from biggest from Skynet.
For here, leaving all that devastation behind.
I mean, he T-boned that car. I hope that person in that last vehicle is okay. And in this situation, they have to be careful because he could be armed.
Dude ain't on.
Absolutely. Long Beach PD
that dude got on first hands
en route.
That dude is from Haiti.
And now he's turning up.
Trying to casually walk down the street like he didn't do what he just.
This is probably one of the most aggressive pursuits we've ever.
I'm gonna be running. No man, he did just pull. He got away. I'll be totally running. I can tell. That dude don't realize a helicopter's over here.
Certainly the most outrageous.
Yeah. I mean, I would say he hit at least 10 vehicles and T-boned 2, sideswiped 1. Innocent driver.
Tuned in Long Beach. Yeah, tuned in Long Beach police right now, and they are scrambling not only to catch up with this guy, but also to respond to all the crashes that happened there on 7th Street.
I mean, he basically
airship overhead
was going like for a half a mile, just taking people out. Or vehicles.
Here they come. LAPD.
Here we go.
Here you go. Oh, come on.
LAPD 2 units. They were staying in the. Here comes the tackle. They're going to tackle him right there. and take him down.
He's dead.
Fighting him. Oh, he goes down hard on top of that officer.
She said he's big.
Guys.
Wow.
He's a very tall man, too.
So you think
And they're struggling to get him in control here so that they can cuff him. You can see one officer holding his foot, his leg there. The other leg. They may have to hog tie him. But
It looks like that one officer's
thankfully,
hurt.
they were able to get
Yeah.
That officer on the
hurt.
sidewalk looks like he's injured.
He slammed him on the sidewalk. I hope he didn't hit his head.
This is crazy.
Because he basically pulled him down, but the guy was on top of the officer.
Probably knocked the wind out of him. Hope he didn't hit his head.
Hey Rick, I'm getting
Got
exhausted.
me embarrassed by that police officer.
Rick, getting exhausted. Look at the picture. I'm getting exhausted. Need to do a pedal turn. Sorry about the picture there.
No, it's okay. I mean, this has been so intense and great for the LAPD finding him and at least having more than 2 officers. How many are down there? It's like almost 10 officers it took to take him down, and he fought. He was aggressive.
Absolutely.
He need about 10 officers.
Yeah, the one's still hurt there. He's leaning against the car now.
Yeah. So the images on your right-hand side of the screen are just the end of this pursuit, basically, when he just continued to go here and here, all basically just.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, 3 cars there.
Once he did that, you knew that he
Yes.
no regard for any.
No regard.
So
All that happened, he just gets, ran into nurse after all this stuff. He just crashes the car, gets out and just starts walking down the street like ain't nothing. Anyway, there's that. I've been looking to see, they haven't identified the guy who was involved. You think he was Haitian or from Africa or something? Definitely. Yeah. But they have not put his name out there. I'm thinking.
The constant nibbling and scratching of allergic itch can be disrupting. What?
If you want to inflict emotional damage on a millennial, remind them that the Harambe kid either is or is about to be a teenager. In a couple months, it'll be a year short of a decade since the gorilla was prematurely walked off the census. And despite being named after a Swahili term for coming together, Harambe's death has been no less divisive. But the closer you get to the full story, with crucial context, the question becomes less of whether the zoo was right for turning the legacy of Bob Marley into a hashtag, and more of everything that went wrong to force the zoo to pull the trigger. Harambe's death was the right choice for the wrong reasons. Now hear me out, I'm not blaming the gorilla, in fact quite the opposite. Literally everyone involved but the gorilla ultimately failed him, and in about 10 minutes, I'm going to show you just how horrendous Harambe got done. The same 10 minutes it took for them to end him. Flashback to 2016. Eggs were $1.68, light skin and Under Armours was no-scoping entire teams, and Kanye was still Kanye. When he made graduate, all was good until a 3-year-old canon event changed the course of mankind. On May 28, 2016, a mother took 4 children to the Cincinnati Zoo and got to the Gorilla World habitat when the youngest boy said he wanted to go swimming with the gorillas. She went back and forth with him and then turned around to start putting kids in strollers when she heard a splash, followed by immediate screaming. Like any other human, she went to the railing, and that's when her mind took an indelible screenshot when she realized.
Cincinnati 911. Hi, my son fell in the zoo and just have a gorilla. There's a male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact the zoo, please. He's dragging my son. I can't stop you.
In an unfortunate case of free will, the 3-year-old climbed the 3-foot fence, army crawled through 4 feet of bush, and before anyone could grab him and save the timeline, he fell 15 feet straight into the gorilla mode, where he was confronted by 450 pounds of adult primate. Harambe didn't seem especially aggressive, but watching him ragdoll the toddler likely took years off his mother's life. No one could say what was going through the gorilla's mind at the time, but we know what went last, because at about 4:10 p.m., about 10 minutes after the boy fell in, a member of the Cincinnati Zoo Dangerous Animal Response Team life-retired Harambe with a bullet to the head. And life as we knew it was never the same. The slain simian was mourned by millions and memed by even more, to the point where there are people who use their right to vote on the corpse of a Kennedy gorilla, and that is the most political statement that will ever come out of this channel. Before we can judge what had to be an impossible decision, it's only fair to look at every angle, starting with the nature of gorillas. Gorillas aren't the menaces to society and skyscrapers we thought they were. Male gorillas are way more child-friendly than the average orang and chimpanzee. It's been said that the males that babysit more are considered more attractive to a tribe of hairy women. That's how they got their name. And being good women with kids is more of a turn on than size, strength, or status. It's proven that guy gorillas on daycare duty will have 5 times as many children as those that avoid it, which is probably why they fight so hard for custody. You've never seen a gorilla hit the burners like that. But gorillas don't need Maury, they'll even step up for children that aren't theirs. A couple of years back, the alpha gorilla of a group in Rwanda got sick, and since in sickness and in health is a human construct, the 4 gorillas of the group left, abandoning not just their baby daddy, but their progeny as well. With the infants barely old enough to feed themselves, it should have been curtains. But this story had a plot twist. The sick male had a brother, Kubaha, and Unc stepped up and looked after them. They'd sleep in his nest, treat him like a literal jungle gym, and he single-handedly kept the next generation up. And Kubaha wasn't an anomaly. In 53 years of gorilla research, it's proven that orphan mountain gorillas that lose their mothers early on don't have a greater risk of becoming a statistic because males will often step in. Not only did a different study show the exact opposite happens to baby chimps, monkeys, and baboons that get the Bambi treatment, even if they do survive, they inherit 0 social rank and virtually no chance at having children. It's the same story for animals like elephants, orcas, and hyenas. Being motherless is social cyanide, but not gorillas. Having one mom short of a full house has 0 effect on their social status, and it's believed that since mama gorillas often dip out before their babies mature, the males have evolved to cushion the blow. Plus, with chimpanzees murking monkeys, bush babies, that's bush baby, and even doikers for food, and even the good vibe street hippie known to turn lorises into lunch meat, gorillas pretty much being knuckle-walking lawnmowers probably doesn't hurt Harambe's case. Gorillas go out of their way to avoid conflict, and you really won't see them beating on something weaker than they are, unless they did something to deserve it. But there's always a but. The rules of nature often change when you're talking about captivity. A wild orca has apparently never deposed a person, but those confined to a glorified fishbowl have a body count. Pandas normally mate, date, and procreate no less than the average black bear, but those in captivity often get less play than Helen Keller's Spotify. In captivity, mother gorillas will often reject their own babies, and it happens a lot more than you would think, so maybe the parental instinct doesn't apply as much to a gorilla behind the glass. Yeah, no, because if I had a nickel for every time someone's son ended up in a gorilla enclosure, I'd already have 2 nickels by the time player number 3 decided to keep the tradition alive and airdrop himself to the gorilla grotto. On August 16th, 1996, another 3-year-old fell nearly 24 feet into the Brookfield Zoo gorilla exhibit. In a scene you've definitely seen before, 8-year-old Binti Jwa climbed down to the boy, cradled him in her gorilla arms for nearly 60 feet, and gently placed him at the employee entrance where officials could get him. But what you might not know was that Binti was one of those gorillas rejected by her mother and was hand-raised by humans. Part of this raising meant her caretakers had to train her to be a mother once she became pregnant with the same baby riding shotgun while she rescued the boy. Part of this training included handing off her baby to staff for checkups, so there was low-key an argument as to whether this was an actual gorilla guardian angel or just an animal doing what it had been trained. Well, almost a decade earlier in 1986, 5-year-old Levin Merritt followed the same script, falling into the gorilla pit and knocking himself all the way out. And 25-year-old Yumbo stood protectively over the boy, gatekeeping any other gorilla from him, and when the child regained consciousness and cried out, instead of matching his energy, the silverback calmly led his family to a small hut on the other side of the enclosure. But unlike Binti, Yumbo wasn't human-raised or trained in child care. This was actual gorilla free will that looked after the injured kid. So now you might be confused, because if you were on the fence on the Harambe happening, hearing about their social psychology and the gorilla history lesson would have surely kicked you onto the Harambe side. Well, every gorilla is different, so let's talk about the story of Harambe. You know, before he became a hashtag. Harambe was born in the Gladys Porter Zoo in Brownsville, Texas, May 27th, 1999, meaning he had just turned 17 when he got sniped. Just like Binti, he was also rejected by his mother Kayla when he was only 3 weeks old. So, zoo director Jerry Stone hand-raised Harambe, taking him home. The tiny gorilla was by all means his family. Jerry was actually the one to help Harambe's grandparents settle in after they arrived from Africa, and he was even there at Harambe's birth, cutting the umbilical cord. He changed diapers, got up at midnight to feed him. Nobody had put in more Harambe hours than Jerry. Jerry described him as a lovable troublemaker. He'd do things like throw water at female kids and run away. He'd steal blankets just to give keepers an excuse to chase him. He even climbed walls to get his keepers' attention just so he could fall backwards and make them catch him. By every account, Harambe meant well, but there was a point where Jerry stopped getting in the cage with him. Not because he was aggressive, but as he got bigger and stronger, there was a legitimate chance he could accidentally roughhouse Stone into eternal submission. But Jerry also noted that Harambe always looked after his siblings, fully embracing the big brother role. But on January 6th, 2002, before Harambe was even 3, someone left chlorine cleaning tablets way too close to a space heater, causing a leak of toxic chlorine gas that suffocated the gorilla. gorillas. Zookeepers immediately called EMTs, and by administering oxygen, they were able to revive 8 of the gorillas. But there were 3 that never woke up: Harambe's mother, brother, and sister. Yeah, Harambe got held by humanity long before Cincinnati. Speaking of which, almost 10 years later in 2014, Harambe was now 15, and time came for him to be relocated to hopefully start his own troop. Jerry actually pushed for Harambe to be sent to Cincinnati. That way he could contribute to their breeding program. And in September, the gorilla named after a Bob Marley song was transferred to the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden. And less than 2 years later, he would exist only as a statue. So there, now you have more background information than 90% of anyone who's given their opinion. Everything so far points against Harambe being a threat to the toddler, yet experts like Jane Goodall, Jack Hanna, and primatologist Franz de Waal all seem to agree the zoo made the right choice. And I'm with them. Harambe had to die. But why? Basically, it was the best of a bad situation. A lot of people say tranquilizers, but tranks don't work the same way they do on TV. It can take 10 minutes to take effect, even longer when the animals turned up. There was a story of 2 polar bears wandering too close to town in Churchill, Manitoba, and the first bear was slapped and put in polar bear jail. Yes, but the second bear had no reaction to the same trank. If anything, it probably made him mad. But the real reason tranquilizing wasn't an option. This is Cha-Cha the chimp. Cha-Cha went full Caesar and escaped the Yatayama Zoo in Japan, and I want you to see what happened the moment he got darted. That man was a second away from becoming an Instagram reel. Animals don't understand the concept of anesthesia, but they do understand getting shot in the back, and in those 10 minutes to take effect, Harambe could have been the most dangerous gorilla outside of Hollywood. The next option would have been trying to have the keeper rescue the kid while distracting Harambe, but here's the thing. The moment the kid fell in, zoo officials signaled for all the gorillas to come inside. The 2 females complied, but Harambe, he was also using free will. Clearly he wasn't in the mood to cooperate. The last argument is that Harambe wasn't hurting the kid. In fact, it looks like he was protecting him. I actually agree. I think the father instinct was doing a lot of heavy lifting, but here's the thing. Harambe was a 450-pound immature teenager who never had a kid or was trained for it. He could have killed that kid completely by accident. This isn't 25-year-old Yambo. Young gorillas play rough, and one hard pull could rip his arm out of the socket, and too hard of a drag could bash the 3-year-old's head against a rock. Also, Harambe was clearly stressed out. The situation was a time bomb. The little boy freaking out and screaming, suddenly running away, or even just looking Harambe in the eye could have been enough to light the fuse. And speaking of time, don't forget, that kid was in gorilla custody for 10 minutes. Might not seem like much to you, but let it be your bloodline. 10 minutes will feel like and cost you 10 years. Now, what they should have done, in my non-professional online opinion, was get anyone who wasn't a keeper, paramedic, or zoo vet get him out of there, form a perimeter, something. I feel like all this could have been avoided if you didn't have a whole coliseum yelling at my mans. Silent game would have been golden, but at that point it was too late for all that, and so the last option meant erasing an endangered species and future father. I don't like it, you don't like it, nobody's happy, but let's be real. Think about what the conversation would be if that kid became a chalk outline right there. Well, I can tell you, because it's happened.
The secret to our deodorant is sand. We got a crazy message from a customer named Rena. Here it is. Hi, I'm a big fan of your deodorant.
Think about what the conversation would be if that kid became a chalk outline right there. Well, I can tell you, because it's happened. November 4th, 2012, Pittsburgh Zoo. Mother lifts her 2-year-old over the railing for a better view. Mother ignores several warnings and signs. Mother somehow lets child slip, and Maddox Sturkosh fell, bounced off a safety net meant only for phones and cameras, and touches earth inside the enclosure. Problem was, the toddler landed with the African wild dogs. The most efficient pack hunters in Africa, the ones infamous for turning body to buffet before it can pass away. Look, I can spare you the details, just know it was quick, it was gruesome, and there was nothing anyone could do. The Durkashers would file a wrongful death lawsuit against the zoo, seeking $300,000, as you can't put a price on life, but you can pay a lawyer to try. The family and the zoo would reach a confidential settlement. The endangered dogs were all relocated, except for the one shot by cops, and the entire exhibit was repurposed for another endangered African predator, the cheetah. You know, for the longest I thought the zoo got screwed, but what I never knew was that in May of the same year, some of the same wild dogs dug out of their den and got the entire zoo put on lockdown. And as early as 2007, a member of the zoo safety committee explicitly warned of guests dangling children over the exhibit opening and advised them to install plexiglass to cover it. But no changes were made until a kid got eviscerated 5 years later. Now, I don't think I'm letting the mom off. I got a lot of thoughts. They're all explicit, but the zoo was liable and negligent, and it cost them and the dogs, even though common sense would have saved the day. But common sense would have been a godsend on Christmas Day 2007, San Francisco Zoo. Look, we've all heard the story of Tatiana the venge-lusting tiger, so here's what we know. three guys, 17-year-old Carlos Sousa Jr. and the 19 and 23-year-old Dhaliwal brothers, taunted a Siberian tiger. Pine cones and sticks were likely thrown at the tiger. The brothers' father admitted that the boys were drunk. Tatiana escaped, murked Sousa, and mauled the brothers until she was eventually shot by cops. And the Dhaliwal family settled a suit against the zoo for $900,000, and the Sousa family settled a wrongful death suit for an undisclosed amount. And both brothers would use their second chance at life to get into several run-ins with the law, one including a drunken fight with police, and the younger brother would pass away in 2012 due to unknown causes. By every metric, they fucked around and found out, and the two that lived came up almost $1 million off it. But two things can be true. The zoo screwed up bad because days after the attack, they said the moat Tatiana had escaped from was at least 20 feet tall. Turns out it was 12 and a half, a full 4 feet lower than federal safety standards. And if you know tigers, that is one fuck of an oopsie. But also, after killing Sousa, Tatiana tracked the brothers down. But because cafe employees refused to let the two in, the Siberian Fury pulled up outside the cafe and mauled them again. It took 6 full minutes for zoo employees to realize that the brothers weren't drunk idiots screaming. They were drunk idiots screaming, but not lying about a tiger jaw winning them. And because the zoo was under a Code 1 lockdown, it took another 5 minutes for zoo security to let police and fire units in. Those extra 10 minutes mean a lot when you're actively getting turned out by a tiger, and it probably would have saved Sousa's life. Two things can be true. Tweedledee, Dim, and Dumbass pitched off an apex predator and earned themselves a nomination for a Darwin Award, while getting an endangered species past tense in the process. But the zoo was also painfully negligent in every aspect, especially since just a year before, keeper Lori Cumminchin was mauled by the same tiger while feeding her through the enclosure's grill, and Tatiana's temper tore the skin off her arm, resulting in several surgeries, skin grafts, and California OSHA fining the zoo for safety violations. Lori would also sue and would also settle for an undisclosed amount. And after Tatiana's final act, the zoo would raise the barrier from 12.5 to 19 feet. So you see, the zoo and Harambe were screwed the moment someone spawned into his enclosure. And really, Harambe was dead the moment he chose free will. In fact, if that child would have died, Harambe certainly would have been past tense. All the gorillas might have been packed out, and the zoo would have been sued beyond oblivion. The zoo would modify Gorilla World by raising the outer barrier and loading up on netting and fencing. But the real victims here were Harambe, the child, and gorillas as a whole. And as much as I want to dump on the mom, the internet's kind of done that already, but kids are walking kamikazes. Not excusing it, because damn it, watch her crotch and the things that come out. But you don't think a kid will, till they do. And Mama, I love you, I really do. But when I was about knee-high, my mom turned away for a second at the park, and when she turned back, she saw me on the other side of a pond leaning in. And if both my parents didn't go Usain Bolt and catch me before I fell in, well, we know how that story ends. I also almost got kidnapped. And I only say that now because my mother never lets me forget it. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Drink water, hug your mother, hold your kids. They're stupid. Rest in primate Harambe, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
no better bang for your buck on the used car market right now than a C6 Corvette. You got championship pedigree. A car that can basically do it all, and for a price point that most degenerates like ourselves can afford. Not to mention Triple Crown winner. That's Le Mans, that's Sebring, that's Daytona, all in the same year. The C6 Z06 is the perfect budget supercar killer. So, let's take a look at this absolutely cherry 2006 Corvette Z06. Now, with the goal being 550 wheel horsepower minimum and this thing looking dope, we had to do some testing with it first. Obviously. So we got 472 horsepower, 431 foot-pounds. So here's the goal. Build a supercar killer that's not going to break the bank, that we can go take out in this first stat and mop some people up with. A couple neat things about this car. 2006 was the first year of the Z06 for the C6, 7-liter LS7, and it's technically the lightest model of all the C6s. Let's pop this up real quick. Starting with the goods. Boom, 7-liter LS7, right? We got a 6-speed manual transmission, transaxle. Now, difference between the Z06 and a base model Corvette, obviously wide body, better brakes, 6 pots up front, 4s in the rear. You got carbon all over it, but it does have an aluminum chassis rather than a steel one. Yes, sir. So these usually come in right about 3,000, 3,100 pounds. It's a great car to start with.
Are you gonna introduce me to your friend?
What's up, dude? Introduce yourself.
I'm Mickey from Throttle. I've got Quinn with us here today to help the guys here at Hoonigan get all these parts put on the car.
Here, you know what? You guys go into the parts, all right?
All right, to kick it off, we got a bunch of parts from Anderson Composites. So we've got a nice vent in the hood here, we've got a roof, and a full wing. And we're gonna black out that whole roof section, give it a whole new feel.
We've got some new lights.
Yep, these are the GTR Lighting Carbide Series lights. This is like a C8 style headlight. It has switchback, running lights, and turn signals. And we also have the LED taillights for Morimoto. And these are also sequentials. They're gonna go like phase outboard as you signal.
Oh, for you signaling does that?
Yeah, the modern thing.
All right.
And last but not least, from the lighting department for Morimoto, we also have these front lights that go on the front bumper. And these are also going to be sequential.
You can see the LED in there.
Yeah. So it's going to modernize all the lighting on this car.
Wheels. Wheels always make a car. So we got the Cray Astorias. We got
a broken wing.
We got a broken wing.
This is why we can't have nice things. You asked.
So we got the Cray Astorias. We got 18 by 10s in the front, 19 by 12s in the back, and then we're gonna wrap that with Falcon 660. So we got black wheels. You don't want chrome lug nuts. So we got our Gorilla black lug nuts right there.
And moving on to the brake system, we have power stop rotors paired with Hawk 5.0 pads and Hawk fluid to make sure that we can get this thing stopped.
Everybody likes a low car, right? We got the BC coilovers. This is the BR series, and then we have that thing. That thing. It's magnificent. It's an Edelbrock supercharger.
Now there's a power adder, sir. How much power are we at?
That brings it up to over 650 horsepower.
That's insane. But we're going to put it to the test. We're going to put it on the all right, when it's all done.
Oh, absolutely.
Which is awesome. We also have a cooling system for Mishimoto. We got a lot of small bits. Some of those real quick. We got a radiator. We got all the hoses, which are all the silicone molded hoses. Molded? Sure. But we use these on a lot of our cars. We've never had a single problem with any of them. So we're going to continue to use those.
The exhaust from MagnaFlow.
Yep, we also have full exhaust from MagnaFlow. MagnaFlow is making us a custom one-off exhaust for this special car. And what's really cool is it's going to have 50-state legal catalytic conversion.
kilometers limit, so you can register this car in any state and not have any problem passing emissions.
With all that horsepower and that noise, we're gonna need a different clutch. So our guys over at ACT that does a 6-clutch, and I think this is the whole setup with the flywheel and all that. So
No problem putting the power down with that thing. We've got all of our fluids, engine oils, filters, and all that over here. We're going to be running Motul 5W30 in this guy. But we're also going to be pairing that with the peak coolant, which we use in all of our builds at our shop. And we've had a lot of good luck with those. We're going to pair that with the K&N filter.
So just so you know, you can get all of these parts on throttle.com. You know what else you can get on throttle.com? Hoonigan merch. Every single dollar you spend there, throttle.com/Hoonigan, gets you an entry in to win this vet and 20 grand in cash. So, you know, probably gonna do that if you're trying to pick up parts anyway.
all right, enough talk. Let's get this thing torn down.
I love betting on the NBA fan, especially when I've got the world's greatest basketball mind on my side. What's up, Chuck GPT? What's up, Chuck IRL? What do you think about this parlay? It's great.
All right, enough talk. Let's get this thing torn down.
Here's the deal, baby. Gotta start stripping it down. We're starting at the wheels, we're starting at the top, starting at the brakes.
So the throttle boys are going to handle the front, the Hoonigan boys are going to handle the back, so we can get this done a little quicker. And pop the brake rotors off, calipers off, suspension off, so we can prep for all the new parts that are going on.
That beat us.
Well, again, the big boss is missing all the sockets.
Then over here making us look. Can you, when you guys edit this, can you slow them down and then just make us faster?
Let me worry about the driving over here, all right?
A couple of zip ties, and then we'll do yeah. Fully board. But it's not a 24. What are you taking off? The bottom was what the heck? I'm not doing that. How are we gonna go on the other side? We only have one box. Still working. Get out of here. Go on the other side. Go take something off. They haven't cursed once yet. You already got like the groove in there, so it made it harder to take the brakes in. Somebody put the handbrake up. That was me, wasn't it? I'm stupid.
You're stupid.
Word of advice. You're doing brakes, take the handbrake off. Get the quick on with that battery. What is this sweet pulsing thing? That's a new feature? Crazy. Righty tighty, lefty loosey, unless you're upside down. Then it's physics reverses. You know what's really interesting? That I zip tie the brake caliper to the arm and go like, come on, Snoopy! Take it all off together? Yeah, we're just gonna drop it. It's already loose! Don't swing or it's already loose. Oh yeah, it's already loose. No, right there, I didn't take that off. The brake lines are holding up the control arm now. Yeah, see? That's what I meant to do. We got the brake lines over higher. We just got it. Oh, did I mention we're done? We are disassembled. We have the brakes off. We got the shocks and the leaf spring thing. the fun is taking stuff apart. Now you gotta do the untaking apart.
That's my favorite part. Not much, man. I'm reaching out to everybody and trying to find some fuel. I called and text Jay Lee, but I ain't getting no response. So forget about you. 40%. Thanks, my guy.
We have a table full of brand new cars.
Get jumpy scattered car parts on the front lawn. Now, ready for some upgrades. We got a new cross-road slotted rotors for it. We got some of this extra good Hawk HP600 fluids for the brakes. We should probably change out the clutch fluid too while we're at it. We got some Hawk 5 HPS 5.0 high-performance street pads. They're not squealy. We got the Gorilla Nuts. Scotto's favorite. Good stuff. Now, this is going to make this ride a lot nicer. We got these DC Racing coilovers. Got rid of that old leaf spring that transferred. Great. But you know, you want to go and do some track days, you know, you want to go coilovers. Now, we've also got a set of brand new Cray Astoria wheels in the stock sizing. So it's a 1912 out back and an 1810 up front. So Forge boys, extra light, gonna look sick. And of course, topping them off, we got these Falcon RT660s. So we got the sticky grippy boys. So I think it's about time we start getting some stuff on the car. What do you say, boys? I love all the bees.
Yeah, when did you become French, brother?
I am a man of class, dignity, and diversity in style.
We stole Zach's camera.
We actually stole the camera from Zach, and it's now time to put on stuff.
Let's talk more work.
Come to do what? Dude, I'm trying to install the brake pads. What do you mean? Just put the thing on the thing. No, you gotta lift this because the thing doesn't line up. Dude, then just lift the thing. Honest, we have tools for this. You suck. Why did you take the thing out? We're trying to install shit. I don't want your help anymore. Let me install some brakes. Come on. So we got our Hawks ready. Are you done? Alright, so we're gonna install our new Hawks, the 5.0s, the street pads, right? Less dust, more torque, and it's a very inexpensive upgrade. You don't have to change all your calipers and whatnot. So just this, 2-3 minutes, and you got better brakes.
Bada bing, bada bang.
Back one something else. Rear driver's side, this left side. We've had this argument at the shop many times. This is your left. You turn around and stop making your right hand. Tony, you're stupid.
Subaru Forester versus RAV4 and CR3. Who wins? 96% of Forester vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road today. That's more than the RAV4 or CR3.
It's special rates on an A Subaru Forester during the Subaru of Lot 11 night. Going on now.
Drinks all around.
Family, you don't get to pick the one you get. You're just gonna love the one you got.
I always knew this day would come.
I got it.
I haven't heard one cuss word. Dude, they're all nice and quiet. It's like Garrison and I are back. Dude, if it doesn't know, you can't beat the shit out of it. I just gotta figure out what bolts I took off so I can put it back on. I'm just gonna make it extra heavy so Jamie has a hard time. I gotta compress this shit. Nope. Let the new pack feel like it's Why is there a random bulb on here? On the floor? If it's longer than 2 inches, then you work. No, one inch. That makes it even work. Judge it by its size! I lost my juice. I found my juice. Jamie, you son of a bitch! If you saw it before, Jamie put the damn Jackson in right there. Now I gotta realign the drum, the shoe. It's very tight. Just gotta get the shoe in the middle. There you go. Mechanicking is really easy. You take out a bolt, you put it back. Track works for losers. Yeah. You could technically do this on the car, but that's why the pads are small. But bolt calipers are not tight. You guys heard me say it. You can't tighten the calipers. Jamie, hurry up. Put the rear arm up. What kind of
You just use the TikTok and the hammer. Broken now.
Hold on, yeah, it's all messed up. We're done. We're not racing the throttle boys, but we'll take it their ass. No, we gotta put this on before they put the throttle on.
BC Racing coilovers are on. The new rotor's on. Good. Got the new block pads in. Yeah, guys. Good stuff. What's next?
Brake line.
Brake line. You got to put the brakes on?
We're doing that right now. Trying to figure out the brake line stuff. These little thingies. I guess they go in here. And then they give you brand new brackets. We're gonna do this one by one. We're gonna start from like the furthest point away from the master cylinder and then work our way up. We're gonna leave the caliper open so it drips out all the air from the new lines and whatnot. This way we don't have to go crazy bleeding. So no air, one wheel, one corner at a time. All right, you good? Yeah. All right, I gotta step on the brake a couple times. We're going to do the brake line.
Just topping it off so we don't bring air into the system. So you just want to make sure you're always topped off.
Put the brake lines on, maybe just this one. Alright, so if you're at home, you're doing the brake lines by yourself, this is how you do it, right? There's no bleeding. You start all the way in that corner, furthest away from the master cylinder, you work your way around. Open the bleeders and let them run out. Right? And then you take off your line. Alright, so look, this is super important. You work your way in, out again, same way. So you want to hook up this line to the car first. See, we already had the car side attached. And you drip it out. The reason why you want to do that is you want to take all the air that's in this line and let it run out first before you hook it up to your caliper. Right? So that's tight. Now, also important, always keep your reservoir full or else you're screwed. So remember, we loosened these. So these should be open. Now you put this one on. Now you wait. This is going to start bubbling up fluid. You're going to see it. Fluid's going to come out, make little bubbles. Little bubbles. Once it's full stream, no more bubbles, then you close it. Then you have to bleed it.
Hey John, you let me worry about the driving over here, right? You just enjoy the view. Have a good day.
Temu, shop like a billionaire.
your brake fluid. We're using the Hawk HV600. It's got a higher boiling point, so when we go track it and stuff, it gets hot, you don't get brake fade.
Have the vet sit down on the BC coilovers now. Now they're going to have a little bit of time to like settle in, so this is not as slammed as it will look. The front, pretty good fitment. It's going to come down a little bit more, and if it doesn't, we're going to make it come down some more. Because you got to feel about that low light. Now on the back, probably noticed, yeah, already, that there's a different tire on here than what we will be running. That's because we want to use this tire for testing, not the tire that you're going to get if you win this car. These are just to eviscerate and to make sure this does everything it needs to do before you get it. Video burnout? Whoa. Okay, somebody else want to take it? Hello, what do you think?
Oh man, she eats already. We haven't even put the power adder on. Sounds amazing. We haven't even done the exhaust.
It's a hell of a lot better when it's dropped down on some wheels. Cannot get better bang for your buck. Soupy! Come over here! You're supposed to be in this car. Did we do anything? Yeah. Okay, so we did everything. We lowered it.
Stop tank rotors, Hawk pads, Hawk brake fluid, tires, knocking, wheels great, story is.
Yeah, I mean, look, looks good. It stops good so far.
Set up now then, doesn't rub, verified.
Yeah.
Everything's perfect.
And now we just need
Oh, power? I like where this is going.
That's right. So, on the next episode, we're going to Supercharger City. We're going to cram some air into this LS7. Overland? That's right.
Overland.
That's right.
Big news at Bet365.
Last month, Bet365 boosted the odds on over 10,000 bets.
With hundreds of boosts available every day, download the app and see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
So, bitch! Yo, you tighten the shit out of it now! Alright, here we go! First fire on 3, 2, 1! Alright, we are back on C6 Z06 build, the budget supercar slayer that we're gonna build. Go race on this first back. Here's the deal. Took and stripped off the suspension, the brakes, changed all that shit up. We did some burnouts. That's where you hit the burnouts. Then, shut up, Soupy. Today, the boys have already started stripping everything down. They're even bleeding the AC. You didn't even like cut the lines and all. Right, because we're gonna put it back. Very respectful.
Yeah, we're gonna have working AC in this thing. AC is a critical part of this.
Exactly. You can't have a race car without AC. Here's what we got going on today. Big power, baby. We're going forced induction.
More power.
That'll drive. Forced supercharged. 2-inch. Basically, this comes with all this stuff, right? It's like an all-in-one kit. It's 50 state legal, so that means it's going to pass emissions in every state. Yeah, right. Along with that, we got this MagnaFlow exhaust. We got some high-flow cats. This is about the right amount of muffler that you want. 0. Nope. Anyway, we got an X5 and all that other stuff too. And we've got the sick carbon pins. We got some Morimoto lights. They look. We'll see. So yeah, we got 2 teams, and apparently the C team, probably more like B team.
This is the Arts and Crafts team, huh?
Yeah. What do we got going on? Is this the hood? Look at this. We're putting on the special tape.
So we were going to put the factory fire blanket and stuff back in, but unfortunately Savon didn't provide us any provisions for it because of the vents, and it would have just caught water anyway. We decided to throw some Thermotech underneath to control some of the temperature under the hood and keep it under the hood and allow it to escape these air vents that Savon gave us. So see, it's working out good, and we're making sure to put some foil tape that doesn't come off down the road.
How you guys doing?
We're doing. Activated the AC. Then we'll take this whole front end off. And then the shitty part of this install is the only one part that you got drilled.
Happens to be the crankshaft.
Yeah, you just gotta put a little hole in the crankshaft and pin it.
No.
It's just a little one. Just a little one. What? It's keyway, so it doesn't. When you have a supercharger, there's more load on the crank, so it just doesn't spin the crank. Anyways, that. We had to take it off anyway because we had the radiator and stuff. So it's a good time to do it.
Okay. Remember, guys, you can actually win this CO6. Any dollar you spend on our merchandise or parts at throttle.com/Hoonigan gets you an entry to win this thing and 20 grand in cash. You know, go do it. Let's get to work.
Cutting stickers. They put stickers on. They put. Look at us over here. Playing with wood. Real Martha Stewart crew over there. Try stick it in there. Wow, you have the wood on the pulley? It's on the pin. It's dragging off. Yeah, it developed up like a 17-round long. Here we go. Go the wrong way. What do you mean? You're tightening it. We need to take it off. You're tightening it. Yeah, we are tightening. Son of a bitch! Yo, you tighten the shit out of it now! You were the one pulling! What you doing when you said, dude? You are on the pulley. What? Why is it moving? Is it on the pulley? Oh, it's on the back of the pulley. Get that thing out of there. So strong. I'm ready. I saw it. It was Jameson. Jamie, why are you tying the shit out of it, Jamie? Dude, you can't be here with the bar here. What's gonna happen? Say that.
So Soupy and I just got finished pulling the crank bolt out, and we're going to add this. So this is an additional keyway provided by the Edelbrock Supercharger kit. Pretty much this is going to go halfway into the crankshaft, halfway into the crank pulley. That's going to strengthen it and prevent it from shearing. So when you add an increase in torque, I don't think LS is known for doing it, but the factory keyway in there will shear and it'll let the crank pulley spin separate from the crank, and that's not good. So that's why we're going to be adding this. The Supercharger kit provided everything we need to do it. We just need to get the crank pulley out, which is the steering rack is in there, which is kind of a pain. So the Soupy just got the drill guide set up, so that we're going to actually drill the crank, clean it, and put our keyway in and put it back together. That's right, anyway. So this is our little guide. So these are, this is the tool provided with the kit. So we're going to pick one of these holes, whatever drill bit size they provided, we're going to run it through there, run it clear, and then when this comes off, put our keyway in there, and then install the new crank wheel. We're going to run it. So good.
I've got our 50 state legal MagnaFlow off the shelf catalytic converter for the Corvette. There's 2 of these, and we've also got the Thermotech coolant products here. We've got the carbon exhaust insulating wrap. I've already put that in a bucket of water where we actually soak it so that it makes the application process quite a bit easier. And we're going to go ahead and hold it in place with these snap straps
high temp tie wraps. If you guys remember the zip ties, this is a metal version of a zip tie. We're gonna go ahead and get started. Toss these on the car.
What's up, Chuck GPT? What up, Chuck? What do you think about this parlor? It's great. Well, why don't you use me for something you really need help with, like fashion sense, basic math, motion control?
New customers spend $5 to get 200 in bonus bets if you win. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Don't get them mixed up. They're not exactly the same. You can actually look at the sensor itself. So that would probably cause some issues with it too and whatnot. So good to remember.
What are you doing? That's their job.
Well, they're not doing it for this so snack. Jameson just pulled the bumper off. We're just popping out these corner lights. We're gonna push in the Morimoto, the new LED sequentials. Plug and play. Then they have your bulb. I guess fake bulb here is the connector. Adapter comes out of the light. Just pop this bad boy through the hole. Line it up. Give her a push. She's in. Now when we put the bumper back on, all we do is plug this bulb back into the bulb receptacle, and we're good to go. Just here now, we can rip it off. Wow! That's pretty sweet. So what we're going to do is we'll be selling the LED sequential taillights from Morimoto. These are going to be a nice little upgrade. Just to be a little bit brighter, give a little more modern take to the taillight for the sequential LEDs. Installation should be fairly simple. Should just be one point. So let's go ahead and swap that out. Alright, roof's about to come off. So they have removable tops and they have hard tops, which this is considered a hard top. This is all bolted in with many bolts. Ready? I am just taking a quick measurement so I can cut the vinyl to wrap this portion of the roof because we have a carbon panel that's going to go there and a carbon hood, and we already have from the factory blacked out A-pillars. So we want to make this some continuity here, so we're going to black this out as well. Carry that black beam all the way through the back window and then eventually to our rear wing.
Okay, supercharger's coming along. Let's have to get this carbon roof on.
Okay, you didn't even notice the black vinyl on?
Yeah, quick black vinyl. It looks real good. Knock that out super quick. I see you've repaired some vinyl before in your life, haven't you?
Yes, I have. GM shipped them for us, so we got to figure out if the carbon one's going to need the shims or not.
So you said it was originally 3 shims on that
side? 3 shims on one side and 1 on the other. Wow. You want to go 2 and 2?
Yeah, why don't you go even with it? Nice work, Anderson Composites.
Not bad. Coming in the box.
That was a fly suck. Crank, keying that, not good.
I think that's the cheesiest part of this whole build. There's this thing, but everything else is gonna go super
Where's
smooth.
the key go?
The key's underneath here. We drilled it, and then we had to pin it. Like the worst part is trying to get to it because the steering is so far. Careful how close the rack is.
So you can want to take the rack out?
No.
Okay. But you can do it without taking the rack out, right?
Yeah, the entire front cradle, like 8 inches.
Well, whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes to, get the job done. So let's see. Now you're taking off the coil packs. We gotta get rid of the fuel rails, the intake manifold, and I guess that valley cover as well, since they provided a new one.
Yep.
And then, yeah. Do you have to relocate like this power steering?
I don't think we do. So I think that stays where it is.
Nice. Simplicity. Love it. Wide. Maybe if you just got the tool. Is there a tool for this? Yeah. Where? AutoZone or O'Reilly's?
Oh no, you don't take the whole thing out. That's fine. I'm trying to take the thing out. It's a complete circle.
So this is the valley cover. We need to replace it because the Edelbrock Supercharger kit has a new updated design one. So I think the whole pressure sensor is back a little bit. So I've transferred all the stuff up. This is a baffle for the PCB. We're going to put that on the new valley cover and install this on the engine. Then our supercharger can go on, which is going to be really cool.
Would be smart right now? Thermotech.
That's the new Thermotech slogan. Sneak it up.
I guess there's a first for this out. I can't even put it in. Get that a lot. Not again. Space
Here's a red little rubber hose. It's going right by the exhaust right there. You see the header. So what's gonna happen over time? This is gonna get all crusty and nasty, and then it's just top little Thermotech over it. Prevent some of the heat from going in, making it crusty. It'll make the hose last a whole lot longer. Just grabbed our Mishimoto radiator. Just getting this thing set up, swap over all the factory bits onto the new Mishimoto core, which is gonna help keep this thing cool, and should be ready for them to flop in.
That replaces it.
Yeah, this is a heat exchanger for the air to water and cooler that's onto there. It replaces the oil cooler.
Alright, so it looks like the boys got this back from like an engine. And I see there's a lot of stuff attached. Maybe a few key components. But none of that stuff is actually required to at least fire it up. We need to running yet. Right? Yeah. You want to dry fire this thing? I mean, not dry on oil, but like you want to dry fire it on cool? See if it just cracks off? Yeah, why not? Alright. See if it turns over. See if it sprays fuel anywhere.
See, everywhere, right?
It better not.
Well, if it does, it don't have to.
We got reservoirs on the side.
Dude,
okay, boys, you ready?
Right.
All right, here we go. First fire on 3, 2, 1. We're gonna finish up all the parts on the supercharger. We're gonna load up the tune. We got a bunch of stuff to still put on the car. Now, I was saying this from the beginning. Should have just had a salt on it. One! Ha! Psych! On the last episode, you may have seen us finish this by attempting to start the car. Well, here's the thing. We're not going to do that because we still got a bunch of stuff to still put on the car. And then, obviously, we don't want to fire it with just wide open headers. We want to make sure the tune's good. We want to make sure that everything is correct so when we do actually fire this thing, you see the very first fire up, you see it raw, how it's going to be, and everything works. Because this thing has to run by tomorrow. Remember, you can actually win this Z06. Any dollar you spend on our merchandise or parts at throttle.com/Hoonigan gets you an entry to win this thing and 20 grand in cash. So we're going to finish up all the parts on the supercharger. We're going to load up the tune. We still got to put those headlights in. We still got to put that ring on that the guys are working on. Got a number of things to do. So let's get rolling. Got a number of things to do. So let's get rolling.
Line up this. We gotta hit that. Oh yeah. Timer 2.
While these guys do, tedious labor and stuff, I'm going to do one of my favorite things ever, which is taking the exhaust off of the car. Notice here, stock, each pipe, the factory, blah, 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 goes up over the diff and trans, and then you got these gigantic valve bumpers, right? Now, with some of them, they were titanium. I don't think these are that dangerous. I'm sure these are dangerous. Now, we get to ditch all this stuff, ditch the valve system. They go straight to the loud voice. This is what the tips look like. Obviously, that looks way better than the muffler. And then we've got these big pipes here. Go over the dip. And where's this crossover? Okay, well, it's actually smart enough to package these long race resonators into the X pipe. This is the race resonators. Look at that really compact style, like the resource here. So you get a nice, legitimate X pipe. You get the little there, the little great sound. Nice long resonator too. Be throaty. It'll probably sound like relatively mellow at idle, and then once you crack it up, it'll be savage. Anyway, let's take this shit. Here's another one coming. Just to get those gigantic stock mufflers out of the way. So it's going to be way easier to put on, way lighter, and it looks sick. It's going to sound better. It's amazing how much easier they go on. I'll have to get the rest of the exhaust on and see. We're going to go ahead and toss them on.
CR lighting headlights, CH style headlight, full LED, the switchbacks. They're pretty dope. We're gonna throw them in. I gotta use a stool because the guys are.
I guess that's the plan.
I like how they dip down.
I like these a lot. I should probably get a set. I might. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, bumpers going on. Where it's finally starting to look like a car again.
Uploading the tune that Edelbrock gave us for our new Z06. Got it loaded on our SCT flasher, and we're going to upload it right now. So this is going to pretty much program the ECU to be able to run with the supercharger. So changes in the mass airflow circuit, the air handling circuit, as well as our bigger injectors is what's going to change on the ECU. So it's pretty much going to allow the car to run properly with the supercharger kit on the side.
Well, you know what? With the rough mock-up, it actually looks so bad. Obviously, you know, these are not mounted yet. Exactly. So, don't mind the gap. Yeah, don't mind the gap. Look, it's the end of the day. We're going to call it quits for tonight, and then tomorrow morning, come back in, finish this all up, get the exhaust on, get the body panels lined up properly to not, you know, look like it was just part of the demolition derby.
I mean, it's just sitting on here. Right?
Yeah. There's not a bolt in it.
It's going to take a little bit of time to line all that stuff up,
But they can see the big picture.
Yeah.
This is the direction it'll be going, and I think it looks pretty aggressive.
Hell yeah. Speaking with the headlights, no more yellow headlights, carbon.
Yeah, this looks hard. It's a touch. And the duckbill. I like that. Okay.
I like the blacked out pillar. That was a nice little subtle thing.
So what's the deal? You got to leave?
Yeah, so we've got a bit of testing we have to be doing. An event coming up. So we have the racetrack credit tomorrow. So you guys will see that in the future video on Donald's channel. So we can't be here to help these guys button this up, unfortunately. But we know she's in good hands, and these guys got it in them.
I really think they're just thinking.
But we have to do the clutch. So
yeah. So maybe we'll do a couple more burnouts, a couple more donuts,
finish it up,
and then we'll hand it over to you. Thank you guys.
I mean, it's gonna have an extra 150 horsepower, so hopefully she can pull off.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll find out. You'll know if it shows up on flatbed. Well, hey, thanks for all the help, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good work, Soupy.
Yeah, we did an awesome job.
Me. Mostly me. Mostly this guy right here.
That's right arms. That is strong. Holding that camera.
It's on it. All right. See you tomorrow.
Subaru Forester versus RAV4 and CR3. Who wins? 96% of Forester vehicles sold in the last 10 years are still on the road today. That's more than the RAV4 or CR3.
Special night Sunday, Subaru Forester during the Subaru of Lot 11 at Going on now.
I didn't know what chicken does to cortisol until I saw this.
Chicken and rice is the best meal to help you lose weight, keep your hormones down.
Yeah. All right. See you tomorrow. Okay, it's a new day here. We're gonna finish up this Corvette. Now, the boys from Throttle abandoned us last night. Okay, they had to go back and go do some testing at a track with a car they built. Didn't they shoot me? Let me try.
They were like, oh, we're out.
They pulled a hoonigan on us. Anyway, so look, gotta button the rest of this up. Right now, the supercharger is on, the tail lights are in, headlights are in, carbon roof's on. What else have we done so far?
Well, we got all the hoses, all the coolant stuff is on. The new mixed motor radiator, all the hoses, the lines are all buttoned up. Now, the last couple things we got to do are the intake, and then got to spend a bunch of hours trying to adjust the fender, the lights, the bumper, the hood, and all this other stuff.
Okay, so we're gonna make this thing look nice and clean.
This
stuff. No body gaps around here, right? I'm playing that here. Okay, so, oh yeah, by the way, quick recap on this build. In BC Racing coilovers, day one, we also put some new rotors, we had some hawk pads, hawk brake fluid, right? We also swapped out the stock wheels and tires for these Gray Astorias, Rapid Falcon RT660s, we got the Meaty Boys on there. Then, next day, put a blower on. There's another important thing. We got to put the loud pipes on it. Got these mocked up, just hanging in there, but they all need to be connected. So, we're going to button this thing up and hopefully start it up. Let's go. Daniel, what are you doing? Why are you putting that lame filter on the C6 Z06 sweepstakes car when you should be using a nice filter like this K in it? This thing will last you 20,000 miles. Are you really going to put a cheap filter like this on your nice car like this that you love? No, get this out of here.
I got the technique. Pan and filter. It's got that easy on, if you use a ring.
Putting in loud pipes, getting the MagnaFlow exhaust on. You know what? This is so much easier because they split this section up. Like it was a complete pain in the ass to remove the old stuff. And you had to drop this sway bar. That means you gotta take off the lower bolt in the control arm. And then it was like everything you do to try to like wiggle it out. We actually wound up having to cut it right here so we can actually have the room to pull it out and not damage any of the hard lines. Getting it on, looking clean. Yeah, there we go.
Taking the donuts. This is what actually makes it seal. This is what actually makes it seal. The wax. The wax.
Jesus, kid. Bro, hold this thing. What are you doing? Say, stop moving around. Jumping this Motul 8100, 530. Got the good stuff for the bed. Oh, look at that. You're gonna love this. You don't even need a funnel with this stuff. It's got the little spigot. Well, I know mine's 10.5 quarts, so I think it's either 10.5 or 9. We'll just keep dumping it in. You want to fill it until it comes out of the valve cover, right?
Start it up next.
Yep.
Should be good to go. Tuning all loaded in. Just start right up. Hopefully.
All right, we're almost done. Well, one final touch. Hey!
We're gonna put this little logo on.
Ooh, that's nice. A little personal ease right there. To weld this piece, I'm using the Miller-Matic 220. This machine lets me use either MIG or TIG. I'm using the TIG function on this to weld our stainless steel exhaust system. Thanks to this, we've got an auto set feature that allows me to use the perfect settings to weld our 1/8-inch piece of stainless steel to our exhaust system. Don't worry, you can just switch it over to the MIG function. Now I can weld a piece of regular exhaust tubing. This bad boy can weld aluminum as well. Perfect for the home, perfect for the garage, perfect for the shop. Miller-Matic 220 should do it all.
Oh, yeah! We did a good job here. I say we because I had no part in this. But everything is buttoned up. Nut bolted this whole thing. Make sure it's got all the fluids, topped everything off. Is it ready to start yet? Can we do a first fire up?
The tune's all good to go, so yeah, it's ready to fire up. Who wants to do the honor?
I mean, I kind of want to do it. Can I do it? Can I do it? Who's got the keys? Is this what it's like being a rich guy, just paying other people to like build your car? God damn, that's awesome. It's not gonna boil up, right? It's my fault if it breaks now.
Yeah, this is why we want you to start it. If anything comes flying out, that's on you.
Yeah, it's not my fault. All right, here we go.
No doubt.
That's it?
Runs like a top.
Yo! And the AC still works. My man! Yeah, let's see the charge next to the fine.
I thought it was fine right now.
Yeah, you said fine. Nice. Okay. Nice. It's not gonna piss off the entire neighborhood, but it lets them know that there's some spice under the hood. Damn this thing. It's about time to hit him with the beauties.
The spread, totals, and player props.
It's never ordinary at 365. So we kind of thought about it, and yeah, we got to give you some action. Also, we switched the hood back to yellow. I don't know why. Tried it out. So there you go, gave you a little action. You know what? Now we're gonna send this off to the throttle boys, swap out that clutch. We kind of like the look of that better, but you know what? I'm sure both bids are coming to you if you win this thing. So yeah, anyway, it's off the throttle now, so they can finish her off.
Show where we literally dyno everything. If you don't remember dyno everything, there's no purpose in trying to guess the horsepower numbers and get it right. And if you win, you get a half line.
Wow, that's it. The whole thing is a scam.
This time we're at the Canaan facility. They have 2 dynos. We have a lot of cards.
What? I feel like we shouldn't even be here. It feels very high tech, but you know what? We're gonna break it in. We're gonna do some hoonigan stuff. We're gonna kick it off with a car that you guys actually have the chance of winning.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check that it's not going into overtime before you storm the court. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Big Tropic Bowl fan, are we? Lucky you, Asahi just got an upgrade at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. 2 words, Nutella drizzle. And the exotic new Dragon Fruit Bowl is as tropical as it gets. Dive spoon first. You're on tropic time now.
So this is it. Our 2006 Corvette Z06 sweepstakes car that we built with the throttle boys. And you know what? You're gonna just get us right to the goods, or
yeah, straight to it.
Hit them with. You gotta reach deep.
Deeper and deeper.
cool note about these cars. The 2006 was the first year that they came out with this C6Z06, and it's technically the lightest of all of the C6Z06s. It has the least amount of sound deadening. You start out with cars like this, maybe a little bit lighter, right? Especially if they got a little over 2012, stuff like up there. Now, we've got a 7-liter LS7, which has been tastefully sprinkled on with the 4 supercharger from Edelbrock. We've got some exhaust from MagnaFlow, air filter from K&N. It's tuned, and it's actually 50 state legal.
Carb legal?
Yeah,
Carb legal.
that's the thing, because normally if you like slap a big blower on it with like a tiny Foley, yeah, you get like 700 of these things. But you're not going to be able to register it in like the states. So we wanted to give away something that like you guys can actually get license plates for. And
That's a relief. The base of this car too is pretty low mile, right?
yeah, so here's the thing. This is actually the second car because the first one may have been crashed by some people that are not us.
You don't want to point the elbows?
I got to point the elbows. You know, and look, hey, it happens. Things happen. But it actually worked out better for you guys in the long run because this car is way nicer than the first one. The first one had been beaten within an inch of its life multiple times. I was actually feeling kind of bad driving the thing to the dyno for the first time. Now, this one, 10,000 mile car, it's basically a time capsule, tight, it's pristine, and the best part is the heads have been fixed. Upgraded valve guides, you don't have to worry about dropping a valve and grenading the motor, and the interior is like
What creases whatsoever.
look at that. It's like nobody's ever seen.
Yeah, it doesn't even look worn at all.
And there's no like elbow wear on the center console or anything.
Yeah, that grime, that grease.
And it shifts really smooth. Got a chance to race this on this versus that.
What'd you race?
It's an Aston Martin. One of the newer twin turbo ones. Haven't seen that.
Circle back.
And obviously, like, you know, if you look at it, there's a couple other things, you know, it's more than just performance stuff. I mean, of course, you know, we had to get the stance right. We got some BC Racing coilovers on it, of course, sitting on American Racing wheels.
I actually really like them. I've never seen them on their catalog.
They look good, man. I mean, it's like, you know, you used to see like $40 for American Racing, right? You know, like, so they've actually got some stuff that works really good for you. Modern muscle.
It's pretty hot. Before just buying these. This is a couple days away from me. Yep. You know, so this is like the modern day. So people stopped LS swapping 240s and just started buying for that.
Yeah, true. I mean, honestly, it's a perfect do-all car. You can, it works great as a daily. I've got one as a daily. It gets phenomenal gas mileage out of the gate. You can drift them. You can easily road race them. You can drag race them. You kind of do all. Best bang for your buck on the used car market.
I have my distant cousin spent the one on the website.
Oh,
Try to take a chance.
that's illegal.
Right, you drove it on this versus that. You say around 550?
Here.
Let's go strap it down and find out.
Verizon and AT&T announced price hikes a total of 10 times in the past 2 years. Families can switch to T-Mobile and get all the benefits of their plan while saving 20%. T-Mobile blows the competition away.
When migraine strikes, do you question of treating? Ubrelvy is another option. It works fast, and most have migraine.
I think these stock are between 430, 450. You can say 560.
I want to say that it's going to make 510 wheels. And maybe about 460 foot-pounds.
513 wheel horsepower.
497 torque.
535, 500.
527. What torque? 505.
Right now, cooling on the supercharger with the back eyes, but I'm having to add another blower because here's the thing about Corvettes, right? You see how that's a plastic, so when they're blowing in, that's not going to the intake, right? That's just going across the radiator, which you need, sure, but not as much as intake time. Exactly. So to keep that intake charge cool, you're blowing it right into about here, and try to, because I think if we could drop that a few degrees, you can get some more power. I agree. Big Corvette guy. Big Corvette guy right here. I'm just, I come to love the C6.
What's up, Germany?
105. Maine, 157 gallons at $4.09 a gallon. D's Def, 5.5 gallons at $3.99 a gallon. And Reefer, 22 gallons at $4.09. $758.64 worth of fuel. Ah, damn. Slap my ass and call me fucked because they're just taking the money right out of my pocket. Good thing it comes in as fast as it goes out. Alright, let's do it. We're in Maine, we should end up in Pennsylvania today.
Congratulations. Thanks, you know what? We got a good, usable, damn near 500 foot-pounds. Actually, to use the Unity correction factor, it's basically 600 foot-pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's different. But yeah, I mean, dude, that's perfect street driving power.
Yeah, dude, whoever wins the sweepstakes, you're freaking set up.
Hey, by the way, that's like hot ass name with altitude street power.
Yo, hydro and an ankle pin. Perfect.
Whoever wins this car, we got 10 grand.
We'll buy it for you.
So there you have it. Peak numbers 525-ish. I don't know. Basically 500 foot-pounds. Looking good. Gonna be a Cody Street car. Michael wins. See you in the next one.
We all right, K&N buildings, where dyno everything, where we dyno everything. Oh, shit, in the doors. See that?
talking about you drive something better. I'm about to get one. But I appreciate it then. You know what? Have fun on your walk though. At least I had a car that could take us somewhere. And you still walking. I appreciate it though. That's crazy, gang. That right there. Come on, man. We gotta do better, y'all. Especially as a race. You know what I'm saying? We have to do better. And I thought Africans was actually a little bit different, but well, she is Americanized now. She's been down here for what, 9 years, not 10 years, so she really is Americanized. But still, I would think she'll be a little bit different. But the crazy part about it is she got a whole man though too, so I can't even blame her for this gold digging. Well, I tell you though, look at her coming back. See what she talking about. What's up with it?
I thought you said this was your car.
Yeah, I was testing you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and you failed the test. What do you drive? You talking about you drive something better? I'm about to get one. Wow.
very warm welcome to you all. If you're new to the channel, where have you been? So today we have a neglected Cartier Santos, which needs a bit of our help. I ended up inadvertently abusing this piece further by melting things. Talk about kicking a Cartier when it's down. This piece has a closed case with no case back, and access to the movement is through the top. The bezel is secured using egg screws and stud nuts, but most of these are missing and very hard to come by, hence why the watch was probably neglected and not repaired. So today we'll make some screws and studs and get this little wannabe Royal Oak back on its feet and on someone's wrist. This particular piece is known as the Cartier Santos Round Octagonal from the 90s, with an automatic movement which is currently not functioning. So we will also address that as well as do a full case and bracelet restoration. Cartier watches may be regarded by many as just a jewelry/fashion brand when it comes to timepieces, but Cartier will argue otherwise, and that argument is often based on one of the most obvious and important innovations in horology: wristwatch. Other brands may lay claim to this invention mention, but the most circulated story is relating to a man named Santos. Alberto Santos Dumont was a Brazilian pilot, an aviator in the early 1900s, when aviation itself was in its infancy. The first Wright brothers flight was in 1903, and in 1904, Alberto Santos complained to his friend Louis Cartier about the impracticality of using a pocket watch whilst flying. Louis Cartier heard his friend's plea and came up with the wristwatch. And the wrist is history. And the wrist is it. No? No, forget it. Okay, so these pins, the bracelet, be jammed in. I've tried to hammer them out. So what I'll do, I'll just remove the movement out and put the whole thing in the wash first and see if that loosens it all up. There's only one stud left here, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws. So, and the reason why I decided to do this was because these missing studs and screws has given me an opportunity to make some. That's probably the reason why some of this stuff is missing. They're either jammed up or rusted up. As you can see, there's one broken, and the rest of them seem to be in there pretty stiff. Maybe previously an attempt was made to remove this bezel, and the screws and the studs didn't come out properly. So what I'm going to do is make 7 of these, and since we have 1, 2, 3, 4 screws, this one's no use. We'll make another 4. Nothing too complicated. So I'll show you guys how to remove a stem where you don't have any access to the back. For a split stem, this is similar to a cannon pinion remover. Behind the crown, you just yank it out like that. Here you can see the split stem, and there you go. And one of the most iconic design features of Cartier watches is this sapphire cabochon. But on this one you can see it's smashed up. I'll put my stone setting skills to work and see if we can replace that cabochon. Okay, so let's get this bezel and this case in the wash to see if we can loosen up these screws and these bracelet pins here. And I ended up damaging all these. Look at that. Look at the state of that. Look at that. Another one bent, and it still won't come out. And I've broken so many of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn that down, make it a bit stiff. Hey, look at that. It's crooked as a politician. What I'm going to do now is apply a bit of heat. Look at that. Melted my Look at that. I'm about to cool it down. Melted my holder. Oh, look what I've done. Oh no. How do we recover from this?
I didn't know what chicken does to cortisol until I saw this.
Chicken and rice is the best meal to help you lose.
Recover from this. Oh my god, what's coming out? You see? But hey, a little bit of heat makes the tube come out in the most delightful way. Way! Now the tube stuck inside. But at least the pins out here, ladies and gentlemen. So there's the tube. And there's the pin. It's probably why Cartier have changed the system now. Because that was hard, and look at the state of the watch. That's a total write-off now.
bit of a layer. I made steel on toast. Second one on budge. So we'll try and drill it out. Just gonna drill the two ends of the bars, and then the tube is up to here. It should slide out. After many of those improvements, we have finally learned of the trinkets that are broken inside. Finally managed to get it all out. Look at the state of that. Oh, Cartier, sort yourself out. So as you guys have seen previously, my main lathe is still broken and I haven't got around to getting it welded. So today I'll be using this crusty old thing, which I've been meaning to restore as it's very stiff and slow in its current state. Do you guys want to see a lathe restoration video? Let me know in the comments. Needs a bit of a pounding. We'll use some of this mild steel stock that I have. Original stud is about 1.9 mm thick, and our stock piece is about 2 mm, so we need to reduce the stock first. This is the original one that came out of the watch. You can see there's no special finishing or anything on it. This is the one that I made. And I tried to cut rid of this one. I don't have a milling attachment on my lathe, so I did this with a saw. You can see I've made a bit of a tungsten out of that one. So what I'm going to do is I've made a little jig. You remember these holes? I'll put one of these little fellas in there, and it sits just below the surface, so my saw blade can fit in there as a guide. Best invention since sliced bread. So that's pretty centered, but it needs a bit more depth probably.
So I can easily now put this into a little vise and finish it off. So I've got it in the vise, in the vise. Something like that maybe. That's the original screw. Stuck down to about 1.5, which is going to be the size of our screw head.
Yeah, that's good money. Go get it. Go get yourself.
That is a flimsiest little thing I've seen. Let's check the panic pivots. Literally okay. Something right. Let's go on the other side. See some guys hold their screwdrivers like this, their tweezers, the real professional. That's probably helps screwdriver from slipping. So that's why you come on speed dismantle tonight. Right now I gotta go somewhere. See I'm gonna go. Seem very well behaved. That's very gunky though. Very gunky. Nice. That's the automatic brakes. Dismantle.
Every mighty empire or decay of the world of payroll and HR. And Pharaoh Coop.
Hasn't actually gone anywhere. Displaced the correct temperature and speed. You could try and reposition that metal back to where it belongs. With a few rubs, managed to push most of it down without losing too much. The screws are just for decoration, so they don't come out. But I want to polish these screws up and then I want to brush the rest of it. down there and I'll end up plugging in, screwing it, and then the screw it, and you just find the metal. So I'll post on there some individual screws, some of the gates and parts throughout them. Keeps the watch greaseless, of course. You've gashed that line, so try and sort out that cabochon. But first of all, you just smash the old one out. And there's no fancy way of doing this, I suppose, but just to smash it out. It's supposed to be just a run round fitting, so while we open it up a little bit, and then put the stone in, then rub around it. We did do a stone fitting course many moons ago, just so that it picks up people's rusty watches. Come on, I stopped watching. So when you're stone fitting that, then you'll probably see me using the wrong tools. But please don't scream at me. Just to show you guys that it can be done, I think I just need to start picking fights to the car.
It was my son's birthday. My wife asked him, "What do you want for your 12th birthday?" His answer was, "I want my dad to love me as much as he loves his tenants."
Fights to the car. A lot of you have asked for a Q&A session during the assembly process after I mentioned it in the Amiga build video, so I'll try and answer some of the most popular repeated questions from the comment section. One of the most asked questions is, what are joules? I've explained this previously, but these are just synthetic rubies which act as a smooth bearing to minimize wear to the rivets. They also act as small oil wells for the lubrication. Metal grinding against metal causes a lot of wear, which reduces accuracy, so these joules eradicate that problem. Another popular question is, why do I sometimes adjust the hands to 10 past 10, just like the brands do in their marketing pictures? Well, the brand logo is usually just below 12 o'clock, so setting the hands at 10 past 10 allows the logo to be visible. A lot of you have been asking whether I take on subscribers. I physically can't take on any private work at the moment, guys. So I'm really sorry to all of you who have been trying to reach out for service quotes. Do I sell any of the restorations that are featured? Well, most belong to clients and the rest get sold locally. Where is my accent from? I'm from a city called Birmingham in the UK, so I guess you can call it a Brummie accent, which I try to soften down, otherwise Google breaks down trying to auto-add subtitles. This hacking lever doesn't look right. I don't know why it's bent like that. But I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be like that. That's what it's supposed to look like. I'll just flatten it out and see. So this stop lever is supposed to stop the balance when the watch is put into hand setting mode, and is the main reason why the balance was jammed up. Better. So back to the Q&A. What is my favorite brand? I don't really have a favorite brand, but my first ever Swiss watch was gifted to me back in the late 90s, and it was a Tag Heuer Kyrian, which I wore for 20 years, and I've always worn a Tag as an everyday B-tag, as I never take it off during showers or sleeping, or even if I'm under a car doing some DIY, and I don't mind getting it beaten up. For a more dressy occasion, I may wear a jersey reversal or a panel. You guys reckon I can't sing? I don't know what gave you that idea. One of these days, I have to get my guitar out. I'll prove you were right. What juice in there? The back pay attention. So you can see that little hacking lever. So we're going to make sure that that little lever sits in between our sliding pinion. Look at that cool twisting stem. Now let's do a bit of D5. So back to the point about what is my favourite brand. Now I'm always very cautious about telling you guys what I like or what I use, as I don't want to wrongly influence anyone. So let me ask you the question now. I've been bombarded recently with sponsorship deals for all sorts of products and services, from VPNs to hair loss products to square faces and round places. And I've turned around and said, jog on, not interested. But then they start throwing dollar signs at you. All I see is dial printing machine, new CNC setup, new disobedience couch. So I wanted to ask you guys what your feelings are about sponsorships. If I see something that may be beneficial to my viewers, then I was thinking of giving it a try. But as compensation for the inconvenience, I would upload 2 videos at the same time for you guys. Most people skip through them anyway, don't they? I do. Let me know how you guys feel about that. 2 videos at the same time for the price of a minute's inconvenience. Sounds like a bargain, eh? But honestly, it's not worth doing if you guys aren't on board. So please let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments. Also, if you would like to ask a question for the next Q&A session, then let me know in the comments by marking it as Q&A. And I'll choose the most asked or the most weird ones.
lowest prices of the season sale is going on now. Get up to 60% off thousands of items. Shop 70% off spring stems and 60% off spring floral and decor. Score BOGO deals for free canvas and frames. And all yarn is on sale. Plus, earn rewards while you shop.
Planning Nana's birthday? Design a party to remember with the new Microsoft 365. Now with AI.
We're nearly done here, friends. Some of you big-hearted souls keep asking me for my address so that you can send me home tools and things that you have no need for. However, I'm always reluctant to accept such wonderful gestures, as I think it would be better for you to sell them and make a bit of extra cheese for yourselves. The rise in the cost of living is getting scary, and I hear some really heartbreaking stories of people having to decide between heating and eating. And this is happening in the UK, so just imagine what is happening in poorer countries. So please, instead of offering your gifts to me, sell them and support your local food banks and your local communities. And if you have a bit more to spare, then support our wider community around the world. So I hope you've enjoyed this one and found it useful. Thank you all for checking out with me, and please like, share and subscribe to support this channel and future content. It really helps. So until next time, folks, please look after yourselves and look after one another. Support your local food banks. Peace, love and blessings to you all. And if the Almighty wills, I'll see you on the next one. Ta-ra a bit.
Now, if you haven't seen the heist, then make sure you go check it out. I think it's going to be some, I don't know where the links are. But if you have seen the heist, then you know that we got back the infamous Pickle Rick S14. Now, that didn't happen overnight because it was used and abused by a bunch of people.
That's not even his car.
But I do want to show y'all something we feel is very special. And it's a little story that I got to tell about an S14 that wasn't unsold. This is the rise of the Pickle Rick story.
Welcome to the pit. Let's go save some lives. Was it always this busy?
Just landed in Lexington, Kentucky, like headquarters, because this man is just waiting on that he is dying to see. It's going to be a small part of it. I say we do it like a Pickle Rick rising. Classic.
Well, you better take a look at his radar. What is it, son? I don't know, sir. But it looks like a giant ghost. What do you know?
I'm most excited to just see it work. I just want to see the car actually functioning correctly. Obviously, sit in the seat with the top, one phone. I'm most excited. It's not really the Pickle Rick saga. I'm most excited to have
spent 4 years. Oh my God. It's been about 4 years. Yes. I mean, it was before the pandemic. So, before. Yeah, it was before. Yeah, this is before the pandemic. Now I understand what you meant. Yeah, yeah. So today we're here at Haltech, Maine for Lucky Surprise. Pickle isn't done, but it's done. It's more than it was.
Boom! Big reveal. I'm a pickle.
Well, it's did a lot of cleaning. All the paint, all the tube work. She's pretty sounds good. Everything that we did translates to a different.
Okay.
You put a big, like you guys work with Texas, right?
Yeah.
So you put a big Texas speed motor in this thing. Literally everything you've done. Okay, so like everything you do, it won't do any fun. Done for good. It's awesome. It's really big.
Yeah.
So this car had a lot of issues when we picked it up. It was basically a stock car with a V8 in it. Schkits.org, Rob Parsons, totally outfitted the car with everything that he had to offer, which is a tube front, which really cleaned up the pretty shoddy factory metal that was in the engine. So, got a tube front, opens up everything. From there, this LS1 that was in it, it's pretty stock, it's got a cam in it, got some pretty spicy parts for it. So Vibrant came on board, and we put a titanium intake on this thing, and it is a bad unit. Got some Vibrant HD clamps, a lot of Vibrant lines, Vibrant cooler. I mean, basically the Vibrant catalog of this car. The new get up. I know, right? It's good stuff. Listen, this car is outfitted in WiseFab now, version 2. Full VC coilovers, which are the name in the game, the only name in the game. We did do something for you that you're going to have to use. Alright? This car does not have power brakes anymore. So, MA Motorsports, Alaria Tech, they have a FD legal that we didn't delete because the booster was literally touching the engine, which we can't have that. Not okay. We're not doing that. So, this car is outfitted 100% in Haltech spec. So, you've got an R3, you've got a BD16, so you have no fuses or relays in this car at all. They are all electronic. With talking about the R3 is our 3-connector ECU that is perfect for a V8 or anything less than 8 cylinders. It has a built-in PDM. It is got Wi-Fi on board, a bunch of logging, tons and tons of functionality, and it is basically a race car ECU. For the rest of this car, we can move inside the car. Actually, Cole is one of our sales and tech guys here at Haltech Lexington. He did a lot of setup on this car. He actually helped me get the car started for the first time, and actually did a lot of the tuning on the car alongside Brad, who just came back to work for us. As you guys can see, there's a lot of changes from the street car that we picked it up as. WiseFab did the cage install. They fitted this carbon dash. So this is a race car, right? It is a race car. And we talked about it. We said, okay, what do you want this thing to be? Do you want this thing to be a street car, or do you want this thing to be a race car? You said, let's make it a race car. So, Lexington windows. Super lightweight. Doors are cut out with the door bars. Basically, you got the Haltech display here. So this is the IC7 display. And we got it programmed up nice and pickly for you. Pickly? It is a lot of green. There's a lot of green. We can change everything. So it's totally programmable to what you want. Okay. We got the keypad in there that controls the entire car. That keypad will control wipers, it'll control turn signals, it'll control headlights, it'll control your start button. All in one place. Right? It's no more searching for where does this and then. Is your kill switch? That kills the battery. Alright, so it's super easy. That down there, you smack it, shuts the car off. Rochester did you kind of a cool thing.
I'm tired. So cold.
It's pretty cool, man. That's you, by the way. I don't know if you-
That's me. Yeah.
That's you. The other cool thing that we did on this car, we got interior lights.
Interior lights.
And you can actually trigger the interior lights not only from the door opening, but from the keypad. So if you're like, if you're at linear, linear, same thing. Sure. If you're there at night, which I know that you got to do the like nighttime car smoke thing, to get buckled up, hit your button, boom, you get buckled up, and it's not dark. So we've all tried to get buckled at night with not being able to see anything. Let's go to the back. You got it. RiseFab built you a nice bash bar that with a jack point. Back here, I work pretty closely with Fuel Lab. I like to use stuff that works really well with our products. Their fuel pumps don't draw a lot of air, which is huge, right? Because a lot of these big fuel pumps, they're going to draw 50, 60 amps, and you're going to be putting big breakers and fuses and nonsense. This pump will support 800 plus fuel horsepower and draws 15 amps.
Damn, what the hell are you talking about?
Refresh your space with a mid-century makeover at Ashley. From rich, solid woods to velvet-like textures, you can find
We got big brake on board. We got a pickle rig. We got a filter in here that's green, and we got brake space on. Again, all power line, everything. It's all PTFE, so you don't have to worry about anything. We got a dashing feed that will feed probably 1,400 horsepower on E. So that's the pump. Sounds like we are taking off. It's crazy. We made the things where it's very obvious. We got connections at every single point. No hard wire knobs. I did put you a nice big circuit breaker here, so if you need to kill the whole car, you can just kill that. And if for some reason you get into some sort of issue and it severs like alternator or power wire, you'll pop that up. Pop that first. So that's really good, man. This car really, to be honest with you, it reminds me of like a Pro-Am. It is a Pro-Am car that, you know, like you go to the Pro Spec, you're gonna have a quick change and all of that stuff. This car doesn't keep that.
You sure about that?
It's really pretty, it came together really well. I was like, man, this car is like really a part of it. It really is. You can see back here, you actually have big flexible windows. Everything is rib nutted in, so you can still take that out. It's not glued in. It's very serviceable. The only thing that you're lacking really is like fire seals. We'll get to that. I absolutely want you to know this community is behind you 100%. I appreciate it. I didn't say we were behind you. Sure. Sit down. Hopefully that's where the seat was. Alright, so basically like this down. When it's from dead off, like gravity comes. Don't put it. Comes on. Pumps kick on. Get this, make sure it's neutral. Not sit back. Get it hold. thing up and do a dynamo?
Absolutely. Go get gnarly, baby. Take this bad boy home. I'm pumped, man. I'm fucking stoked, man. You did good. I didn't do anything. All I did is give my word that it won't be a repeat. And that's all I did. I'm getting actually goosebumps right now. This is it, man. We're here now. Shit. Robin, Pickle Rick, come! It's amazing! I can't believe it. This is awesome.
Well, I'm successful. Valley cover must be leaking a little bit. Oil dripped on the header. But you got some self-control. You do. Yeah, you're throwing the whole thing there. Dude, I would have been balls to the wall.
I'm still afraid of this thing, so. It feels great.
Powers
It
away.
feels, I mean,
feels good.
the car feels great. It's definitely has a rhythm. I'm too emotional right now. I cried a little bit. It's okay. It was partly because I'm too emotional and partly because there's no windshield. And look, Pickle Rick is coming back. All we got left is a few minor tweaks. Wrap it up. Windshield, obviously. And man, I couldn't be more happy, man. Good people at Haltech. Really, Haltech, excuse me. I've been saying it wrong for 30 years. Good people at Haltech. Really, really good. Shout out to everybody there. Really good. Very good. He was also there. We'll see y'all on the next one. Here you go.
Free cookie for life.
This is why I canceled my DoorDash subscription and switched to cooking. After months spending way too much on DoorDash, I got bored of...
What you guys need to put on?
It's over.
Is it over? No, I say it's over!
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Son of a
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in about, I feel like 4 years, I bought this car in 2019, and today, in 2024, it's the first time I'm driving this car on a track. Do what I want to on the track. I don't have to kick all over it every turn. I finally got that power behind me. I got the weight down. It feels good. It feels real good to finally be able to just do what I feel like I'm supposed to be doing.
How is this on the Mustang? It's a different type of Mustang. Is it a street car? I guess it is. It's not a pure race car, but it's closer to race car. A lot closer to race car. Absolutely. Lighter. Same amount of power, maybe a little bit. Suspension and everything is all different. So it's not dropping back all the good stuff. So what do you feel different?
Power. Just power, just pure power. I think it's power, grip, and I think it's pure weight, sheer weight that's on the car. That's really helping me do what I want. Once we change the steering wheel and stuff like that. Minor, real minor adjustments.
considered supercar?
No.
It doesn't hit a certain
No, it's
price,
a
right?
muscle car. Anyway, it's our Corvette Z06. It's the one that we built with throttle.
Yes, and it's going against, is that British?
Yeah, against some British muscle.
Are you from London? Are you from London? You're nice somehow. God bless your queen.
I'm actually British. All right, people, I'm only interrupting this program for a very special announcement. This year at SEMA, we are coming back live Barnyard event, and it's going to be right out front in the eBay Motors experience. We have partnered with eBay Motors to put on the biggest, baddest, most savage Barnyard show. It's free to enter. Show up, rock out, watch the destruction, have a good time, get involved.
Big Corvette guy. Hello, sir.
Big time Corvette guy.
What's your name? Where are you from?
Zach Mertens from Missouri.
Showman State.
Here with a very appropriate car from the people of my state.
Well, just from your people in general.
Well, yeah, my people.
I'm originally from Missouri.
This is a 2006 Corvette Z06. Okay? This is a piece of Americana. Beautiful history that's still attainable for a pretty low rate.
10,000 miles. The heads have been addressed. It's got the supercharger. It's got all the parts.
Yeah, to
This
be
one's
fair.
even lower mileage than the other one.
Yeah, and to be completely fair, the first one that came through kind of clapped out, okay? I drove it to the dyno. Somebody had beat that thing within an inch of its life multiple times. So like this is a much better base car. Everything's tight in it. It's basically brand new.
Well, let's pop out.
Yeah, I mean,
we got under this.
Where you think we're going, buddy? So this thing, still 50 state legal, got the Edelbrock E-Force supercharger on it. It's got a MagnaFlow exhaust, right? Still has cats. We updated the carbon hood. We got the carbon roof. Got the carbon duckbill.
What's the base motor in these cars?
So, base motor in this is a 427 7-liter LS7. Now, if you're familiar, sometimes they have a problem with dropping the valve guides out and then destroying your engine. Well, as Ron mentioned, this car has had the heads fixed. It's got good valve guides. You're not going to be blowing it up, but that's probably going to be your fault if you do.
Robust.
Yeah,
So,
it's
do
very
we know
robust.
how much this put down? The supercharger?
I don't know. I wasn't there at the dyno.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Put the dyno number here.
A gazillion. I would say a gazillion.
Let's talk about the wheels.
Yeah, you know, we got to get into that. Like
And
that color a lot.
these aren't what we started with. We started with the Craze. Now we're on American racing, custom built for this car.
Only for this car?
Just for this car.
I can't get them from our car?
You can get this exact setup for you.
Unexpected sweat can ruin a perfect look.
Oh yeah.
But Secret Whole Body Dry Feel Deodorant absorbs sweat without... What's up, guys? Welcome back, and I am welcoming myself back to Natural Forward. So we're finally doing it. You saw a couple episodes ago that we kind of put together the formula for how to bolt
late model coilovers into an early 944. So we're going to do a full rear end swap in Kayla's 944 in anticipation for using this more this fall. So I decided to come back and just do it here at Elliot's because Elliot was willing to help get it done. Elliot needs to work on his cars. So we'll put that out there right now. Basically, I wanted to trailer it back out here just because that old suspension in the back is just super tired. So here we are. Yes, we get this unloaded. We're going to consume coffee and breakfast. Elliot's not a coffee guy. All right, you're not a coffee guy. So crazy. Well, I shouldn't say that because I was in my 30s before I started drinking it too. So, all right, we're off the trailer. We're in the shop. I haven't even gotten all the camera gear inside yet, and Elliot and Canyon already have it in the air, getting the wheels off. All right, first piece out. You can see our modifications we made to get you guys up to speed. If you haven't seen the last episode of the 944, in a nutshell, reaction coilovers. They make coilovers for 85.5 and 86 front and rear, and the late 944 front and rear.
Yeah, the 87 and the 486 turbo.
Reaction definitely doesn't make. We don't know if anyone else does. Rear coilovers for an early steel trailing arm 944. We're using the late model 944 reaction fronts because the top hat is the same on all of them. Sika lowers, which we barely have to modify to get to work on our early front spindles. And we're converting to 85.5 and 86 rear aluminum trailer.
custom two-piece weld, American racing.
VF529s, baby.
American racing.
I actually just didn't use them. I kept forgetting the number.
I mean, they look sick though. I mean, what we're trying to go like not the mega traditional route. And I think honestly, it's a simple.
So yeah, other than that, I mean, we have Raptor Falcons.
Yep.
You know, this thing's got a new clutch. I mean, it's ready to go.
18's up front, 19's in the back. We got some stinky boys. I don't even. God, this is terrible. You know what size tire we're running?
Not off today. Good morning. Jamming this morning too. I said you jamming this morning. You woke up feeling good. Got one day to go. Something right. Keep that check right. Ah, 4:30. I'm in Massachusetts. Good day today. Right side is still sleeping where I slept. I'm in the flowers. This one. Sideways, upside down. I had to grab on something, hold my arm straight. That's not bad. Show what I was doing. That's not bad. Really? I just drove through the snow. I just drove through the snow. So the top of the green was warm, and then I got to like the bottom of the green, it was snowing. And then I got back to Massachusetts, and I was just raining, chilling. Yeah, getting all the weathers. Wet. Some sunshine will occur. I know I gotta buy me a new visor for this window. I gotta get this outside. So, confused. That's it. Go earn some ducats. That's a bucket. Let's go. Chill out. Yes, yes. You clean drawers, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because it's nice right now. It's the time to do it.
too. I gotta drive with the top down. It's like 70 degrees here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. First impression, it feels like Toyota's taking in this 40 convertible. Everything is just nice and together and all that. Nothing is extremely luxurious or special or anything like that, but it just looks like it's gonna last for a long time. Looks durable. Clutch is very, 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 very easy. The shifter is very easy too, easy to put where you want. It's not like harsh or weird, or it takes a little bit of some work to drive like the S2000. You got to be smart, know what you're doing. This thing is just plug and play if you know how to drive 3 pedals. Flooring it. I mean, it moves, but not tremendously quickly or with any crazy speed. Horsepower was not this car's strong suit. The owner told me some people swap in that 2ZZ Toyota motor from the Lotus Elise with Silicate GTS and they put it in one of these. And I think that would really liven things up a bit, because from where I'm sitting, I mean, it works, but could certainly improve. It's a shame, actually, because this was kind of a cool idea. A mid-engine convertible. Everybody wanted rear-wheel drive convertibles like a Miata. Mid-engine makes it better in terms of physics. I mean, you sort of balance the weight in the middle of the car as opposed to sticking it out over one of the wheels like most cars. And yet, it just could have been a little faster. The ride quality is rougher than I was expecting. It's not jarring, but it's a little harsh. I'm surprised at how precise the steering is. The steering is good and the handling is tremendously responsive. The moment you start to turn the wheel, the car turns. There is absolutely zero on-center vagueness. It's actually one of the more precise steering experiences that I've felt. It's nice to be in an open car, top down, windows up, being that guy. Sitting at a stoplight here looking around sort of reinforces my feeling that this is just a Toyota's take on a sports car. Everything is just this durable Toyota plastic. It's like a Tacoma, but a little, mid-engine tiny sports car. It's kind of hilarious. And the ride is jarring over those lane line bumps, but I will say, I'm impressed with the handling. The steering is very precise, the handling is predictable, and it's just quick. It's really, really quick. You can just zip around corners in this thing. If only the acceleration matched the handling quickness. One thing I will say, people are always asking me, well, how well do you fit in these cars, which is why I'm always giving my height. I will say this one was tough. Most modern cars, I don't have a problem fitting in. People complain, oh, I got in a Boxster and I didn't fit. It's like, yeah, but you did fit. It was just tight. This car is really tight, just about the tightest I've been in. I think with this car, I'm more impressed how I thought I'd be without handles. It handles much better than I expected, but it actually accelerates slower than I expected. I figured 138 horsepower in a car this size, it would be pretty spry. It doesn't feel pretty spry. It's fun to have the top down, and it's fun to have the engine in the middle. That's where it's most enjoyable and exciting. You combine those two things, it's the perfect car. They just sort of stuck short of making this the perfect car by just not quite offering as much horsepower as maybe they should. And so that's the Toyota MR2 Spider. On paper, it's kind of easy to see why.
This tool to weld loose railings. It takes just 2 seconds to weld a spot, and within 5 minutes, the railing can be sturdier than when.
right before we jump into this, I'm going to keep throwing reminders at you. Number one, our new shirt. We got the green, this, long sleeve, short sleeve. So new merch drop happening on March 28th. I'm telling you because we don't print up a lot of them, and I've seen a lot of emails and comments. Why can't I get a shirt? Because we don't order a ton. So if you like it, buy it. The other thing is we're super excited about launching a podcast. We're one of probably 100 billion people that are launching a podcast, but I'm really excited about ours. We're looking at mid-April. I promise I'll let you know when the first episode drops. But it's going to be called Autotopia LA Podcast, so it's super easy to find. With that said, I'm excited to get into this one because I know these guys and this thing's going to be nasty. So let's bring David here and he's going to talk about his bonkers fucking boys.
How you doing, Sean?
Okay. First question is, did you drive it down or did you...
I did trailer it because I haven't seen it. Been at Buddy Shop 25 PSI over.
What's up? We all going to church? I can now. Tell you I'm asleep and go back to sleep. That's what's up. Gotta get you some anger management, baby. We gotta get you some anger management. I got you. Sound like you have fun though. Time for potluck. Nah. Get it. Call me like, I gotta take this call real quick. Excuse me. Sound like there's a lot going on.
I do the two-step.
Cowboy boogie. Yeah. I want to see the Black Rodeo. Sounds like fun. Yeah, 'cause it's about to be that time when everything's popping off too. Summertime is coming. It's coming up to time to have some fun, you know what I'm saying? Hey, let me call you back. My son's calling. Hello? What's up? Where's my guy? Oh, y'all at church. Okay. I forgot something. So, I don't understand what the problem is. Did your mom not want to give you sesame chicken? Just get it from down the street from you. Right next to the lawn. You better Google it. How am I going to find food? Google it. It's next to the laundromat. Why are you giving me anxiety this morning? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm alright. Everything's okay. Yes, I do. I rebuke you in Jesus Christ. You better use that Google asking me these crazy questions. How do I find Chinese food? You sound crazy to me. Hilkiah, please help your mother, yo. She is struggling right now. Hilkiah, you want to come with me this afternoon? Alright, I'll be home soon. I'll come pick you up around 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Yeah, I'll take her for dinner, but feed him now, because I'm not going to be there for at least another 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, I'll take her for dinner. We're going to hang out for dinner, but then I got to bring him home, because I got to go, well, he got school in the morning, and I got to be out here early. I got to be in Wisconsin. Yep, alright, bud. Alright, so let me get off this phone so you can order him some Chinese food. And buddy, Hilkiah, I'll see you later, alright? Bring it strong. Focus those. Keep me calm. I Yep. Everything's gonna be alright. Yep. He was at church this morning. Yeah, because I called earlier, but no one is answering. And I forgot today was Sunday. And I was like, oh, they're at church. And they called me back. He's like, Dad, I want sesame chicken, and Mom won't order the sesame chicken. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, my boy. She's like, no, I'm trying to order the sesame chicken, but where do I get the sesame chicken? I was like, you better use Google. What are y'all doing right now? Y'all driving me nuts. I was like, feed him before he loses his mind, please. I'll be there around 5 o'clock. Because it's almost 1 o'clock now. It's all wet outside. I bet. I just drove out of the snow. I'm trying to come back on that side. Yeah, they're cold as you're warm. You're like, it's damn near summer. What y'all talking about? I remember the first time I went to LA, I went to Hermosa Beach. And I was like, yo, I'm trying to jump in the water, go to the beach. And it was like, what are you talking about? It's like 72 degrees, it's cold. And I was like, what? I'm like, this is middle of the summer for me. I'm out there in the water, they're looking at me like, who is this black dude in the cold water? Like, what's going on? It's a whole lot of sitting down and looking out the window. A lot of that. But then we get to go to some places that is fun. Yeah, of course you do. Go watch some TV, lay in the bag, take a nap, eat a snack. It's like chilling at home. Home is moving. Tag along. That's all you did. I'd be happy. Like, yo, you'd be like, here's some food. Like, I don't have to stop. This is great. I'm so used to rolling, I'd be upset when I have to pull over and take a break. I'll let you know when the bumps are coming so the food don't go flying. I said I'll warn you for the bumps that are coming so the food don't go flying. Yo, I was at JCPenney the other day when I those little bit of clothes, and I seen the Ninja makes an air fryer crock pot. I was like, oh, it's about time for the upgrade. And it's bigger too. I was like, yo, that sucker locks. I was like, I need this because I can put something on and just be driving, and then when I stop, scoop it in a bowl, put it back, take a break. It'll put a whole whole new level on quality of life. And then I was like, ooh, $250. And I was like, I gotta find one on Amazon. Yeah, at least a couple hours for that. Yeah, I got a little less than 3 hours to go. No, I got 3 hours to go. 3 hours left. I should be. I gotta stop and get some bagels. I got one bagel left for tomorrow morning. I need a chicken breast and bagel sandwich in the morning. I know, right? You hit different. Moving around a lot, so you should be alright. Alright, 3 more states to drive through and I'll be where I need to be. Connecticut, New York, New Jersey. Then I'll be in Pennsylvania. And I can chill out. Time for some snacks. I didn't realize how close we were to my son's spring break. I got 2 weeks left. I gotta book something. I gotta book something this week. I think I'm just gonna go get a hotel at this cartoon hotel for the week. Come on, show up. You fly out here? You fly out?
Straight from Wakanda by Speed Second. Your real vibranium. Truly well. Be a man. Straight from Wakanda by Speed Second.
Welcome to our community. Do you believe that just one moment of carelessness can change a life forever? Here, we share real and emotional stories of traffic accidents, unbelievable moments, and valuable lessons.
Chicken and rice is the best meal to help you lose weight, keep your hormones down.
What's going on, truckers? Welcome to Trucking News. Email us at truckingnews@gmail.com. First off, we have a missing truck drivers alert. We got this email in today, so I want to share it with you guys. So please look at this picture. There will be a phone number as well. So right here it says, has anyone seen this truck driver? Been missing since Sunday, February 23rd. Last known location was Queens Truck Stop in Meridian, MS, so Mississippi, and was supposed to be in Hamilton, Alabama, morning of the 24th. It has been heard from or able to locate since. Truck is number 550333. Please call 205-430-2420 or PM me with any info. So please, you guys, check out this truck, check out this image right here, and hopefully this truck driver is safe. So I really want to make a PSA for anyone that's thinking about becoming a truck driver, right? This is a professional profession, and you have to take it very seriously, right? And the reason why I say that is because I want to bring up the sentence that just came out today. We talked about this in 2023, where a truck driver basically nods off and then veers out and runs into a parked van with 7 farm workers, and he killed all 7, okay? And so he got second-degree manslaughter and 3 counts of assault, right, for reckless driving. Now, when they did his blood work, it says traces of methamphetamines, fentanyl, and morphine were found in his blood. So, he got 48 years for this today. Anyone that's thinking about becoming a truck driver, please take this seriously and do not do anything that will risk you nodding off and falling asleep. If you have bad habits, don't become a truck driver.
Just want all the families and the people to know that if I could trade my life for any of theirs, I would do it. I just want them to know that I'm sorry.
So let's get into what DOGE is doing, right? Department of Government Efficiency. They've been deregulating and cutting a lot of federal jobs. The one that Sean Duffy is looking at today, just had a meeting on today, is with the U.S. Department of Transportation. Okay, it says here, starting this day at the White House with a cabinet meeting on DOGE, prioritizing safety and cutting woke waste at U.S. DOT.
Here at the White House, we're going to do a cabinet level meeting on DOGE, talking about how effective and efficient our departments are, where we can make us more efficient, where we can cut, but also for DOT. The mission is safety and building big, beautiful roads and bridges. We're not going to cut into that, making sure air travel is safe. So we're going to go have a conversation right now with the president and the rest of the cabinet.
Right, and one thing that you need to understand from this is that under the Department of Transportation is the FMCSA, and the Federal Motor Carrier is pretty much the regulations for commercial vehicles. So, for all the truck drivers that watch this show, what parts of the FMCSA do you think that Secretary of the Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, should cut? Right? They are highly big on inspecting trucks. They spend a lot of enforcement on that, and they say it's for safety. And to an extent, I agree. You know, the ELD, the hours of service, right? The parking problem, right? Broker transparency. We're talking about all of it. How much of the FMCSA do you think that Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy should come in and cut from the U.S. Department of Transportation? You know how Elon Musk has been writing emails out to agencies and employees saying, what do you do for a living? I almost feel like this is the case here with the Tennessee Highway Patrol, because they just recently released a video of the behind the scenes of what they do when they pull over a commercial vehicle. I almost feel like this is their love letter to the Secretary of Transportation and to Doge, saying, hey, our job is extremely important and this is what we do. So in the behind the scenes of this, Tennessee Highway Patrol shares this video and gives a closer look at what they do at weigh stations and what trucks they pull over, right? So this video was shared on March 6, 2025, and basically it's a day in the life of Tennessee Highway Patrol Trooper Brian Ramsey as he inspects a commercial vehicle at the Tennessee weigh station. So check this out.
Hey driver, set your brakes. Alright driver, hold what you got there for just a moment. Oh, look at that.
The first signs of sciatic nerve decay may surprise you. Most people don't know this, but the real reason behind it.
Oh, look at that. I pulled the truck in just for a random safety inspection, and upon him pulling up onto the scale pad, he had our tire reader screened his tires. He pulled up onto the static scale, and when he got onto the static scale and stopped, the pictures of the tires came up. And looking at his tires, one of the tires indicated a tire failure. They don't really have a great grasp of what we do in here. We're not trying to write them a bunch of tickets or cost them a bunch of money. We're trying to make them safer, because if they're safer, then all of the motoring public is safer. Also, education. Safety and education are by far and large our main goal of the motor carrier unit. So yes, we do DOT enforcement, but we're also state troopers. Our primary assignment is in the scales in the Motor Carrier Plus unit, but we may be asked to help with some road trooper stuff. These scales are certified by 2 different people who aren't the Tennessee Department of Safety. We also inspect trucks based on their safety score. So every carrier is given a safety score. That safety score works like golf. 1 to 99, the lower the score, the better. And a lot of times we get people in here who are shocked by all the electronics. If they've got nothing going on and they're used to getting inspected, they ask us questions about our technology a lot, because they just don't know. You know, people, they want to be informed.
So I want to bring this up to light right here. I saw this on Landline, right? And they're talking about this overtime pay for employee truck drivers, right? So in this segment, they're talking about that. Today, Thursday, March 6th, Representative Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey and Mark Takano of California introduced Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act, right? And so basically, we were in the Dock Truckers Act. It was made to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to require that truckers receive overtime compensation when they work more than 40 hours in a week. The exemption was created to prevent truck drivers from pretty much working too many hours. But the truth is, we all know company drivers now work extensive and work 70 hours a week, but they're really just getting paid for 40. So this is interesting here. I want to follow this right here. And for all the truck drivers out there, do you believe that employee truck drivers should get paid overtime? And it's interesting because in the budget that President Trump was talking about, you did talk about how if you did work overtime, you want to push that you wouldn't get taxed on overtime. So in this situation, and with this bill, if it did go through for employee truck drivers to get overtime, then employee truck drivers would be taxed. So very interesting stuff. You know, my truckers, comment down below. Let me know what you guys think about this. You know, as an employee truck driver yourself, if you work for a company, do you believe that you should be getting OT for that? And I'm sure there's some companies that do it now, but mostly are local companies. It'd be interesting to see if over-the-road truck drivers did this and what that would look like. But if you do get paid OT, tell me what company do you work for. You know, my truckers, comment down below. But yeah, that bill just came out today. Let's see where it goes, and we'll follow its journey. So, you know, I appreciate you guys. I love you guys, and thank you for
too. I'm in Connecticut, so I'm like 2 hours or so away from home. Stop, kind of chilling this afternoon. I'm about to stop doing something, grab a shower, and keep the rest of this moving drive. Yeah, sounds like you got the plan. I can't wait to stop. Driving from the top of Maine, that's sketchy. Icy.
It is God's handwriting, and do not lose an opportunity to see God's handwriting. It
To the woman over 50 who hasn't exercised in years, tomorrow morning.
So just when you think things can't get crazier, they do. On March 15th, a team of researchers, including Filippo Biondi, came across what appears to be a massive structure underneath the Giza pyramid. And this structure would extend 2 kilometers deep underneath the pyramid. And this is wild. This is one of the most life-changing and mind-blowing discoveries ever, if true. And right now, everyone on social media is talking about this.
Literally not going to believe what they've just found underneath the covering, the middle pyramid in Giza.
We're not going to believe what they found, not only inside the Great Pyramids, but underneath the Great Pyramids. This discovery is going to change everything that we know about, well, everything.
What has just been announced in relation to the pyramids at the Giza Plateau and the plateau itself is so incredible and narrative shattering that I have been sitting here for the last hour trying to wrap my head around the implications of what we were just told.
The implications of this, if real, are huge. There's a bunch of crazy theories that the pyramids were not built by humans, that there's advanced ancient technology that was used to build not only a pyramid, but a bunch of ancient structures. And
Described first by Christopher Dunn as a cook's tomb, perhaps electrical. But again, snake throughout every culture from Asia to Africa represents electricity couldn't believe. Here, it looks like it's what someone said a condenser because it's working with electricity. And again, we're not talking wireless electricity because it is plugged in. We have a creature here. We don't know what this creature is, but the important thing is what the texts say. This is a warning that this is a knowledge, a power that can be used. So we say that
if this structure, this massive structure under the pyramids are real, then this could change the entire history as we know it. So I decided to dig deeper into this, and I came across information that may suggest that this is all fake, to push a narrative, to discredit researchers. And I came across some videos, articles, and information that suggests that this could be real, that there's maybe something more than just something underneath the Giza Plateau. But what is it? Now there's a couple of strange things that I also came across. I found out that the entire topic is already being censored all over Reddit, where every post about the recent structures found beneath the pyramid are being deleted. I also found out that the community notes on Jay Anderson's post on Twitter, which has 10 million views, it has been removed. The community notes said that the information was fake, and now it's been completely removed. So let's start with the basic, and that's where it all begins. On March 19th, with Project Unity on Twitter, and he says, groundbreaking findings on the Giza Pyramid complex could rewrite human history.
So this is pretty much breaking news because the new findings were announced on the 16th of March at a press conference held by the team who was studying the Great Pyramid of Giza with non-invasive technology. It was first developed by Filippo Biondi and Corrado Malanga, called synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. So this was used to explore the internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And this method leverages the analysis of micro movements typically generated by background seismic activity to achieve a high resolution, full 3D tomographic imagery of the pyramid's interior and subsurface components. The recent findings from deploying this technology are nothing short of mind-blowing, because what's been discovered is that there are huge structures coming down from the base of the pyramid deep into the bedrock. In fact, over 600 meters deep, which then connects to structures that extend up to 2 kilometers below the surface.
checks out. Cutting edge space systems from refined mission solutions to vast class data. Okay. SAR data. There you go.
This has allowed researchers to create a 3D model of the internal structure of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Now, this model has revealed a previously unknown chamber with 5 horizontal levels and a sloping roof, which in of itself is an architectural design unlike any previously documented in the Giza pyramid. The most shocking discovery lies beneath the surface. Below ground level, radar tomography has identified vertical cylindrical structures extending for hundreds of meters beneath the pyramid. There are 8 of these cylindrical wells arranged in 2 parallel rows, descending to an astonishing depth of 648 meters.
So I did find the original file, and this is it. So what we're talking about, this is the official press release by Corrado Manga, Armando May, and Filippo Biondi, which a lot of people are categorizing this as fake, and others are saying that this is the real deal, but we are going to find out. This is the Comfrey Project document abstract of the conference on March 16th. It's the SAR technology that was used to scan the pyramids, and apparently they found a bunch of chambers that were uncategorized before this scanning system was used, and these are the cylindrical structures that were found beneath the pyramid. As you can see, the 8 cylindrical structures identified in oxymonographic images appear as vertical wells, hollow inside, surrounded by descending spiral pathways. Would you look at that? And this is the base of the pyramid, I guess. This is the extent. This is why. Look at that. This is how long these cylindrical structures are. And I guess that this is something that they found also. This is amazing. And what appears to be, I'm not sure what this is, but it looks like non-natural structures as they state. What is this? Is this an entire city down there?
Even more intriguing, at the base of these structures are 2 massive cubic formations measuring approximately 80 meters in diameter. The tomographic data suggests that these are vertical wells with intricate spiral pathways. Now, this design not only implies a functional purpose, but also a level of sophisticated engineering that completely blows the dynastic Egyptian model out of the water.
So again, this stumbles across a theory that a lot of researchers and archaeologists have, including Brian Forrester, that the Egyptians did not build the pyramids.
You see this, the tunnel itself is all carved in the bedrock.
Right.
So imagine if we turn it off this light now, we're not going to be able to see our palms right ahead of us.
Right.
So imagine that you are actually doing this, the challenge of this work in the dark. What you're going to be using, a flame. There is no even markings of anything dark. And there are no openings in the ceiling.
This specific video uploaded by Brian Forrester 10 years ago, he goes over to Saqqara, Egypt, and in there he goes to the Serapeum. Actually, he goes underground in the Serapeum. Now, the Serapeum in Egypt is an ancient underground burial complex near Saqqara, and it's supposedly dedicated to the sacred Api bulls. The lid of the tombs weigh approximately 100 tons, and they are located 12 meters underground inside the Serapeum. And there's this complex systems of tunnels carved into the bedrock. Thing is, things get really strange and well engineered inside the Serapeum. Let's just say, too perfectly engineered.
There'll be other devices, I believe, in this place, which you can see that there is a carving in the wall to house something else. I believe it could be a full stone, or what we know as a full stone, which is another device that can possibly regulate frequency and sound.
There's also the fact that the lids itself weighs at least 50 tons each. We would need at least 2,000 men to drag these things down. How was that done in the dark? There are no markings on the walls of fire or any type of tool that they used to light up the place, and there's not enough space for them to drag these things down. So how was it done? One of the theories that Brian Forrester and many other archaeologists have is that the Egyptians also the Sphinx in Egypt, where there's this crazy theory that there's an underground city of some sort underneath it, and it was supposedly accessed by certain people and archaeologists in the past through Shaft D. The shaft's entry is nowadays forbidden, and the access has been completely blocked, even though some people have tried to access it. And here's a video of such a thing happening. The Sphinx has been the subject of
homeowners everywhere are ditching solar panels for this. It powers your entire home. Thousands of homeowners are living completely off-grid and saying goodbye to costly power bills with this strange device. Do not buy solar panels or any other energy alternative until you hear about this strange new device. It's the perfect off-the-grid energy source to home, especially in case of an emergency. So if you don't want to keep using the unreliable power grid or you're just tired of relying on being out there, listen up. There is a new Apple device that can use energy independence. It's powered naturally using clean energy and allows you to be your own personal power source. And the best part is, you won't have to shell out 5 figures for a fancy rooftop solar array or gas up a loud generator. This device provides the most reliable off-the-grid energy source that you can use, especially in cases of emergency. It's completely disaster-proof, lightweight, affordable, and you can power just about anything in your home.
The Sphinx has been the subject of fascination for centuries. People have climbed it, scanned it, and even dug tunnels into it. But most people are still left wondering, what is inside the Great Sphinx of Giza? There are several known shafts or passages which lead directly inside. The first shaft, Shaft A, can be found on the head of the Sphinx. The hole measures approximately 5 feet square and nearly 6 feet deep. Today, on the mouth of the hole is an iron trap door, blocking its entry. The next shaft is Shaft C. It sits on the back of the Sphinx, and it's a square shaft, which is said to lead to a dead end. However, the footage you'll see in a moment will disprove that entirely. And Shaft D is where it gets interesting. This shaft goes much deeper. It appears that once inside, at least the back of the Sphinx is in fact hollow. But again, this shaft appears to hit a dead end.
And here's the video by Diesel Punk Cummings 3 years ago of them actually going inside this shaft D, which supposedly leads to a hollow part of the Sphinx that, again, supposedly leads to this underground massive space underneath it.
Alright, found some more iron staining here on the ground. So there was definitely water in this enclosure at one point.
This is them going into shaft D.
What do you see, Adrian?
Please, please. No, no.
Yeah, it's been blocked. Look at that.
Okay, so that's the dead end. Here we are under the Sphinx. The forbidden holes.
So what's really weird is that both entrances to these shafts have been completely blocked. It's not a dead end. Someone decided to block them for whatever reason. So it might just be that this new find by Filippo Biondi of these underground structures in the Giza Plateau maybe are not that far-fetched.
This is not all, this is the beginning of it. Not only that, at the very base of the pyramid, like ground zero of the pyramid in the center, they have found 5 of these kind of stacked chambers, which are identical, look like they're kind of identical in size and form as the king's chamber of the Khufu pyramid, the one next door. 5 of these chambers just chilling in the middle of the pyramid, and then 8 cylindrical, massive underground structures that go deep down. And what is under that? I'll show you. So 4 of these cylindrical structures dropping deep down into the earth, they go into 2 square sort of chambers.
So because of the shape of this thing, which seems to be coiled and cylindrical, there's a lot of people saying that this could be some sort of energy, battery, or harnessing machine or something like that. There's also others saying that this could be an underground city of some sort that was covered by sand at some point in time. There's a very interesting video by the Y-Files where he explains neatly how it is very possible that the Egyptian pyramids, the Giza pyramids, are actually a free energy device.
Nikola Tesla. At Amica Insurance, we understand that looking out for each other isn't new or groundbreaking.
Nikola Tesla believed that he could harness the energy from inside the Earth and transmit that power wirelessly around the world. His early experiments were successful, but his research mysteriously vanished after his death. There is no evidence left of Tesla's wireless power technology. Or is there? For years we were taught that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a tomb for a king. It wasn't.
If this is the case, it will make a lot of sense to why there are many chambers that are blocked. The access to a lot of tunnels is completely forbidden. It would also make sense to why there's a lot of people trying to control this narrative and say that this new find from Filippo Bionde is fake. Now we're going to get to that in just a few moments. We're going to take a look into if this is really fake or not. But as people dig deeper into this, there are more things that they're finding. In 2024, this account posted this very interesting picture on Twitter. 190 miles east of Catalina Island on the ocean floor and 13 miles long. Look at that. That does not look like it's a natural shaped object, does it? Now what you're looking at is the ocean floor seen from satellite imagery. This is coming in from Google Earth. And as you can see, it seems like we have this very bizarre shaped structure. Actually, it's very symmetrical. It doesn't look like it's a natural mountain or anything like that. And just next to it, 2 pyramid-shaped mountains. Very perfectly shaped, actually. So whatever this thing is, it doesn't look like it's a natural formation. And there's a bunch of those all over the world. So something may have happened in the past, but we know nothing about it. There's also this article that was posted on September 7th, 2024. And it says, China's super radar detects plasma bubble over the pyramids in Giza. So there's a powerful LARID radar in China that can detect plasma bubbles in Earth's upper atmosphere. So in this article it states, plasma bubbles can have a significant impact on modern warfare. And there have been many related studies supported by military forces worldwide. And with the aid of the world's most powerful radar of its kind, Chinese scientists have detected plasma bubbles appearing over both the Egyptian pyramids and the Midway Islands almost simultaneously. So the idea that the Egyptian pyramids may actually be projecting or harnessing energy isn't that far-fetched.
For the first time ever, scanning technology has been used on pyramids, and the results are quite surprising. The preliminary results of the Scan Pyramids project indicate an anomaly in the 4,500-year-old Great Pyramid of Khufu.
Whatever's going on here, it was also detected by Chinese radar. And once again, the Y-Files neatly explains how he believes that these Egyptian pyramids, the Giza pyramids, may actually be some sort of power source.
Small chambers, narrow shafts, no markings at all. The way the pyramid was built and the materials used to build it suggest it had a different purpose. The king and queen's chambers were built with granite that is 85% quartz. The tunnels and passageways are also lined with quartz-rich granite. Pressure was applied to all this granite. It would generate a tremendous amount of electricity, turning the pyramid into a giant power plant. One of the most compelling cases comes from Christopher Dunn. He believes the process starts in the subterranean chamber. Below the pyramid are aquifers. As water moves through the underground cavities, sound waves are created. The frequency of these waves resonate with the Earth's natural vibration. As those waves move up through the pyramid, a process is used to magnify, focus, and convert the sound into energy. The Queen's Chamber was used for a chemical reaction that created hydrogen, and there's substantial proof of this. There are 2 interior shafts that lead to the Queen's Chamber. The northern shaft has traces of hydrochloric acid. The southern has traces of hydrated zinc chloride. Combining these two chemicals creates a volatile reaction that generates hydrogen, a lot of hydrogen. This hydrogen gas would flow from the Queen's Chamber through the horizontal passage and into the Grand Gallery. The Grand Gallery is also made of granite. As the hydrogen gas builds up, the pressure compresses the granite, creating electricity. This electricity also ionizes the air, increasing conductivity. Within the Grand Gallery were 27 or 28 pairs of resonators that would vibrate and emit sound. The hydrogen atoms would organize themselves into waves in sympathy with the sound waves of the gallery. These sound waves further excite the stone, creating even more electricity.
So let me check this out. Okay, so I found this over here, and in 1998, Christopher Dunn wrote a book called The Giza Power Plant. However, in a chemical diagnosis, they found sulfuric acid, not hydrochloric acid. But still, chemistry suggests that hydrogen gas could be created from chemicals found in both the southern and the northern shafts, but it could also be produced from each shaft alone. So this theory isn't that far-fetched.
The next piece of evidence is the pyramid's ability to focus EM energy. In 2018, scientists used radio waves at different frequencies to see if the Great Pyramid would interact with electromagnetic waves of a resonant length. Their experiments proved that in a resonant state, the pyramid can concentrate electromagnetic energy in the internal chambers as well as under its base. Resonance in the pyramid can be induced by radio waves with the lengths ranging from 200 to 600 meters.
Wait. Okay, so there you go. This is in 2018. Chambers in Egypt's Great Pyramid concentrates radio waves.
The closer to 200 meters, the more dramatic the effect. A year after that, in 2019, Eric Wilson published a paper called A Large-Scale Thermal Acoustic Generator. The paper describes how, when granite and other rocks are vibrated, electrons will migrate through the rock and up to the surface. By combining science and music, the builders of the pyramid created a power-generating machine tuned to the natural harmonic of the Earth's vibration that primarily comes from the tidal energy created by the moon's gravity. This technology, created thousands of years ago, could generate unlimited clean energy. But how did they get the energy out? That brings us back to Tesla. His Wardenclyffe Tower was built on top of an aquifer, with copper and iron rods extending down into the water. When electricity was sent into the tower, it was to be transmitted around the world through the atmosphere. The pyramid is also built on an aquifer, and copper pipes and iron rods have recently been discovered there. If the caps...
Well, not only copper pipes and iron rods, but supposedly these huge structures that go 2 kilometers deep into the bedrock. Now, if this is real, and for now, it is not 100%, but if it is, this would change absolutely everything we know about the Egyptians, the pyramids, and free energy.
This has been described first by Christopher Dunn as a Cook's tube, perhaps electrical bulb. And again, snake throughout every culture from Asia through Africa represents electricity, Kundalini energy. Here, it looks like it's what somebody said, a condenser, because it's working with electricity. And again, we're not talking wireless electricity, because it is plugged in. Or the creature here. We don't know what this creature is, but the important thing is what the texts say. This is a warning that this is a knowledge, a power that can be abused.
So apparently there could be a chance, a great chance actually, that these builders, the builders of the pyramids, knew something that we don't. And I guess that the fact that this Chinese satellite using radar technology found plasma bubbles on top of the Giza pyramids may actually prove that yes, there's something going on there in terms of energy. Now there's...
Did you know this about Tesla Solar Roof? This company is looking for homeowners to try out these brand new panels. Get this, at no cost. I know it sounds too good to be true, but hear me out. This service is part of a pilot program they're running with these super...
Now there's a couple of reasons why people think this might be fake. One of them is, it is not peer reviewed, so it is not official yet. And there's another reason to why people think this might be fake. I know they're talking about the fusion of techniques, but everything I have read suggests that the SAR technology that they use to scan it can resolve to about 40 to 50 meters deep. So 2 kilometers down seems like a huge advancement. And unless they're using some sort of advanced SAR technology, it would make sense that no, they weren't able to scan that deep. However, there are a bunch of people who think this might be real, and for several reasons. One of them is, Turkey has several large underground cities. I see zero reason why Egypt can't be full of them too. Ethan says, honestly, this stumbled me upon something vastly more interesting, the shaft of Osiris. It's somehow under 100 meters of bedrock. Talk to anybody who works at construction. Bedrock is something we can't even barely get through today. So apparently it's not that impossible that there's some sort of massive structure underneath the Giza pyramid. Only that this document hasn't been officially peer-reviewed like this one has. This, for instance, is the original document released in 2022 by Filippo Biondi, and in it they do not mention these underground structures. However, they do mention the existence of several chambers within the pyramid. But if this document gets peer-reviewed, and if it is proven that it exists, that this structure exists, and it's possibly some sort of free energy device, it could mean a lot of things. One of them is it possible that this could explain how the original builders of the pyramid actually built these massive structures? Is this technology that they had the reason why they went missing, why they disappeared? Is it possible that if this is indeed a free energy device, is it possible that this is the reason this knowledge is being suppressed in today's world? And would it change history as we know it and our future? What do you think? Leave a comment, subscribe to the channel with notifications on, smash that like button, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Welcome to your favorite news network, the Dusty News Network. You know, our Negro news goes first, and I'm so excited to be your host today. Breaking news. From what they tell me, ain't nothing like Atlanta. Chicken wing spots everywhere, strip clubs, parties, scammers, gunshots, more scammers, BBLs, more booty clap hotels. Seems like the place that I need to be. But the best part is yet to come. Atlanta got an insane ratio from women to men. Even an ugly dude like me with a beard and a receding hairline got a chance out there. Because the women are fine and they are plenty. And this is a known fact that even the women out in Atlanta approach the guys.
That's where I need to be, baby. That's where I need to be. Atlanta. I'm about to move there. I know what the place in Atlanta is.
The girlies are the ones who approach the men. Wait. The mates. No. Wait. I'm telling you. The girls are moving to the boys here. Yes. And they won't say it. They don't want to come out and say it, but they do. The men here are just so, they're just so spoiled. They are spoiled. All the girls are sharing the same man.
Some women say Atlanta dudes is spoiled.
Experiences, but
you had some good nannies. You messed up or just.
No, it was okay. So one, a lot of men don't want to commit.
Okay.
And
are we talking about it? What? Give us a little bit more detail.
30s. Yeah, like, you know, mid-30s. Yeah. Listen, you know what? They say men.
Recently, Tariq Nasheed was out in Atlanta. He went out to Lenox Mall. Y'all know what goes on at Lenox Mall, what they tell me. But besides that going on, we're talking about the Diddy oil stuff. He noticed something was going on with these women in Atlanta that were a little bit older.
The young girls, young ladies out here in Atlanta, let me say this, y'all got to step y'all game up out here. All you young women, when I mean young girls, I mean like early 20s. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Early 20s. And when I say young girls, early 20s, I'm not talking about teenagers and stuff. I'm talking about women in the early 20s. Y'all young women out here in Atlanta, y'all got to step it up. You know why? The aunties out here are on your ass. Them aunties and them grandmas out here in Atlanta are on your bumper. I noticed that at the Lenox Mall. These aunties are getting them ass done. These grannies are getting new fannies. They're getting a second lease at life out here. And they're using it to their advantage. These aunties are on your bumper, young women. These 48, 58, them older women are on your bumper. I'm at the Lenox Mall. I'm seeing a lot of them cougars with some of them YNs up there. I saw a lot of that. I saw a lot of them big booty grannies with big fannies out there with YNs. Deep. I saw a few of them. They out here breaking bread on them YNs, ladies. I'm telling y'all, these YNs out here getting bags from these cougars in Atlanta. I'm seeing it in real time. Ladies, young ladies, y'all better step y'all up. This is rare, because usually you go somewhere, the young ladies are really running the yard. But not in Atlanta. These aunties and grannies are on your. These grannies got these big, wide, then got lifted, they titties got done. They done got liposuction. They got a little shape back. Now the face is still old. I saw Big Booty had a face like Della Reese, but had a young with her at Macy's getting that something.
Got him. This is the first city that I've ever heard of in America where somebody has to issue a warning to the older chicks, because even they got old ass faces, some of them, but they got new bodies. Getting their breasticles done, getting their booties done, and everything like that. And the younger sisters is out there just waiting for a dude to come to them, but the older chicks is out there cashing out, spending money on the dudes, taking dudes shopping and stuff like that. I just got one question. Do my ugly ass got a chance? I'm just trying to say, I'm just saying, I'm in my mid-40s and everything, but listen, if any of you females in Atlanta, if y'all thinking y'all want to spend some money on me, why did I say at gmail.com? What you waiting on? Look, I'm broke, so I'm inexpensive. All you gotta do is buy me some Kool-Aid jammers, okay? Listen to this. Kool-Aid jammers, give me some Popeye's chicken sandwiches. I do need them booty clapping sounds though, but I don't need all that other stuff. Like, I'll wear some knockoff Jordans. I ain't really tripping like that. You know what I mean? Just make sure you got a good refrigerator so I can put my milkshakes in there. You know, especially when I get through clapping them cheeks. Next story! Speaking of scammers, we just left the city of Atlanta, but we're gonna go to another city that got a whole bunch of scams and stuff like that. Nope, we're not talking about no place in Africa. We're talking about New York City, the city of dreams. But everything in New York ain't always what it seems. Shout out to the Dog Pound. My guys out there are getting to the bag. You know, those New Yorkers, they be fast talking. And especially they out there with the jewelry heist game, like just coming in, popping in and doing their thing and getting the money. But there is just one problem.
Frightening video of a robbery in Westchester County. A group of men smashing their way through a jewelry store and taking off with about $1.7 million worth of stolen goods.
The crime happening a few months ago, but today a break-in the case. There's been a break in the case, and 2 people have been charged in the robbery. The video is more than disturbing.
Eyewitness News reporter Marcus Solis live at the courthouse in White Plains. Marcus?
Shanae and Bill, today the owner of that jewelry store declined comment, but that video shows just the moments of sheer terror as that smash and grab robbery was taking place. Today, 2 of the 4 suspects arrested. They appeared a short time ago in federal court here in White Plains. It's named Terrytown Jewelers, but it sits in a strip mall in Hartsdale. Business as usual today, but this was the terrifying scene last year. 4 masked suspects breaking through the front window in a smash and grab robbery. The violence leaves a customer cowering in fear, briefly moved out of the way so that one of the intruders can get to the jewelry and display counters. The loot carried out in bags to a waiting vehicle. Court documents contain surveillance images that show the suspects in New Jersey on December 16th, the morning a Jeep was reported stolen. A couple of hours later, the suspects are seen exiting the vehicle with sledgehammers. Within seconds, they're inside the store. According to the federal complaint, the thieves made off with $1.7 million in jewelry, rings, necklaces, and earrings. The bulk of the haul, 70 Rolex watches worth over $1 million alone.
Damn.
An FBI task force arrested 26-year-old Kevin Williams and 24-year-old Byron Wilson, who prosecutors say posed for pictures with stacks of cash.
Stupid. Every time they dumbass go online,
now, do you see that picture?
they put a picture up with them motherfuckers with money and get busted every time. Nobody learn.
After months spending
Y'all
way too
niggas
much on DoorDash,
retarded.
I got bored of eating the same fast food meals and paying way too much for them. Cook Unity offers over 300 weekly meal options offered by over 80 celebrity chefs, straight to your door, fresh, never frozen. Not only that, but these meals literally taste amazing. It's actually like you're eating at a restaurant or ordering DoorDash, except it's way cheaper. So far, I'm loving our 4 United's red white short ribs. Esther Choice glazed flank steak with udon noodles, and St. Garson's great short rib mac and cheese. It's literally like having a team of personal chefs cooking for you every week. I can use it to calorie count and follow any diet like keto, vegan, pescatarian, carnivore, or any cuisine such as Asian, Mediterranean, Mexican, and so many others. The variety of delicious
Gals value offer inspection by the 23-year maintenance package, 0% financing up to 60 months on select models with clear approval and 331.5.
Spend less, have more? Got your attention? Who wouldn't want to spend less and have more? 50offli.com.
Liquid me forward, gunshot me rewind. We liquid, so we move forward.
Now, do you see that picture of these dudes? They just sold all of that jewelry. What did these dudes do? They took a picture with the money. How stupid do your dumb ass have to be?
You stupid.
I don't even want to look y'all names up. Kevin Williams or whatever the hell your name is, the other dude. Y'all are dumb. Y'all just got all of that cash. You took the picture, didn't delete it, it's still on your phone. And you got the cash for everybody to know that that's y'all money, knowing damn well one of y'all is 27, the other one of y'all is 24. What the hell y'all doing to get that money? It had to be illegal. Let me just tell you guys something, right? It's too many opportunities out there right now in the game. I want to give a shout out to one of my OG rappers, my favorite rappers of all time, E40. Okay, E40 and Too Short was on the podcast together. I think it was virtual, forgot how it was. And he said something that was profound. There's more money
in the rap game right now than it is in the dope game. And this is for all my guys out there that want to get that felony only report card because you want some quick money. Listen, man, all you gotta do is apply yourself, work hard. You know, some might be luckier than others, and you can have more money than you can actually imagine to deal with if you just improve and you can get legal money. It's all kind of ways to get legal money right now because a lot of people are just lazy. They don't want to put in the work, but you rather put in the work than go and get an F on your report card and be in federal damn prison getting like 10 years and then coming out and being a Muslim like the rest of the guys. I'm telling all you dudes that watch my stuff, man, this is real talk, man, from OG O'Shea. Put in your time, right? It is not worth doing nothing like that. Here on YouTube, you can make that kind of money your damn self if you really bust your ass and kind of figure it out. It's gonna be hard, but it's so many different ways you can do a tech, entrepreneurship, especially in the black community where it's underserved. Do the work. These dudes, if you steal something, they got all kind of cameras, you gonna make a mistake, they smarter than you gonna get your ass caught. Not every love story is going to be the way that you want it to be. Some love stories are going to be a little bit unorthodox, and this is one of those unorthodox clubhouse stories. You see, there is this guy here that has a pink hair and a pink beard. Now stop the show. That's already suspect. And the other dude, he looks normal. But the issue is, well, there is really no issue, at least for now. They are in a relationship. But, you know, something bad happened. I always tell you guys to stay out of people's cheeks, especially if they have pink hair. Now, this story is a little bit weird. So the guy with the pink hair and the pink beard is named Matthew Warren of Buffalo, New York, okay? The other guy, the tattoo on his face, okay, his name is Rashawn Gray, also known as Buddha Boo, okay? Now, these guys are indeed in a LGBTQ gay relationship. Now, this dude in New York, obviously, you know, had came down and was kicking it with the other guy, and they had just announced their relationship on Facebook. The guy, Rashawn Gray, posted, "Found my person." This was just last week, Buddha Boo, March 22nd at 7 p.m.
Stop the cap.
The other guy, Matty Milk, aka Matthew Warren, posted on his page, "Okay, I'm happy, finally, yes, I have a..." That didn't last long. That relationship lasted damn near 3 or 4 days, because on Sunday, May 23rd at 3:30 a.m., that was basically about like 8 hours later, deputies responded to a call about a suspicious person in the area of Abercorn Road and Roundtree Road, just outside of the town of Ayden in Pitt County. When the police got there, they observed 2 men exiting a wooded area. Police asked these dudes, "What in the hell y'all doing out here?" And they arrested their stupid ass. Then, during the investigations, they discovered Buddha Boo, aka Rashawn Gray, pinned underneath a vehicle nearby. Damn, what a way to go. Now, this other third guy, Bobby Joyner, was helping the guy with the pink hair, okay? And he was basically somehow helping to conceal the body or what else it was. He also is a accessory to murder. This is Bobby Joyner of Greenville, North Carolina. Now, basically, he wasn't there allegedly at the murder, but because he failed to call emergency services or law enforcement, he officially assisted Warren with the murder of Mr. Rashawn Gray. Boy, boy, boy. Y'all got to be more careful out here in these streets. When you saw those Facebook messages, the dude was like, he goes, "I'm finally in a relationship," not knowing that 8 hours later, he was going to lose his life. Then the dude called another guy to come and help dispose of your body. Alright? This is his body. No disrespect to him. But damn, you never thought that you was going to lose your life to a dude that had a pink beard. I'm not trying to be mean, I'm just trying to say. A lot of times out here in these streets, y'all got to realize, man, y'all don't know these people at all. You know what I mean? You just don't know these people at all, man. You don't know what they want from you. You don't know what kind of malice they have in their heart. You don't know if they're crazy. So you gotta stay out of people's cheeks, you know what I'm saying? and not just get into relationships with people that you really don't really know like that. Because people can just do anything, as you've seen just here. Guys, we had a very interesting show. Brother Tariq taught us that chicks is paying for YNs in Atlanta, cash money. Then we have these two dudes who robbed a jewelry spot, then took the money, sold the jewelry, got the cash, then took photos with the cash, and then got caught. Stupid! And then of course you have guy in the pink hair and the pink beard that killed his boyfriend, and then had him underneath the car somewhere in the woods. Who should win the Dusty Award of the day? Jeopardy music! Drum roll, please! Now, before I get to that, the third one should get it, and they probably will get it. But these dudes right here, you know, rob a damn jewelry store and then take people with the money. That is dusty, even though the last crime is even greater than this one. This is a lot dumber. The third situation, I can't really say what happened, how the guy ended up getting killed. I know he called somebody else, and then the other person came and tried to help him with the body and all that. I get all that. But this shit right here is insane. It gotta be one of the dumbest criminal things I've ever seen in my natural born life.
Demon, throw that dust on! It's horrible for them.
Guys, that's my time. It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. You know, hey, email me at planetoshay@gmail.com if you got stories, or follow me at facebook.com/O'Shea Duke Jackson 2. I'm out.
They said that this time your life my mom until I discovered how to activate my healthy ears. Listen up, sis. Let me put you onto something real.
Straightening up your spine is all about walking with your hands free. Sometimes raise them above your shoulders as if you were to scratch your head and hair.
Hey, excuse me. What's your name? Banga. Come on, man. Why you keep walking? I'm not talking to you, man. Can I get your number or something? Yeah,
Wow.
Oh, shit.
Welcome to your favorite news network, the Dusty News Network. You know, Brittany Girl News goes right, and I'm so excited to be your host today. Breaking news. Imagine you turned on the television one day and you saw a love story you've never seen before. And it was about a lady who fell in love with a man. They are deeply, deeply in love. And, you know, the woman was married before, she has kids, and she invites this man into her life. Now, her kids are grown, but she has now invited this man into her life. And of course, she has an older daughter in her 20s. And then all of a sudden, the man leaves the mother to go clap her daughter's cheeks. Be crazy, right? You wouldn't think that story exists, right? Wrong. That story exists like a mug. And it's coming from a lady by the name of Gloria Bass out of Durham, North Carolina. You see, she met this man by the name of Dom, D-O-M, who is a plumber in the area. But what she's going to reveal is going to be shocking.
I met this guy in 2021. We started hanging out, going out to the club. I introduced him to my kids, my family, and my mother. He started telling me all the details about his past, and I was sharing my life. I never thought that he would come into my life and make me feel the way I feel. Everything that he did, I felt like he gaslighted me. I have kids, I have grandkids. I never wanted to bring anyone into my life to meet my kids because I was always in a relationship. I was in a relationship for 20 years. And at that time, when I was in a relationship with my husband, which me and him are separated for 7 years, this man made me think that he was a true man, that he can give me and treat me and my kids the way that we need to be treated. Because he was a father. So that's all he used to talk about. It was his kids, how he loved his kids, how he was a family man. So I trusted him. No one never been in my house. Since my husband and me departed, I never dated anyone. And the first thing he wanted to talk to me about was generating money, making money. So I had told him about my daughter Coco. I told him that she had her own daycare. So I probably...
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Me too.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds.
Some daycare. So probably about 3 months after we was into our relationship, I introduced him to my daughter Nicole. We went to her house talking about business, doing a daycare. And you know, and I was all for it because I felt like, you know, hey, that's what black people supposed to do is network. So I didn't have no reason to not want him to, want him to meet my daughter. So once he met my daughter, you know what I'm saying, I felt like everything was cool. So during the time that we was dating, you know, we was going out having fun. He was coming to my house. I was fixing him food. You know what I'm saying? He came and did a lot of work at my home. You know what I'm saying? I felt like he was a real man. I never thought that he would do the things that he did to me.
Now, it got so bad that Auntie Tia, you know, Rick Ross' baby mama, she got a hold of the story.
Hello, good afternoon, Dom.
Who's this?
This young Tia, you Dom the plumber, right?
Yes.
Okay, you the one was This is young Tia. You Dom the plumber, aren't you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you...
Plumbing work?
No, I don't need no plumbing work. Like Miss Gloria's daughter don't need it either. Coco, the one you stick your dick up in. You was fucking with Miss Gloria first, and you fucking with her daughter right now. You nasty son of a bitch. Yes, you do, bitch. You do know. You said you nasty bitch. That's why the world don't know now. You nasty son of a bitch. You better go clean out some fucking roto-rooters and some sewages and toilets, because when I finish with you shut up, you nasty son of a bitch. And you tell Coco she ain't shit either. With her nasty ass, you rotten son of a bitch. It's a place in hell for you, fuck boy. You stinking, toilet-loving, cleaning motherfucker. I'ma fuck you up, Dom. Everybody in North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina, know what time it is with your bitch ass right now. Guess what, bitch? Cause you on Candy Camera, fuck nigga. You nasty motherfucker. You get your bitch ass off my line, Dom. Get your bitch ass off my line, Dom. And go clean up some shit. Go clean up some shit, you roto-rooter, ass-eating, loving motherfucker. Tell your funky ass stepdaughter she ain't shit either. You fuck, yes I do.
Now that's Tia Kemp going off on Dom the plumber, because again, Dom the plumber has left Gloria for her daughter. But these text message exchanges that I'm gonna go over right now are shocking. So here's Dom, okay? Now, like I was telling you, Dom was messing with the daughter at first, then ended up clapping her mama's cheeks years later, but didn't know, and then went back to clapping the daughter's cheeks again after she had clapped him like 20 years earlier, okay? So Dom is trying to explain to his girlfriend, or the mom, like, this is what happened. So he sends her a text message. This is what I looked like when I was in my 30s when I met Coco, and I didn't ask how old she was. I assumed she was older because of her conversation. I thought she looked young for age like I did. I didn't find out the age difference until after the hog pen and us exchanging numbers after we talked at her house when we went over to talk to her. So basically, you know, it's still all down bad, and let's go to the green part. And if you didn't want to tell me, then you should have stayed your ass away from my MNF daughter. He goes, I didn't have to go see her. I didn't go over there. We hung out at my spots I would be at. She goes, Don, I really don't give a F. You know that she's my child. Okay, I don't give a F about what you talk about. Like I said, you call yourself a damn man. You need to stand on being an MNF man, okay? He says, I found out after you, and I've been kicking it for almost a year. We went to the hog pen, and I hadn't seen her in years until then. So I didn't know you were her mom and she was your daughter. What would be an 8-ish jigger if I knew it and was trying to mess with y'all at the same time and knowing? And I'm not old for these chicks. That's crazy. Now, as you guys can see, Dom the plumber got with Gloria Bass, okay? Now, Gloria's daughter got to be, like, of age, like in the 30s, something like that. But the issue is, he was sleeping with her years ago, and they kind of lost touch. So he get with Gloria, he don't even have no idea that that girl was Gloria's daughter. Then, fast forward
To the woman over 50 who hasn't exercised in years, tomorrow morning.
that girl was Gloria's daughter. Then fast forward. Then he comes back into Gloria's life and finds the daughter again, but Gloria don't know that they used to be booty clapping themselves. Booty clapping it up. So since they already had a relationship before, they're like, listen, why don't you just leave your mama out of it and come back and give me them cheeks? Now the dude is 55 years old, okay? He, 55-year-old, still lives with his parents, which is crazy, right? But Gloria, daughter, her are not having a good relationship because Don is clapping her daughter's cheeks. Don clapped the mama cheeks. Well, first he had the daughter, went and clapped the mama's cheeks, then went and clapped the daughter's cheeks again. Something must be really good in that family, right? I don't know what's going on, but they need to go to Durham and find out. Gloria, I hope everything works out for you. And shout out to Tia Kemp for, you know what I'm saying, cussing the dude out. Next story! I've seen a whole bunch of videos of ladies talking about what a man needs to do in order to date him. And I've seen cases where a female will be like, listen, in order for me to come on a date with you, you know what I'm saying, you need to give me like $100, $20 just so I can get ready. Now, for most dudes, we like, nah, hell nah, you should already have your clothes and stuff ready. I'll take you out and make sure you good, but for me to pay for your outfit to come to the date, hell to no. What do you take me for? Some simp in here with women who do that to men.
If you can't afford to buy you an outfit, get your nails done, your hair done, your makeup done before that date, if you go on a date with him, what's the point of going on a date with him? He should want you to look good. You shouldn't have to go in your pocket to meet up with him for him to possibly waste your time. So, if he can't afford to do that, ladies, you ought to know you dating the wrong guy. A real man wants his woman to look good on that first date.
Man, you ain't his woman.
And I ain't saying it gotta be nothing expensive. Some little jeans, a little shirt, some little shoes, ain't nothing about $100. A nice little date between y'all two, that's about $150, $200. That's $300. You should already be ready to spend $200, $300 on the first date anyway. So if you can't get your nails done and do all that little small stuff so you can come to the date looking good for him, shit, he might not be the one.
Now you see the brother's a little bit chubby, right? But don't sweat that because the brothers had some smoke for him and all that shit. Now Fat Brother went out here and said all of that, you know what I'm saying? And people is real pissed at him for all of this simple. You know, we got to get in the comments. 74 God 1 says, I know he don't get nobody that actually attracted to him. I won't buy your hair says he a pick me type, obviously. This brother goes and says, then he going to buy the food too? That's crazy. You spending all that money and you about to buy her something to eat. And not even get them cheeks after that. You know how they be doing, y'all, at the club. Well, not I got game. I'll end up like you. This person says, if he don't have neck, he can't weigh in on what the right guy looks like. Shaking my head. He looked like a sap, chatting, haha, he got a bribe and pay, or no one will go out with him anyways. Another person says, simp of the year. This is the third month of the year. Now, you know your boy is King Simping and King Tricking, so I have no real problem with spending on money on a lady, but the issue is, and this is how I feel, if you're asking me to do that so you can come to the date, what I'm thinking is, well, you would do that for a man that you really like, but you're making me do that, which means that I'm not going to get the cheeks. If I do, it's going to be not the best version of the cheeks. Because really, if a lady likes you, she will just show up and she'll give you all those stipulations. And typically what that means is she ain't interested. And so if she ain't interested, why don't she just get her ass on so I can move on with my life and move on to the next set of cheeks? But bro was sipping real bad, talk about it's just $300. Maybe everybody that are rich like you, bro, but I'm not spending no low $300 to take a chick out on a date that I might not clap. The hell to the no. It got to be for sure. Okay, I'll say it again. It got to be for sure. Okay, for sure. I need to have those cheeks. Ain't gonna be no Christian hugs. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for the food. Get your hands off me. Don't fucking touch me. You know what I want. Don't give me that damn hug like that. Don't ever call me again. Next story. Now, we got a whole bunch of YNs in the black community. We already know what those are. Young G-Grows, okay? And they like to come up with these like little poo shiesty masks. You see that? And I don't know why you young men is out there wearing that. Y'all just like y'all ready to go to prison. But there's a pastor who is tired of y'all wearing them young Jigga YN masks. And he got something he want to tell you right now.
As a middle school teacher at my old school, 7th and 8th grade, when everybody wants to be a YN, walking around with ski masks on your face. I take ski masks because I tell them, if you catch me outside of this school and walk up on me with a ski mask on, you liable to go see the Lord. Don't walk around with a ski mask on because it ain't no snow out here, and Negro, you can't ski.
I didn't know what chicken does to cortisol until I saw this.
Chicken and rice is the best meal to help you lose weight, keep your hormones balanced, keep your blood sugar stable, right? Wrong. Cortisol is commonly known as the stress hormone. And the truth is, higher cortisol levels can lead to calorie hoarding, because as cortisol levels go up, your metabolism goes down. And so you're trying to slim down with
ski mask on because it ain't no snow out here, and Negro, you can't ski.
Damn, the pastor not playing with you YNs. It's about to be gunshots. Look, I'm just gonna say, man, I'm not trying to, shoot no YNs, but yeah, man, like some of you guys are not really in the streets like that, so I don't know why you're wearing it, because you scaring people, and everybody ain't playing with you. It's gonna be honest, because if I see you coming towards me, and it's like 3 of y'all, they're like you want to be some stick-up kids, and again, if I'm the pastor, somebody might get hurt, okay? And I ain't talking about me. So yeah, y'all better stop playing. Next story! Guys, we had a great show today. We had Dom the plumber, who's clapping the mama's cheeks and the daughter's cheeks, and he's still denying it. We got the fat dude who's telling everybody that if you don't spend $3 for a date, you a sucker. And then we got the pastor who's basically about to shoot these YNs wearing them poo shiesty masks. Who will win the Dusty Award of today? Jeopardy music! Drum roll, please! Ain't gotta be Dom the plumber. Dom, bro. Hold on, bro. I know you said you didn't know that it was the mom and the daughter, but you went back to the daughter, now you lying about it, bro. That's shady. I'm sorry, man. Like, I never clapped a mom and her daughter at the same time or in the same period, but you was clapping both of them and then acting like she ain't got a reason to be mad. And then your girlfriend was just her daughter? Y'all nasty. I just got one question. Gloria, are you think? I mean, because if so, planetoshare@gmail.com. You look all right, girl, so if he don't want to treat you right, Let's see what's up. Throw that dust on Dom. It's over for you. Guys, that's my time. Unfortunately, I gotta get up out of here because, you know what I'm saying, y'all breath stink and I'm tired of talking. It is 6 o'clock in the morning here. You got it. I'm tired.
What on earth is going on? Old files from a 1988 CIA experiment have just resurfaced, and I cannot believe what they claim to have found. In a new shocking report, secret CIA documents have been released on their website, claiming that the Ark of the Covenant has been found. Am I the only one who cannot believe what I'm hearing here? Because it sounds like it's straight out of a Hollywood film, and yet this is a legit claim that you yourself can read on their website. However, I was taken aback by how they claim to have found this ancient biblical relic that I decided to investigate a little bit further. Here's the story. In 1988, the CIA allegedly conducted an experiment called Project Sunstream, which was a secret program under the Stargate project. This focused on using psychic abilities like telepathy and mystical energy to gather intelligence. It trained people in remote viewing to obtain information about distant or hidden targets that couldn't be accessed by normal means. Now, between you and me, I'm a little bit torn here. Because later in the video, I'm going to tell you where I believe the Ark really is. But still, at the same time, we know that this kind of stuff, it does really produce results. But we also know that God cannot stand it, and he will judge all those who practice such things. Okay, so take all of that into your mind and take a look at this. Because here they used a psychic. Again, this is someone who claimed to have the ability to perceive things beyond the normal senses. And this psychic they referred to as remote viewer number 32. And his or her job's to try and locate the Ark of the Covenant. But check this out. The CIA didn't tell the psychic what they were searching for. They just gave them a set of coordinates and asked them to describe just what it is they saw. What followed was a remarkable description that seemed to match the Ark of the Covenant from the Bible. According to the declassified CIA documents, remote viewer number 32 described the object as a container fashioned of wood, gold and silver, decorated with a 6-winged angel. What goes through your mind when you hear that? Well, the psychic also said it was hidden in an underground, dark and wet location, somewhere in the Middle East, and the buildings that were nearby had domed roofs. Now, let's just pause here for a minute, because I know exactly what some of you are thinking. Why is this information being released now? Is it because they needed a huge news story to distract everyone from another big story? Or is it because of the next piece of information I'm going to share with you shows that everything's just getting a little end-timesy? Listen to this. The remote viewer said the purpose of the target is to bring people together. Does that sound familiar? They also said it has something to do with ceremony, memory, homage, and the resurrection. Even more startling was the claim that the object was protected by entities, meaning that some kind of mysterious guardians were looking after it. And they said they would destroy anyone who tried to open it before the time was right. Guys, I know we overuse this word insane a lot, but this truly is insane that the CIA is releasing this kind of information. But listen to me, I'm not so sure that what the CIA have found here is honestly the Ark of the Covenant, because I personally believe that someone else found it long ago. And no, it's not who you're thinking. Okay, so you're probably mega clued up on what the Ark of the Covenant Covenant is, but just in case you aren't, for centuries the Ark of the Covenant has been a mystery. In the Bible, the Ark was a sacred box built by the Israelites to hold the Ten Commandments, the laws that were given to Moses by God. It was kept in the Temple of Jerusalem, but then it disappeared in 586 BC when the Babylonians sieged the city. So here's the part.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Dude Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Jump. If any of you brothers know my history, when I was born, I grew up in, I lived on a neighborhood called Santana Block Crip. We lived on Santa Fe. I was a sheltered kid, but we just, we wasn't rich, so we had to live where we could. And of course, eventually, we moved to Watts, Great Sea, Crip area, over there, Jordan Downs, close to there. And then we moved to Santa. And the reason why was because you can only be there for so long before you take part in the foolishness. So it didn't make any sense to partake in something that was done. So we had to get me out of there, all right? Which is what happened. My family moved, that was still rough, but it wasn't comfortable. It wasn't Watts rough. And living in a community like that, eventually you're going to be exposed to something that you can't get rid of. That's typical, okay? Now the blacks understand it. The whites think that it's cool. They find this stuff to be alarming. We know to stay away from it. Those of us who live from it, we know to stay away from it. But the reality is that folks like Adam 22, who don't come from this environment, and they want to understand what it is like dealing with the gang culture, and they can find a way to monetize it, they feel like because they're white, they can control it, okay? So these blacks, I'm not afraid of them, I'm still white. So this is not scary to me until it is, all right? And I'm saying this because everybody who understands gang life and gang culture, and if you're a black person, you know that eventually, the more you're around it, the more it's going to get to you. The more it's going to get to you. Now, with Adam 22 having all these gangsters come on to No Jumper, Adam 22 having all these gangbangers from all across the world, especially in LA, discussing their beefs, discussing their prison fights, and then people actually getting jumped, and then you hiring these guys. Shout out to Crip Mac, okay? Brick Baby, Loose Cannon. And then what it looks like is, you only hire in the neighborhood Crips. So the people from the gangster Crip car can't even be, I don't know if they can get on or not over there. But maybe I'm wrong about that too. Let me stay out of that politics. Now with Brick Baby and Loose Cannon, the feds come and pick them up. Then Adam 22 finally admits this.
So much for being fresh. If the feds watching, I made it 41 years into this life before I had involvement, conversation with agents. And when they showed up, I was wearing a red Nike Tech. Not exactly the definition of fresh, but I got a crazy update. I'm gonna do the Good Diligent podcaster thing, and I'm gonna save it for tomorrow at 4 p.m. with Lush and some surprise guests. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. 22ster has got a big update. Tap in with it.
He admit this, right? The feds came talking. They wanted to see what was going on. This is what he's saying, okay? Now what else? What else is going on? Okay? What else is going on? Now we have seen, according to WAC 100, this has happened.
What's up, man? I just called my attorney. Trying to get him down there so Adam won't be doing no telling, bro.
Man, they saying Adam's locked up, all on the blogs. What's going on?
They came and got him this morning, bro. They double back. They came by it. We try and have him out. Because he's supposed to go live today, right?
Yeah, he's supposed to go live at 4 p.m. And the crazy thing is, Adam texted me.
They're going to have him out by like 2:30. They can get him out by 2:30 and still make it to the bill.
Adam texts me every day, and I ain't heard from him today.
Listen, bro. I sent Alex Kessel down there. He said he's going to have him out by 2:30. Right? He ain't got nothing. He's not, he ain't no work life business, nothing. I didn't need to, I said, Alex, use whatever, he said, nah, he got everything he needs be free by 2:30, and that means he should make it back. What time are we supposed to go live today?
You're supposed to go live 4 o'clock.
Yeah, he gonna make.
Hey, why?
He might be.
Hey, why?
He might be a little late, a little behind, but they gonna.
Why? Why 2:30 or why not 2 o'clock?
Well, no, he just said 2:30 at the latest, so I'm telling them, you know, shit. I'm telling them ASAP. I don't want to sit there a second. He don't have to, but they own him about something, bro. I don't know what they own him about, but they own him about something. And I don't know if they were trying to get something out of him, but I'm pretty sure come 4 o'clock, he gonna be here. Our attorney assured me. They assured me that they're gonna definitely have him at 2:30 at the latest. So he'll be here at 4 o'clock. I'm pretty sure he's gonna have a lot to say.
Now, again, guys, I don't know if he's really in jail. I don't know if it's a troller, but it is likely that something that can happen, okay? Something like this can definitely happen. And the reason why is because you're profiting off of this. All of this beef, all of the things being talked about on your podcast, all of these things regarding Big U. You over here talking about these people's criminal case and stuff like that. Then you feel like it's not gonna happen with you until it do. Until they come and bust your ass. And this was exactly why I came over to Africa. Let me tell you this, I was doing celebrity. I had an opportunity to go and move to Atlanta, all right? Kevin wanted me to come to Atlanta before he passed. And I decided upon reaching that goal, and I was gonna do it, but he died before I could get there, all right? Let's say if I would have took the route of an Adam 22 or Vlad, okay? It is very likely. Now, again, I know that Say Cheese TV, they do the Dallas thing, but when you're dealing with straight hood gangsters and you're also black, it's a good possibility that you die. Something happens, okay? You become a target. Now, if everybody knows Adam 22 is a black dude. He is dead. He is shot. Zach TV, the Chicago YouTuber, he was killed in 2018, covering very similar things as Vlad TV. I don't know exactly what happened, but you guys can understand. So you're not going to be doing that and then basically have that situation where you're going to be black and get away with this. But Adam 22 is getting your wake-up call. Your ass should have known that talking to these gangbangers on your stuff is the exact same thing as being in a drug ring. It's the same thing as being a crack dealer. Those dudes talking about all their criminality crimes, what they're doing, they're probably doing it there inside No Jumper. You guys have the big fight and fallout and outside No Jumper. Hey man, you are a person that's you're a person that has these criminals there. You're as guilty as them. Your platform is how this stuff is out. So you're gonna go down with them eventually. And Adam 22, I'm telling you, he's going to turn stakes evidence on these guys. He's gonna do it. So guys, we think you should watch the detective. Back at it again. Another episode of Celebrity Talk. What you already do. Subscribe to the bell. We're out.
Use this tool to weld loose railings. It takes just 2 seconds to weld the spot, and within 5 minutes, the railing can be... Hello everyone. Wow. Huge flying shadows, mystical spirals in the clouds, and even mysterious shapes of light. These are the strange phenomena people are spotting worldwide. We've gathered the most incredible footage and are ready to reveal all the secrets. So, let's get it on. You never know what you might encounter on a regular bike ride. Just like this guy riding through Greenwood, Indiana. He was caught off guard by this.
Oh my goodness. What the hell?
When he looked looked up, he saw a strange beam of light in the clouds, almost like a spotlight. There's no solid explanation for the phenomenon, but one thing's for sure, it looks absolutely incredible. Seeing such a sight in the sky, many witnesses were genuinely frightened, and understandably so. This massive roll cloud signals an approaching thunderstorm. Clouds take on all sorts of shapes. It's hard to argue with the cameraman when you see something like this, right? It's both mesmerizing and eerie at the same time. Such large flocks might make superstitious people uneasy, as there are plenty of ominous signs linked to this kind of bird behavior. However, there is a logical scientific reason for it. Researchers believe these movements help birds defend against predators, keep warm, and exchange information about food sources. Imagine seeing something like that in the sunset sky. What would be the first thing you'd think of? Probably not a botched attempt at launching the seventh starship. Those strange yet mesmerizing lights are nothing more than debris from a spacecraft that crashed onto several islands in the Atlantic Ocean. As the Falcon 9 rocket carrier disintegrated in the atmosphere, it left bright streaks behind, looking like a meteor shower.
Mom! Dad!
Wow. Oh my lord. Holy it's a giant shooting star. Wow.
Witnesses started running in panic, unsure whether to marvel at the beauty or to escape like in a disaster film. When 7,000 fireworks go off at once, you can't help but feel overwhelmed. By the way, this is how Independence Day was celebrated in San Diego, California back in 2012.
This is insane.
These stunning images, captured from space by the Suomi satellite, show more than just clouds. They reveal a true natural disaster. Only from orbit could the full power of Cyclone Freddy be seen. Between February and March 2023, it swept across the southern Indian Ocean, bringing devastation to Mauritius, Reunion, Madagascar, Mozambique, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and South Africa. This plush astronaut isn't just a symbol of kindness, it's also a real tech tester for future space research. In 2021, it travelled to space as part of a scientific experiment by the University of Nottingham in Ningbo, China. The little teddy was equipped with sensors to study microgravity and the effects of space conditions on different materials. Have you ever seen a hole appear in the sky as if someone punched right through it? Believe it or not, this phenomenon is actually called a hole punch cloud. It occurs where a sudden temperature change causes the clouds to split apart, leaving a visible gap. Not only is it stunning, but it's also an incredibly rare sight. use this tool to transform your shaky home railing into a reinforced structure in seconds with the portable laser welder that wowed crowds at the Berlin Hardware Expo. Tackle each sub-granting process.
Oh my God. At step 12, after all this has been done.
Yeah, none of that could have happened along the way here. We have now lost 17 more applicants. So now
apparently Jon Stewart just found out how right Elon Musk is. Whoa, we gotta take a look at this. In this video, he like freaks out. I think this is his reaction right here. We're gonna be watching it, but whoa. Yeah, he's like freaking out over finding out that the Biden administration, the Democrats literally just effed America, and this is why Doge is necessary. This is the greatest Doge argument you'll ever see. Jon Stewart is now finding out that the Biden administration spent $42 billion to expand broadband to more Americans and connected 0 homes in 4 years. Whoa. And then Elon Musk comes out and he says in this post, this is why a regulatory overhaul is necessary. The burden of mountains of regulations is why the high-speed rail can't get down in California, and the bridge that the ship hit in Maryland still hasn't been fixed. So they're finding out that more government is really bad, and yeah. Whoa, let's check it out.
We have to issue the notice of funding opportunity within 180 days. That's step 1. Step 2, which all 56 state applicants completed, is states who want to participate must submit a letter of intent. After they do that, they can submit a request for up to $5 million in planning grants. Then the NTIA, step 4, has to review and approve and award, again, planning grants, not broadband grants, planning grants.
and it's still in the NTIA. It's still the first step.
All right, so the NTIA must issue a NOFO within 180 days. States who want to participate must submit the letter of intent. Step 3, they can request up to $5 million in planning grants.
Just planning.
Just planning. Step 4, the requests are reviewed, approved, and awarded by the NTIA, which currently all 56, 3 years later, all 56 applicants have passed through at least step 5. It took more than 3 years, so it's a long time. States must submit a 5-year action plan. The states,
yeah, just finding out. He's just now finding all this information that all these regulations that these Democrats have put forward literally lets you do no work. Look how much time it takes just to plan. Then to get approved, that's another 3 years. Bro, they've messed up America. And he's just now finding out that Doge is right.
Kind of go back and they kind of think about how they're going to do this.
Sounds stupid. That's the way it's been forever.
Someone's gonna jump in the song to my head. Yeah, that's someone that killed him. No, I got a gun. I'd be careful to fire him.
He had the right to remain silent, just not the ability. And so if you want to watch a video on what not to do when you're arrested, well, stay tuned and find out.
Oh my God!
Coach Greg, in today's video, Wes Watson's arrested. He admits to everything. I haven't seen a video where it's this obvious where a man is guilty. I can't believe he can't shut his freaking mouth and stop yapping. It's hard to imagine that this man had actually gone to prison in the past. Did he not learn anything? And so if you want to watch a video on what not to do when you're arrested, well, stay tuned and find out. And so if you want to see the full entirety of the body cam footage, perhaps it's close to a half an hour, you can go and check it out on John Bravo Films. Wes Watson is trying to convince himself throughout the entirety of the arrest that he's innocent. He's coping. He knows he's guilty. He knows what he did is wrong. But he thinks that by saying things out loud and him hearing them, that somehow he's going to be okay. He doesn't want to admit that as of the charges right now, it's possible he'll spend close to 25 years in jail. He had the right to remain silent, just not the ability. That sums up this video. Hey, when you're being questioned by the police, when they have body cams, anything you say can and will be used against you. So when you talk about why you hit him, why you did this, why you did that, that you're upset, that you're angry, that your emotions were out of control, it's not a smart way to go. The judges, the jury, they're going to hear all of this and understand that you have no control. When you scream to the world that you would kill that motherfucker, they're going to hear you say that. And it's not going to go your way. Tell them to kill a motherfucker. Better off saying nothing. Well, I'm being arrested? Okay. You stand there and you get arrested. You don't try to convince them that they shouldn't take a photo of you because people are going to make fun of your height online. That's right. This piece of shit alpha lied about his height. He's officially, are you ready for it? 5'8". 5'8", trying to brag to the world that he's 6 feet tall. And so, being a man like myself, 5'6.0", I don't lie about my height. That is a beta move. I don't care if you're 5'2". If you start exaggerating your height, you're doing so because you have your own insecurities. And so Wes Watson is the most insecure beta that I've ever met. The louder a man has to talk and to scream to perhaps win an argument or to look cool in front of his friends, the less confidence that he actually has. The fact he talks to the cops in this way tells me he has zero street smarts. First rule, don't talk to the cops. He does not stop talking because that's what rats do.
This little smiley rat bitch from the gym, I think he works there. The guy's
Imagine going to the cops and telling them, literally telling them, can you delete his footage? Take his phone and delete it. What is going through their minds? To literally tell the cops to destroy evidence. They have video evidence. What more evidence could they ever want? That's the best evidence possible. You can talk to them, but seeing, that's believing. And so when Wes Watson says, oh, I didn't do it, he attacked me, I simply defended myself, I didn't do anything wrong, they can watch the footage and see what actually happened, what transpired.
I'm sitting here like I'm in trouble. I'm leaving. Stop and lie. All of it.
And so imagine, hey, we're here, we're arresting you, whatever. I'm leaving. I'm not staying here. I had enough. Really? Why don't you sit and remain calm? I don't care what you're going through. You might be upset. Of course you're upset. You're getting arrested. But you don't order the police on what you're going to do. You sit there and you take it and you say nothing. Think about it all you like, but you don't yap and respond back to the police.
Please tell the senator monster I'm willing to be friends with him. Please press charges on me.
I'd be friends with the guy. I don't want like issues with no one.
And so imagine thinking you're going to be friends with a guy who just insulted you, who punched you over 40 times in the head, bicycle kicked you while you were down. That, oh, I'll be friends with him. He doesn't want to be friends.
He even slips that he's been challenging people to come to the gym. Is that what's up, bitch? Then pull up. Don't just sort of shut the
Yeah. I can't understand how a man could be this stupid. Like, you're literally in the back of a police car being arrested, and you say, yeah, I challenge everyone to come fight and attack me in the gym. You're literally admitting that you're egging them on, that you're openly challenging people.
No one can check my height. Take a picture of this. Better say I'm 5'4".
Hey, police officers, no one's allowed to check my height. What do you think, you're at the doctor's office? I have a doctor's note saying you can't weigh me. You're not allowed to know my height and weight because I'm sensitive. Too bad.
Online, they just be joking. They're like, you're 5'4".
Oh, they haven't. They've been saying you're not 6 feet tall. That you lie about your height. And so we now know officially, beyond any reasonable doubt, you're 5'8" on a good day. Perhaps with shoes on.
Oh, they all trolls and shit. Yeah, trolling. Yeah. They'll be happy about this, though.
Listen, what you are online is a small, very small percentage of what you are in the real world. And so by saying these jokes, they don't care. You're 5'8", worried that people are going to say you're 5'3" or 5'4", thinking that the cops that are arresting you are your best friends. Do you really think they think that? Hey, go arrest this man. Oh, let's now be best friends because it's Wes Watson. They don't think that.
What's this about? It's over, Casey.
about that fight thing? So that's crazy. That guy came and assaulted me.
He's trying to make it look like it didn't really matter. The cops don't care. They're not going to say, oh, it was the fight thing? Oh, yeah, you're free to go. They're doing their job.
You guys speak to the detective now. Are they going to let me go? Because, I mean, that guy came and assaulted me. You guys speak to the detective. That dude came and assaulted me. You saw the video, right? Come on, man.
He's talking to arresting officers. They don't care if he's innocent or guilty. They're doing their job. You can't say, oh, but I was just defending myself. Did you see the video? Are you going to let me go? Why would he think this?
The cops show up and then also stay and call my mom and shit.
And so of all the people I can think to call after being arrested, my mom is not the first one on my list. I don't think I want to tell her what's going on, but perhaps for Wes Watson, he needs to tell his mommy.
That's right. You guys saw the video, right? I saw it. That's some bullshit. The guy came in, set his phone up, attacked me, and I defended myself.
He's not going to convince them of anything, and even if he did, how does it matter? The police could say, oh yeah, we're on your side, bro. We're with you, Wes Watson. You're a superhero. You are the best, most alpha man in the world. That doesn't help whether you're going to be found guilty or innocent in court. And so drop it.
Set up his phone, points it at me, comes and stops me in the head, says that's fine, pushes me. I defended myself. He's on the front.
Yeah, he's trying to fit his own narrative. And Wes, it's not how it works. You can't just stand your ground. If somebody says, do you want to fight? And you agree to it, and he punches you first. You can't then stab him 40 times in the chest. That's an example of what you cannot do. It's called going too far. You cannot just do everything you want to the person who attacks you. It's not how it works.
I mean, can't you defend yourself in Florida? Isn't a stand your ground state?
So I feel like he thinks that because he was in some form of danger, there was a chance he could get hurt, that he can do whatever he wants. But it was you and your 3 buddies who assaulted this man. I don't care who started it. You finished, and then when it was finished, you then finished him again. And it wasn't all over his stomach. You bicycle kicked him in his head.
Someone comes up and assaults you in my head.
I'm going to quote what he said so that you clearly hear his words. If somebody comes up and assaults you, can't you shoot them? No. You agreed to fight, but it's not agreeing to fight to the death. And so just because somebody assaults you at the gym, you're not allowed to shoot them. You get it, Wes? And so imagine, Jeff Nipper gets throat punched in the face. Could he have pulled out a gun and shot the man dead? Bro, there are lines that you shouldn't cross. And so perhaps that's the reason why former criminals are not allowed to carry a weapon. Because if Wes Watson had one, he'd shoot everyone on sight. Oh, you looked at me sideways. Bro, you're done. I thought you might have been carrying a weapon in your sock. I didn't know. I'm innocent and stand your ground.
If someone comes to fight with you, fight him, but I thought the guy had a gun. I think everyone in Miami has a gun.
I think everyone in Miami has a gun. Everybody automatically, I assume they have a gun. And so anyone that looks at me sideways, I don't care if they're on all fours. I don't care if there's a video camera recording the incident and 3 of my buddies are helping to defend me. I don't care. He might do something, and so I'm going to kick him till he's dead. It's off my hands. Out of my hands. And so imagine being a judge and seeing this, listening to how he's behaving. Remember, this is several months after the incident. He still thinks he has the right to point the trigger and end this man. How does I don't sell drugs have anything to do with you assaulted a man? These are 2 separate cases. What are you going to say? I don't cheat on my girlfriends when you get arrested for robbing a store? Okay, bro. You don't cheat on your wife. Great. You robbed the store. 2 different incidents.
Is there charges filed?
Yeah, right now there is. It's a felony battery and aggravated battery.
And so felony battery and aggravated battery. He's got 2 felony charges. First is felony battery, a 3rd-degree felony up to 5 years, and second is aggravated battery, a 2nd degree up to 15 years. But with the weapon and prior conviction, he will almost certainly receive enhanced penalties. The assistant state attorney will be seeking 25 years with his long history of crime. He was charged in 2010, facing convictions in San Diego County Superior Court for robbery, burglary, assault, and battery. In 2002, he was convicted in the Eastern District of California for engaging in fraudulent activities related to the Sacramento Jazz Festival. Specifically, he misrepresented himself as a concert promoter, deceiving investors of $2.5 million. One investor, a 92-year-old woman, and her 72-year-old daughter were his victims. That is our man, Wes Watson, the alpha, the man who he perhaps thinks the world worships.
This ain't no bitch, motherfucker. Well, who comes up and like your girl there, your homies there and shit?
And so imagine saying, yo, you know, I'm in front of my friends, my woman's present, and so I can't look like some douchebag. I can't look like a pussy. And so I have to attack him. Because, you know, people might think I'm not cool, that I'm not alpha. How do you think that's helping you? And so admit that you should have been allowed to whoop his ass, and that's 2 months after the incident. And so no remorse, no nothing, and in fact, you wish you would have done it even worse. Admit to that 2 months after the incident. Great job, Wes Watson. He's lucky, as in I should have, as in next time I will. What do you think happens when the judge listens to this? And he thinks he's innocent.
I'm sure he had a strap on. I'm trying to make sure he wasn't.
The only strap on you need to be concerned with is your boyfriend's in prison.
Oh my God!
The cop is thinking, I can't believe he's admitting all this bullshit. I can't believe he's saying all this stuff. Oh, I can't have a gun. I'm a convicted felon. They won't let me have a gun. And I wish I had one because I would have ended it with it. It doesn't make you seem more innocent. It doesn't make the cops or the judge, anyone think, you know what? This man, he deserves a second.
Death threats a day. I'm going to show the detective on my phone. I get hundreds of death threats every day.
Yeah, and so if you get 100 death threats a day and you challenge these people to come and fight you at the gym, does that make you look like an idiot? Or somebody that should have an excuse to do whatever you want?
Anybody who comes up on me, I think they're the person who should finish you. Nah, bro, I can imagine.
I mean, imagine challenging the world when you don't want it. If all you wanted to do is be friends with everyone, you would say, hey guys, you know, I'm the new Wes Watson. I'm reformed. I once went to jail. I'm not about that life. If you come and see me at the gym, feel free to say hi. We'll take a selfie together. We'll shake hands. We'll talk about training, about how to be a proper man. And I'll explain how I did certain things in my life in the past that were wrong, but how I'm a new man. Imagine how that would have changed the narrative versus come here and attack me because I'm Wes Watson.
Never wanted you're going to drill for life. It's like, bro, I don't know how much time I would do if I had to defend myself. I would.
Was it really? Who's coping now? You really think it was worth that extra bicycle kick to go to jail for multiple years? Years in jail. It's worth it though. You really think that challenging people, saying show up at 8 was worth it? Do you know what you could have done when the 7-foot monster messaged you and said, hey, I want to fight with you? This is what you could have did. Block. Delete. Skip and don't even read the comment. Or just say, no thanks, I'm not interested. Could have done that. But no, it's worth it.
You know what your chick at the gym? And the guy comes up, you know what I got?
With this chick?
You let a dude realize you were punking in front of your chick at the gym? Yeah.
And so here's his advice. If you're in front of your chick, do things that will cause you to go to jail because it's not worth having your chick see you not go to jail. And so what do you think your chick cares more about? You being in jail while she's banging other dudes, or you not in jail? I prefer the part where I'm not in jail, where I'm with my woman, versus me being behind prison trying to get pegged by other men. You see where you went wrong?
You put the camera down. You put the camera down and filmed it. Pointed it towards us, turned it on. Premeditated.
Yeah, and so you really think that he put the camera down and filmed it because he was going to pull out something and pull the trigger? That was his plan, to get captured by ending you on film. So really think about it. You really think that that was how he wanted it to go down?
I'm just sitting there looking like this. I'm like, you want to sign for my program or something? I'm like, hey, get back. You don't want no problems. You don't want none of this. I'll serve you.
And so perhaps if he were not on steroids, if he were 100% natural, the thoughts of rage and anger wouldn't have been going through his head, and he would have been able to hold himself back just a little bit. Enough so that he did not go too far and would not have to spend many years in jail. Turk Builder Max combined with Geo2 Max, the T-plug stack, the innocent man stack, you could have saved him. And so imagine how much this is actually worth. It's priceless. Imagine if Wes Watson could go back in time and take Turk Builder Max instead of steroids and rewind the clock, have a do-over, and not kick that man when he was down. The years he wouldn't have to spend behind bars. And so guys, it's only $69.99. That's a deal. And with code Greg, it's literally 15% off. And so if you're interested in the T-plug stack, we're probably sold out, but go to the website anyway and check just in case that it's actually there. And if it is there, click the link in the description to get notified for as soon as we have it restocked. That way you can purchase it immediately in the first several hours so that we don't run out again. And if you don't have any money, you can't afford Turk Builder Stack, what's wrong with you? Get a loan? I'm kidding. You can get the free diet and training program. It's close to 50 pages, giving away over 110,000 of these, trying to help people to lose weight and get into the shape of their life. And until next time,
Did you know that one U.S. interstate runs underwater, while another passes through the middle of a mountain range? America's highways are much more fascinating than you might have ever imagined. Here are 50 facts to prove it. With number 50, let's start at the beginning. Did you know that the official name for the American interstate highway system is technically the Dwight D. Eisenhower System of Interstate and Defense Highways? That's because it was the 34th president who signed the Federal Aid Highway Act in 1956. This essentially paved the way, no pun intended, for the almost 49,000 plus miles of highways that would make up this incredible network and connect the US states together. But wait until you hear about why Eisenhower was so eager to get the highways built. Number 49. Eisenhower's interstate system wasn't just about safer civilian travel. It was also a Cold War defense strategy. With the threat of nuclear war looming, he envisioned highways that could rapidly evacuate major cities if they were targeted. The network also served a military purpose, allowing troops, weapons, and supplies to move quickly across the country in a crisis. Number 48. The interstate system had an initial budget of $25 billion, and those in charge thought that they would construct the entire system in about 12 years. They were way off. In the end, it took a whopping 35 years to build the system. As for the cost, that shot up to $114 billion, more than 4 times the original estimate. In today's money, that would be the equivalent of over $600 billion, which shows what a truly huge undertaking the interstate system really was. And more money is still being poured into it today, with several highways still under construction. Number 47. The idea for the interstate highways actually came from overseas, from Germany to be precise. During the Second World War, Eisenhower was wowed by the efficiency of the German autobahns, or highways. He vowed to construct a similar highway network far and wide across the United States, and famously stated, after seeing the autobahns of modern Germany and knowing the asset those highways were to the Germans, I decided to put an emphasis on this kind of road building. Germany made me see the wisdom of broader ribbons across the land. Next up, number 46. There's a famous myth that says 1 in every 5 miles of interstate road has to be perfectly straight so that planes can land on it in emergencies. That's not true. However, it is true that planes can and have landed on interstate highways. It actually happens more often than you might think, but it's usually small planes, not jumbo jets, that stick the landing. In 2018, for example, a student pilot in a small plane had to land on I-8 in San Diego County after suffering engine trouble. Speaking of the I-8, food fans will certainly be surprised by the next fact about it. Number 45. I-8 is an interesting interstate highway for a couple of key reasons. It runs from San Diego in California to Casa Grande in Arizona, around 350 miles in total. About half of its length is in California, with the other half in Arizona. But that's not the most interesting thing. What is interesting, especially for avocado toast and guacamole fans, is that almost half of America's entire avocado crop grows in the areas alongside I-8. Additionally, I-8 is one of the few places where the interstate actually drops below sea level. Drivers descend more than 50 feet as they traverse the Imperial Valley. But one other part of the interstate system goes much lower than that. Fact number 44. One interstate highway passes underwater. It's the I-95. That's the Maine North-South highway running down the east coast from the Canadian border to Miami, Florida. At one point, while going through Baltimore, drivers on the I-95 enter a tunnel. That is the Fort McHenry Tunnel, which actually goes underneath Baltimore Harbor, reaching 107 feet below sea level. That's the lowest point anywhere across the entire interstate highway system. The tunnel itself was built back in the 80s. For many years, it was the most expensive individual project across the whole interstate network. Now, tens of millions of vehicles pass through the tunnel each year. Fact number 43. That's the lowest point covered. Now let's talk about the highest point, and you might be surprised at how high America's highways can go. Interestingly, the highest part of the interstate network is also a tunnel, but this one doesn't pass underwater. Instead, it passes through the continental divide of the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. It's the Eisenhower Tunnel, named in honor of the same man who gave us the interstates. At its peak, the tunnel is over 11,100 feet above sea level. It was the highest tunnel in the world when it opened back in 1973, and it's the longest mountain tunnel across the entire interstate highway network. Moving on to fact number 42, many people take highways for granted nowadays. They don't realize just how helpful these huge roads actually are. Before the interstate highways were built, it could take literally months to get from one side of the US to the other. Eisenhower himself was part of one convoy that spent 62 days going from Washington, D.C. to California, covering less than 60 miles a day due to the harsh conditions and lack of roads. These days, thanks to the highways, that same journey can be done in about 42 hours. Fact number 41. While it may seem random at first glance, the interstate highway numbering system actually makes a lot of sense. The most important routes are the ones ending in either 0 or 5. Those that end in 0, like the I-10 and I-40, run horizontally across the US from east to west. Meanwhile, all of the ones that go vertically, from north to south, have numbers that end in 5, like the I-15 and I-25. So you can tell whether you're going north to south or east to west across the US based on the number of the highway you're driving on. If you think that's interesting, there are several more highway number facts coming up that might amaze you as well. Fact number 40. So you know how the major interstate highway numbers work, but you may not be aware of the fact that they're laid out in a very precise order. To be more precise, the lower numbers start in the south and west part of the countries, and the numbers get higher as you move north and east. For example, I-10 runs across many southern states and is even close to the border with Mexico at certain points, while I-90 stretches across the northern states and approaches the border with Canada. Fact number 39, I-5 is the only continuous interstate highway that connects to both the Canadian border at its northernmost point and the Mexican border at its southern tip. It almost reaches a staggering 1,400 miles from one end to the other. Number 38, there's no Interstate 50 or 60. Ever notice that there's no I-50 or I-60? Well, that was intentional. Planners feared confusion since US Highways 50 and 60 already existed in overlapping states. Imagine being told, just take the 50. Would that mean the original Highway 50 or a new I-50? To avoid mix-ups, those numbers were skipped entirely, keeping navigation clear and efficient. Just another example of how even small decisions in highway planning can have a big impact on everyday travel. Number 37, interstate highways don't just have major routes like I-10 and I-45. They also have minor branches with their own numbering system. These 3-digit interstates keep the last 2 digits of the major highway they connect to, like I-185 branching from I-85. But the first digit reveals even more. Even numbers mean the road loops back to the main highway, whereas odd numbers mean it's a spur that doesn't
Homeowners everywhere are ditching solar panels for this. It powers your entire home.
Numbers mean it's a spur that doesn't reconnect. It's a simple but clever system that helps drivers navigate more efficiently. Fact number 36. The shortest complete highway is over 3,000 miles shorter than the longest. I-97 holds the title of the shortest complete interstate highway at just over 17 miles. It stretches across Maryland from Annapolis to Baltimore, and it only covers a single county, Anne Arundel County. As for the biggest, that would be I-90. It runs over 3,000 miles in total, stretching from Seattle in the west to Boston in the east, and passing through 13 states in total. This just goes to show how varied the U.S. highway network truly is. Some of its roads take a matter of minutes to drive from one end to the other, while others take several days to traverse. Another fascinating fact is coming right up, with number 35. One of America's highways is part of the longest road on the planet. That would be the Pan American Highway, which, as the name might indicate, stretches across both North and South America. It runs from Alaska through Canada, across the contiguous U.S., through Mexico and Central America, where it's interrupted by an area of marshland known as the Darien Gap. From there, it continues along the western edge of South America. It finishes in Argentina, stretching a whopping 19,000 miles in total. Several U.S. interstate highways form part of this road, like I-5, I-15, I-25, and I-35. So, if you've driven on any of those, you've technically driven on the world's longest road. Fact number 34. Have you ever wondered which interstate is the oldest? The answer isn't so simple. Several states claim the title, and no one can quite agree. According to the Federal Highway Administration, the first official interstate construction began in 1956 on US 40, now part of I-70 in Missouri. But Kansas disputes this, since its section of US 40, also I-70, was already under construction before the interstate system even existed, though it was finished with interstate funds. Then there's Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania Turnpike, built in 1940, functioned much like the interstates that would follow. So, which one is truly the oldest? That depends on who you ask. Fact number 33. Here's a fact that'll help you get a sense of the scale of the interstate project. Close to 42 billion cubic yards of earth were moved to make way for the highways. That's by far the biggest earth-moving project in the history of the planet. For comparison's sake, only 362 million cubic yards of earth were moved for the construction of the Panama Canal. That's over 100 times less. But wait, the next fact is even more astonishing. Number 32. Have you ever stopped to think about just how much concrete was needed to build the interstate system? It's hard to imagine, but this fact might make it a little easier for you to picture. According to experts, you could use all the concrete from the interstate system to make a 50-foot high and 9-foot wide wall all the way around the Earth's equator. Fact number 31. The interstate system is still technically a work in progress. It's not done, not by a long shot. Various projects are still ongoing all across the country. New sections of highway are still being worked on and planned for future openings, growing the interstate system 1 mile at a time. For example, the I-27 in Texas has historically linked the cities of Lubbock and Amarillo. But in 2022, planners decided to extend it further, stretching into Raton, New Mexico to the north and Laredo, Texas to the south. But that's not all. Fact number 30, there are plans in place for several future highways that may be added to the interstate system in the years to come. This list includes I-3, which would stretch from Savannah, Georgia to Knoxville, Tennessee, I-42, which would connect Oklahoma and Arkansas, I-67, which has various possible routes across Indiana, Michigan, and Kentucky, and I-99, which would run from Wilson, North Carolina to Christiana, Delaware. Obviously, not all of these plans will come to fruition, but this just shows how the interstate is a dynamic, evolving system, and it's likely to look very different 100 years from now. Fact number 29, not all interstates go to plan. In fact, one of them earned the nickname the Highway to Nowhere after its construction was effectively canceled. That particular highway was Interstate 170. It was supposed to run just 2.3 miles across Baltimore, Maryland. The idea was that it would link downtown Baltimore with the I-70, giving people faster access in and out of the heart of the city. But locals protested and the project was canned. This left the area with a small stretch of highway with no real purpose, hence the name Highway to Nowhere. Fact number 28. You might think that the interstate system is just for the contiguous United States. After all, the word interstate suggests that these roads are joining states together, so that wouldn't really work in places like Alaska or Hawaii. In fact, the interstate system does operate in both of those places, as well as in Puerto Rico. All three of these locations receive interstate funding from the federal government. Hawaii has 4 interstate highways, Alaska has 4 as well, and Puerto Rico has
these foods to avoid dark spots.
Good. Kiwi fruits are packed.
Alaska has 4 as well, and Puerto Rico has 3. Fact number 27, out of all of the major highways in America, I-70 might be the most fascinating to drive. Stretching over 2,150 miles, it takes travelers through bustling cities, vast natural landscapes, and quirky roadside attractions. It holds the record for the highest point in the entire interstate system at the Eisenhower Tunnel in Colorado. Along the way, it crosses both urban hubs and remote wilderness, offering some of the most scenic and diverse routes in the country. And for those who love roadside oddities, I-70 doesn't disappoint. It even passes the world's largest rocking chair in Casey, Illinois. But there's one more thing about I-70 that sets it apart. Fact number 26. If you ever plan a road trip along I-70, make sure you have a full tank of gas and a case of snacks before you hit the road. Why? Because this particular interstate is home to the longest stretch of highway without any service stations. As it winds through eastern Utah, the I-70 has about a 105-mile stretch without a single station. It's just you and the open road. Next up, number 25. You might think that every interstate is unique. There's only one I-40, for example, but that rule doesn't apply to all of them. In fact, some of the interstate numbers, the ones used on smaller and less important highways, are reused in different locations. There's an I-76 in Pennsylvania and another I-76 in Colorado, for example. There are also 2 I-87s, one in New York and one in North Carolina. Now, that might seem confusing, but the key is that all of these duplicates are situated in completely different parts of the country, so you're very unlikely to get mixed up between them. Next up, number 24. There are strict regulations for what makes an interstate highway. These roads aren't run-of-the-mill. They're designed to specific standards. For example, they have to have at least 2 12-foot wide travel lanes going in each direction, along with a 10-foot wide paved shoulder on the far side. They also undergo rigorous testing to ensure that they can handle heavy traffic without wearing down. Next up, number 23. Ever wondered which was the most expensive highway to build? Well, if you thought the answer was somewhere in the contiguous United States, you'd be wrong. We have to travel to Hawaii, the Aloha State, to find the most expensive American highway. The Hawaiian H3 takes that title, at least in terms of cost per mile. It cost more than $1.3 billion to build, and it's barely 15 miles long. That works out to around $80 million for every mile of road. Let's stick with the H3 for our next fascinating fact. Number 22. The H3 interstate wasn't just the most pricey to construct. It was also one of the most frustrating and time-consuming projects across the entire interstate network. The project spent nearly 4 decades in so-called development hell. due to protests and objections from the indigenous Hawaiian people. The people were primarily worried that to make way for H3, a historical stone with ancient petroglyphs would have to be removed. They didn't want that, so they fought against the project wholeheartedly. In the end, H3's path was rerouted and the stone was preserved. But even now, many locals aren't exactly happy about H3's existence. And they weren't the only ones unhappy about the interstate. Fact number 21. When the interstate project was first unveiled, many of the planners behind it expected it would be warmly received across the nation. After all, it had plenty of benefits. It improved accessibility and gave people faster, more convenient ways across the country. But not everyone was pleased. Many residents along the planned highway routes feared the impact on their property values and communities. Many took to the streets and protested. There were over 120 highway-related protests nationwide between October 1967 and June of 1968. Fact number 20. We've looked at the longest, the shortest, the lowest, and the highest of the interstate highways. Next, let's talk about the busiest. That unique distinction belongs to Interstate 405, known to locals in Southern California simply as the 405. Part of the San Diego Freeway, the 405 is statistically the busiest and most congested stretch of highway in the entire U.S. Parts of it have seen close to 400,000 vehicles pass through in a single day. But the next highway traffic fact is even more extraordinary. Number 19. The interstate highways are huge. We've already covered how they stretch for more than 49,000 miles in total and have enough concrete to form a wall that could wrap around the entire Earth. But here's a shocking stat. Despite their enormous size, interstate highways only account for around 1% of America's entire roads. And here's an even more surprising figure. 24% of all America's travel takes place on the interstate, and over 40% of all truck mileage as well. So while they may only be a small fraction of the vast web of roads winding across America,
let our mold remover gel do the hard work. This incredible product eliminates stubborn mold and mildew in seconds without any scrubbing. Take in.
So while they may only be a small fraction of the vast web of roads winding across America, interstate highways are hugely important for national travel and transportation. Number 18. It's difficult to understand the amount of miles that have been traveled along America's interstate highways over the years, but this next stat really puts it into perspective. Imagine if every single person from California, New York, New Jersey, and Texas, that's tens of millions of people, took a trip to the moon. Added up, they'd travel the same number of miles that have been driven on the interstates. Fact number 17. It's technically not an interstate, but Route 66 is still one of the most famous highways in the United States. It's widely known as the ultimate road trip destination, the perfect road to see America. But it didn't start that way. You might be surprised to learn that this massive road joining the big cities of Chicago and Los Angeles was actually made for farmers. It provided a commercial route for crop transportation across America. It was later used for transporting military supplies. It took several decades before it became known as a road trip and adventure destination. Number 16. You can almost always tell when you're on an interstate thanks to the iconic red, white, and blue shield signs. But not always. Some interstates don't display shields at all, even though they're still part of the system. One example is I-595 Maryland, which shares the same stretch of road as US 50. To avoid confusion, only US 50 signs are posted, leaving I-595 virtually unmarked. This approach helps simplify navigation, ensuring drivers don't get overwhelmed by multiple route numbers. So, next time you're on the road, you might be driving an interstate without even realizing it. Next, an even more interesting fact about the famous interstate shield signs. Number 15. Ever wondered who designed the famous interstate highway shield? Well, the man behind that iconic emblem was Richard Oliver. He worked at the Texas Highway Department back in the 1950s. That was when the government requested design ideas from across the nation. Lots of ideas were sent in. Allegedly, some of them were quite different from the ones we know now. One design was striped in red, white, and blue, for example, and another had an eagle. Many designs also included an I before the highway number, but in the end, Oliver's simple, clear design was selected. Number 14. Let's talk about bridges next. There are tens of thousands of them spread out across the interstate highway system. Many were actually built back in the late 1960s, but more have appeared over the years. Many are quite small and pretty insignificant, but some are absolutely massive. The biggest one of all is the Manchac Swamp Bridge. It carries I-55 across Louisiana's Manchac Swamp, and it runs for almost 23 miles. Another mega interstate bridge is the Mackinac Bridge, nicknamed Big Mac. It connects the upper and lower peninsulas of Michigan. Next, another bridge-related fact with a truly wacky story attached. Number 13. In 1919, the Dixie Overland Highway from San Diego, California to Savannah, Georgia was almost complete, but there was one waterway in its way, the Tombigbee River in Alabama. A bridge had to be built over the river, and local people made a committee to raise half of the necessary funds. To do that, they held a rooster auction. Yes, they auctioned off roosters, and several world leaders even contributed their own roosters to be the stars of the show. The auction raised tens of thousands of dollars, but not enough to cover the bridge. The state ended up paying the rest, but locals referred to the bridge as Rooster Bridge for decades. Fact number 12. Interstate highways aren't exactly evenly spread out across America. Some regions and states have way more of them than others. But which has the most? Well, if you're talking in terms of mileage, Texas is the king. The Lone Star State has over 3,200 miles of interstate highways in total. But if you're wondering which state has the highest number of interstates, that would be New York, with an impressive tally of 31. That's a lot more than the likes of Delaware and New Mexico, which only have 3 each. Number 11. There are no strict rules governing the shape of interstate highways. Many people assume that these major roads have to be constructed in very specific ways. There's also the famous myth, which says that at least 20% of all interstates have to be straight and flat. In reality, highways can curve, twist, and turn as needed based on terrain and safety considerations. In fact, the Federal Highway Administration supports curvier designs as they help keep drivers engaged and reduce the risk of distraction or drowsiness. Fact number 10. One of the big benefits of the interstate system is that it helps make road travel safer for generations of Americans. But that doesn't mean that accidents can't happen on these huge highways.
I ran into Caesar Milan on a hike. What he told me changed everything.
Oh my gosh, Caesar Milan. I've been watching you on TV for like 20 years.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have time for a question about my dog?
Sure, we have a second. Right, Tricky? Go ahead. What's your best question?
Well, Dexter turned 9 last month, and I read that the average lifespan for his breed is only 10 to 13 years, so...
Several interstates rank among the most dangerous roads in the U.S., according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. These roads include I-95, along with I-20 and I-35. So drivers are urged to take great care on these roads and highways in general, especially at night or in otherwise difficult conditions. Number 9. Every state owns its pieces of interstate. If it passes across state ground, then it's under the control and authority of that specific state. This also means that it's up to each state to set its own highway speed limits. And while the common speed limit for interstate travel is 70 miles an hour, you can find many sections of highway where the maximum speed is different. In Hawaii, for example, many sections of highway have max speeds of 50 miles an hour. Number 8. One of the most expensive pieces of interstate highway is the stretch of I-70 that flows through Glenwood Canyon in Colorado. It's said to have cost almost $500 million to build just a 12-mile stretch of road. This was because of the difficult terrain, plus the fact that local officials wanted to preserve as much of the natural beauty in the area as possible. According to some stories, constructors were even offered a bonus for every tree they avoided cutting down. The next wild money fact is coming right up. Number 7. Some highways come with tolls that drivers have to pay to use them. Now, most tolls don't cost all that much. A few dollars here, a few dollars there. But some of the pricier ones might just astound you. Whiteface Mountain Memorial Highway in New York, for example, costs over $20 for a standard 2-axle vehicle and extra for each passenger. But that pales in comparison to the number 1 most expensive, the Pennsylvania Turnpike, which many consider to be one of the first ever major highways in America. It costs over $100 for cars to travel this highway, while trucks can pay more than $200. Luckily, there are almost always alternative routes to take if you prefer not to pay. Fact number 6. Sticking with the subject of money, have you ever wondered how much it costs to maintain America's many highways? Billions. Tens of billions, in fact, every single year. That money goes towards repairing damage, maintaining the roads and structures that support them,
We're in New Jersey
and
right
extending
now.
sections of
Part
highways
of
too. It's a
States,
huge amount. But when you think about how vast and important the interstates are, the colossal price tag doesn't necessarily seem all that bad. This leads us to number 5. Some of the cash set aside for highway maintenance is spent on pothole repairs, and U.S. highways have historically had some of the biggest and most dangerous potholes in the country. One of them appeared on the I-75 in Detroit in 2015. It measured 2 feet by 3 feet, and it caused over 25 flat tires in a single day before repair workers arrived on the scene to sort it out. Another famous case happened on I-435 in 2024. Around a dozen vehicles wound up with flat tires from that one, which was said to be a foot deep. So make sure to keep your eyes peeled on the interstate. You never know when potholes might appear. Fact number 4. Parts of 2 U.S. highways are quite literally paved with gold. To be precise, we're referring to US 81 and US 287 here, both in Montauk County in Texas. The sand that was used to form the concrete for portions of these 2 highways was taken from a local pit. That pit contained trace amounts of gold, which ended up within the road itself. There's even a historical marker in the area to commemorate this intriguing fact. Fact number 3. In the not-too-distant future, the interstates as we know them could start to look very different. In recent years, the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure, or NEVI program, was introduced to fund the installation of rapid electric vehicle charging ports along the many miles of highways across America. Work is already underway on this, and it's expected that chargers will appear at least once every 50 miles of interstate. This is all part of the push towards wider EV adoption, and we might even see wireless charging technology built into the road itself further down the line. Fact number 2. Pretty much everything in your home has most likely traveled along the interstates in some form or another. That includes the food in your kitchen, the furniture in your living room, and even the clothes on your back. Since these highways are so important for logistics and transport across the United States, they're used daily to transport tons upon tons of materials and products from place to place. In many ways, highways are the lifeblood of modern-day America as we know it. And finally, fact number 1. There aren't many man-made structures that are visible from space, but the American interstate system is one of them. That doesn't mean you'd be able to see it from the moon or spot it with the naked eye while taking a rocket ship ride around the Earth. However, the Federal Highway Administration has stated that from heights of around 155 miles, astronauts can make out sections of the interstate highways with the aid of binoculars. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time.
My vet told me chemical
for being the only guest who put the merch on.
I don't know. They told me it was business casual. So, business casual, you know, it's good.
I know, we give it to everybody. No one ever does what they're told and wears it on stage. Thanks. I also have to thank you for something else. I've never told this story on air, but I was lucky a couple years ago. I was doing shows with Dave Chappelle in Ohio, and they said, hey, Ronnie, we have a plane for you back to New York, but do you mind dropping off Bill Murray along the way? And I was like, are you kidding me? I get to go on a plane with Bill Murray? Does he want me on? Like, no, he's great. Yeah, totally, he wants you on. And you let me get on your plane so I could get out of Ohio. So I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
That goes for all of you.
And the whole time I was on the plane with you, you were so generous. You were so kind. You were very considerate. You were trying to time the flight so I wouldn't hit traffic in New York. And I couldn't believe like you were talking to me. And the whole time I was like, oh my God, I'm living one of these legendary Bill Murray stories right now. Like I'm in the story that I keep hearing about. There's all these stories about you kind of popping up around America. And I just want to ask, like, is this kind of philosophy of life, of this live in the moment randomness, is that something you kind of carry into your self-expression?
Well, I think most of our lives are accidental, as much as we think we're in charge. So most of it's accidental, and it's just how you are able to live with the accidents that you create, that you're part of. So,
right.
But I kind of like the excitement of the unknown and figuring, oh, well, now look what I've done. So. It's been fun.
Yeah, but it's a conscious choice, right, to be present, because not many people can do it. I mean, you've said yourself, you tried to make yourself more available.
Well, the conscious choices come and go. They come and go. So, but yeah, sometimes they are. So that's why there's sometimes a through line that looks like there's a plan.
Yeah, but I guess just in terms of Hollywood, applying that philosophy to, you know, this crazy thing we call show business, Hollywood, and you know, your approach to it has always really intrigued me, because you're someone who I feel is, even though you're an icon in the Hollywood system, you still feel like you purposely take yourself outside the system. I mean, is that a conscious choice for you to be?
Well, I don't think I'm any good to anyone if I'm just in the system all the time. You know, if you're not going out in the world and coming back with something, you're not doing any good to your family or your world. You know, you got to go out there and
yeah. But you acknowledge that's not a common thing for most of these guys in Hollywood. You know?
I despise the rest of them. You get excited. You know, you get excited making a career, and you start getting busy, and you know, it's hard. Everything's a distraction. So everything can take you away from, you know, trying to remember yourself and try to, you know, keep it together.
Yeah, and I mean, sorry to hop on about, but I just want to emphasize how strongly I feel this embodies a philosophy. And I feel like, because I think it was after Ghostbusters I read that biggest movie in the world at the time, that you immediately kind of moved to France with your whole family and started studying at the Sorbonne, just to get yourself out of it, I guess. Like,
yeah, I knew I was a little too weak to. I mean, it was going to be a whole lot of fame, like walking down the streets of New York when you've already saved New York. You know. Aaron Judge doesn't have that problem. You know?
Free cookie for life.
This is why I canceled my DoorDash subscription and switched to Cookie Mate. After months spending way too much on DoorDash, I got bored of eating the same fast food meals and paying way too much for them. Cook Unity offers over 300 weekly meal options offered by over 80 celebrity chefs, straight to your door, fresh, never frozen. Not only that, but these meals literally taste amazing. It's actually like you're eating at a restaurant or order DoorDash, except it's way cheaper. So far, I'm loving Mark Morgiani's red wine short ribs, Esther Choi's glazed flank steak with udon noodles, and Jose Garces' braised short rib mac and cheese. It's literally like having a team of personal chefs cooking for you every week. I can use it to calorie count or follow any diet like keto, vegan, pescatarian, carnivore, or any cuisine.
Aaron Judge doesn't have that problem. You know?
And the other thing, because you had such longevity in the business, you've been around, I feel like you're one of the few guys who is actually qualified to talk about this. So right now, I feel like we keep looking at the past with these rose-tinted glasses. Just with culture, I mean, forget politics, whatever, just culturally when we talk about movies. And you were part of this incredible run of American comedy films. Like it was, Caddyshack, Ghostbusters, Scrooge. You had this run of just stripes of hits. And we look back on that now as like this golden age in American comedy film. When you were in that era, were you looking back at previous eras and going, that was the golden age? Or were you like, nah, I'm the king right now? This is the best.
No, I wasn't really, I look back now more than I did then. Back then, we were just excited to be having a good time, People didn't take it so darn seriously. We would change the script every day. We'd just go out there and have fun. We'd knock ourselves out. And as long as you're tired at the end of the day, it means you worked hard. You try to be exhausted at the end of every day. And like always trying to find new things to do and just a way to work, And also, it's a funny kind of living making movies. You're in a kind of a gypsy world with like 150 people for about 3 months, and you live very intimately, and then you never see each other again, maybe, So it's you have to be very devoted to the whole process. Everybody's a part of the solution. Anyone can fix can find the answer to the problem. So you're all really connected. So that kind of living is very demanding. I love it. I really do like movies. I like making. I realized just recently, God, I really like making movies. Yeah.
Well, good news for you. Everyone wants you in that movie.
Yeah. This movie's good, and I made another movie that's good called Riff Raff that just came out. That's really weird. Not like anything I've ever seen before.
With Pete Davidson? With
Pete Davidson and Ed Harris and Gabby Union, a lot of good people. Jennifer Glitch is insanely funny in that movie too. Right. But this is a good movie. This has got Naomi Watts. Naomi Watts in this movie, The Friend, it's the best performance I've seen by an actress in so long I can't even remember. It's unbelievable what she does in this movie.
Right. Yeah, well, that deserves a round of applause. I mean, Naomi Watts is good. I love how you started promoting this movie and then you had to quickly promote this other movie
I was promoting that movie and I was promoting this movie while I was promoting that movie. I really I want people to go to movie theaters and see movies in movie theaters because look at this, you're in a group of people, We had a couple of years where you can really look at people and it's like it's the shared experience. It goes back to the Greeks, it's a theater and you all get together and we share our humanity together.
Yeah, it's the best. It's really the best. Black people together. Which brings me to this other question I had. Like you were talking about the movies you're doing now, The Friend and Riff Raff. I mean, these are indie movies, and I guess just talking about your career again, there was a moment when, after all these blockbusters and you were the biggest name on the planet, you kind of you went away for a bit and you shifted into this you basically ushered in this new golden age of American independent film with Lost in Translation and all these Wes Anderson movies, and I guess was that planned?
Ronnie, I swear to you, there's no plan. There is no plan. There's no plan. I just like to do what I like, and it happened that those great people like Sophia and Wes Anderson and Jim Jarmusch, these are people who have a real integrity, a real powerful integrity, and a real love and history of film and culture. They wanted to make movies, and because I always say I didn't embarrass myself too badly, so that's why they hired me.
And I know you're living in the moment, and it's very Buddhist, and I appreciate that, and I try to live that philosophy. But I'm just saying, you have to acknowledge at the time when you did these indie movies, you had a lot of clout, and you were risking it, whether you cared about that or not. You were risking it on these kind of unproven, talented directors a lot. And was that a conscious choice to I want to give people a chance, or were you just attracted to the material?
Well, when you see the script, I got the script for Rushmore, which is Wes Anderson's movie, or Sophia's movie, Lost in Translation, or especially Rushmore. They said, "Do you want to meet the guy?" I said, "No."
The secret to our deodorant is sand. We got a crazy message from a customer named Rena. Here it is. Hi, I'm a big fan of your deodorant and I'm a student at University of Detroit Mercy. In my microbiology lab class, we swabbed our armpits to see what will grow on a petri dish. And I ended up having the least amount of bacteria in my armpit. This is wild. Look at the carpe armpit versus...
You want to meet the guy? I said no. You don't want to meet the guy? I said no. He knows exactly what he wants to do. Let's go. I didn't need to meet him. I was like, I'll see you at work. You know, we don't need to talk. He knows exactly what he wants to do. And Sophia's same way, and Jim Jarmusch same way. They know exactly what they want to do. Their script is so clear, like what their intention is, that you have great confidence. You know, when you're watching a good movie, you know it in a minute because you just feel so confident with the way the camera moves and the way everything goes. And that's how their scripts read. They read like this. It reads like, this is storytelling. This is real storytelling.
And you were, you know, oh, okay. Someone's it's fine to applaud every word this guy says because I'm doing it too. But
yeah. Oh, I should say, so these guys wrote a good movie. I should mention the reason we're here, sort of, but David Siegel and Scott McGee, they took this book written by a New York a lady named Sigrid Nunez, and who's really fun. You should have her on the show sometime. She's really cool. They took her book, which is a great book, and it won the National Book Award, whatever, and made a great screenplay out of it. Well, whatever they give those writers, you know. But they made a great script, and they directed the script together, and it's really good.
No, it's a good movie. I watched it. It's very touching. Yeah. It deals with some pretty sad topics. A very dramatic role for you, I would say. There's I don't know, I checked with the director. It's not a spoiler alert. You're essentially dead most of the movie.
Yeah.
But the movie,
that's how they wanted it.
Yeah, that's how they wanted it. Yeah. You play a dead guy the whole movie, basically.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm alive some of the time. I'm alive some of the time.
But it's very touching. It's very dramatic.
It's a very well-written story. It's really great. And there's an extraordinary...
Hello? Hey. Yeah. Oh, damn. I wanted to get my son in there. Is there any earlier races? We can be there by 6:30. Still about, I'm not gonna make it. Yeah, send me a refund. I was really looking forward to take one. I got off work. It's all right. Yeah, give me a refund. Well, I'm glad you called and didn't make me come all the way up there. I'd have been like, well, damn. So what's it take, about 7 days for a refund? Well, you know what? Is there any way that I could just have a pass? Like if I come in and be like, yo, he has 3 races, race or whatever. Oh, so just leave it as a credit then. Yeah, don't refund it. And then I can just, so how would it work? I just come in or? Yes. All right, should I just call before I come to see if there's slots available? All right, yeah, just leave those on there then. That's cool. They don't expire. Thank you. Hey, that's what's he gonna love that.
it's great. And there's an amazing dog in the movie. The dog is one of the most responsive animals I've ever seen in my life. When I first saw the first cut of the movie, you would see something would happen in a scene, and there'd be this sort of emotional moment, and you would see the dog react to it. And and someone who saw the movie said, "That's AI. That's not a real dog." I said, "That's the dog. The dog heard it and felt it and expressed it. It's an extraordinary thing. So it's a Great Dane, and it's an amazing animal." Well, how do you stop them? How do you control them?
You can't. They love you. You don't stop the love. Let the love come in. And I know I know you didn't plan this, but one of the themes I noticed in your career is that you have this kind of there's these animals that pop up in a lot of your films, in a cool way, like a Groundhog Day, and the friend, the dog. There's an elephant. There's gophers.
Gopher problems.
Yeah. So I don't know. Do you think there's something? I know you're not thinking about that, but is there something? What is it about these animals?
It has something to do with there's a lot of actors that just don't want to work with me. So I've got to go into the animal kingdom to get a co-star. But it works out okay for me. I don't know. It is funny that it keeps coming up like that. I shouldn't be worried. I don't know. But the animals are the real ones. I mean, I got bit by the gopher in Groundhog Day. The gopher in Caddyshack blew the place up. This dog is really great. I wrote an elephant in a movie that was fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those guys, but I mean, this dog is smarter than many people that I've ever met. And the elephant I worked with was smarter than virtually everyone I've ever met. So their intelligence is it's a mystery to us, and it's probably sort of, for me, it's entry level dealing. They say before you try to have children, you should have a pet. See if you can care for someone, take care of something, another creature. So probably.
Okay,
I'm getting to it a little backwards, but
I'll look for a pet elephant before I have kids. Maybe try to find one.
Starter.
And I mean, you're such a you came up. Not only are you an American icon, but you came up through these iconic American institutions like SNL and create Ghostbusters and Second City, all these institutions. And my question to you is, it feels like these institutions kind of don't have the kind of sheen that they used to have before in terms of attracting all the talent, because now people are going to like TikTok and making a video on the toilet seat, and and I guess my question to you is that do you like that is that a good thing that that people are on that toilet making videos? And
there should be any limits about what can be funny. I've been watching a lot of South Park lately. I never really got to watch a lot of South Park. It's brilliant.
Yes.
It really is.
No, South Park is brilliant.
It really is brilliant. And they can be scatological. They can be anything, but they do it in such an intelligent way that it constantly amuses me. But in terms of the sheen of the great institutions like Second City or Saturday Night Live, well, I go back with them. Like Saturday Night Live, when I was there were 7 of us in the cast. Now there's a couple dozen. So there's a lot of people. And Second City used to have 2 casts. Now they have at university. They've got a 7-story building or something with people taking the classes. So it's not necessarily watered down, and you can't say Saturday Night is sort of watered down, but there's a lot more people, and it's a little harder to get traction if you're one of the actors. But Saturday Night Live, any week, there can be a sketch that's absolutely brilliant, just like in the early days. Any week they can make one that's absolutely perfect. But they're just the group. It's a little harder to wrangle because there's it's a herd. They've got a herd of people.
Yeah. But I guess my question, because I revered American institutions, American comedy institutions specifically. That's why I'm here in America, and I came here because my dream was always to take part in it in some way. I'm lucky, and I'm lucky that these guys gave me a shot. But I guess I always saw the value of these institutions.
Well, there's a huge value. If you can go through those things, if you can go from one, I always used to say, if you can go through Second City and Saturday Night Live, you can do anything.
Right.
You can do anything because the intent, I shouldn't say pressure because I believe pressure is sort of imaginary, but the demand to be attentive to what you're doing, and every professional on Saturday Night Live, like every guy on a camera, every prop man, every single person is the top guy, the top woman in their field. So everybody's excellent. So if I screw up, he's looking at me like, nice, nice, you know? So, and that's what it was. You were in this environment of real, just a transformative spot where you had to.
It's an elite pressure cooker. It was an elite
Well, it wasn't exactly. I wanted to say pressure cooker, but I want people to get off of pressure. I don't sort of believe in pressure. I think it's sort of imaginary. I think it's emotion that you control, and that's why it sort of gets up and it feels like the top of your head's coming off. But it's really just there's a demand to show up, you know, and you have to relax, otherwise that pressure comes up to your brain, and then you don't work so well.
Well, speak of American institutions, Mr. Bill Murray, your institution. Thank you. Thank you so much for the movies you did. You're one of the people that my mom is excited I'm interviewing. If when we were kids in Manchester, New Hampshire, we would watch your movies. We brought my family together. If my dad was still around, he would have loved this. He would have loved that I got to meet you.
Sorry, if my dad were around.
Yeah.
He'd love it.
Thanks so much, Mr. Bill Murray, everybody. Opens in New York, March 28th, and nationwide, April 4th. Mr. Bill Murray.
So don't watch it if you think it's boring. Unless you like boring things, then stay tuned. I got plenty more for you. What's wrong with people? That's strange. Very strange. Anytime you don't feel like riding, you can just hop out. It's okay. Part is you probably been gone. You just put something silly up there and then left. You gotta get your kick somehow, huh? I get it.
Threat street style competition with infamous Limpy on the light. TRC no credit. Guys. So good to see you, man. Takes 2K25.
Good to see you too.
Stick shift class. Yes, sir. Dude, you're out here. I mean, it's been honestly amazing seeing this car out again. Give us a rundown, a breakdown.
First pass, we ran into some issues, did like a partial pass, went mid-8s. Next pass, bogged, qualifying, went 7-3. Our last qualifier, less of a bog, went 7-0. So we were feeling really good about it. Starting the car and it was just billowing out water every time I would start the car. So we ended up just draining all the water right onto the, and it would lose water. So we drained it all out, ran the car without water, and the crack in the head went through the valve seat. It almost dropped the valve seat during that pass.
Wow.
But we moved on. We won against Lucas English. We moved on. We swapped ahead 45 minutes before that race.
That's wild.
We swapped ahead at 45 minutes, got in there.
Jeez.
Ran it. It was a really, really good race. I was probably a car or two behind Nick. I sprayed it in third because I knew I was behind. I hit fourth. The car just fell on its face. I'm not sure exactly. I haven't even pulled the log yet, but it kind of fell on its face and then came back in the car. It was too bad. I think if that wouldn't have happened, it would have been really close. I don't know if I would have won or not, but it would have been right there.
Honestly, it's awesome to see this thing out here running. Has anything really changed in the setup much, or?
We tried a new cam setup. I mean, Apex Turbo. We're always trying to refine things a little bit. But honestly, the difference with this event is just I had a team that was so dialed. It was unbelievable. And it's not even their experience level. A lot of these guys have been with me, maybe only 1 or 2 races, but like everybody's intention was dialed, everybody's focus was dialed. We just got everything done really, really well. 2 really top guys weren't here. I missed you guys, but we had an awesome team. Absolutely awesome.
Teamwork makes the dream work, baby.
Yes, sir.
Well, as always, it's so good to see you, man.
Thank you, sir.
And can't wait to see this thing run again, man.
We'll be back.
Appreciate it, dude.
Yes, sir.
What's the point of these tiny waste pockets in most cargo pants these days? The bearskin cargo pants are the only 6-pocket breathable and stretchable cargo pants with a muscle-defining cut.
this tool to transform your shaky home railing into a reinforced structure in seconds with the portable laser welder that wowed crowds at the Berlin Hardware Expo. Tackle each weld point in just 2 seconds. Within 3 minutes, your railing becomes 3x stronger than brand new installations. And today, snag this game changer for price $43 instead of $86. One more. Grab TWO.
The camera angles on different lines.
Per device. But wait,
So you can stand at the left side too.
Protected goggles and a pro tutorial video all included. Only 50 bucks.
We're straight ahead for 8 hours.
Effortless for singing.
Imagine a rusty lump of bronze from 2,000 years ago, suddenly rewriting everything we thought we knew about ancient tech. Pretty wild, right? That's the Antikythera mechanism. And on Joe Rogan's podcast, it's got a chilling twist.
Now, when they found that ancient Greek computer thing, what is that called?
The Antikythera mechanism.
So, what does it do?
It has been determined that that analog computer was used to predict astronomical events.
The mystery's solved, and it's not good. What could be so bad about cracking an old Greek gadget?
Incredibly complex, and it took a long time for them to figure out what that even is.
Yeah. Stick around. It's a tale of genius, loss, and some mind-bending questions. To get why this hit so hard, let's rewind to where it all began. Way back in the depths of a Greek shipwreck.
And then we must consider what behind it.
The Antikythera mechanism unveiled. Picture this. It's 1901, and a group of sponge divers are plunging into the Mediterranean off the tiny island of Antikythera. They're not expecting much, just another day fishing for sea sponges, when they stumble on a Roman shipwreck sunk around 70 BCE. Among the haul of statues, coins, and pottery, they pull up a corroded chunk of bronze and wood, about the size of a shoebox. At first, it's just a weird lump, ignored while the shiny statues get all the attention. But then, archaeologist Valerio Stais takes a closer look in 1902 and spots something crazy. Gears. Not just any gears, but a whole system of them, packed into this ancient relic. This thing, now called the Antikythera mechanism, isn't some random trinket. It's the world's first known analog computer, built by the Greeks around 150 to 100 BCE. Think of it like a steampunk planetarium you crank by hand. It's got 30 bronze gears, some so tiny they're mind-boggling, working together to track the sun, moon, and planets, even predicting eclipses and the 4-year cycle of the Olympic Games. The front's got dials with pointers, the back's got spirals mapping out lunar cycles, and it's all stuffed with inscriptions in ancient Greek. This wasn't just a tool, it was a masterpiece of engineering, showing off math and astronomy skills that make you wonder what else those old Greeks were up to. Fast forward to today, and it's housed in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, split into 82 fragments after years of corrosion. Scientists have been obsessed with it, using X-rays and CT scans to peek inside. They found gears within gears, some with teeth counts like 223 that match the moon's eclipse cycles. It's not just impressive, it's spooky how precise it is. But here's the kicker. Nothing like it shows up again for over 1,000 years. So what happened? Did the tech just vanish? That's the kind of question that keeps you up at night, and it's exactly what Joe Rogan and his guest dove into. How did this ancient gizmo end up on Joe's radar? And what's got everyone so rattled? Let's jump into that chat and find out. Joe Rogan and Graham Hancock weigh in. So, picture Joe Rogan perched in his studio on April 23rd, 2019, for episode number 1284 of The Joe Rogan Experience.
Find fresh styles for your home and save up to 25% during Raymore Flanagan's Spring Style Sale.
Haley, can you grab Remy's food?
Yay!
Good job, sweetie. We've been feeding Remy the farm.
What's your name? Satan.
I told you. Look at him.
He's the perfect man to help us blow up the Korak Bridge.
More than 600 children suffered from convulsions and vomiting after watching a television program.
29 banned cartoons, 7 layers. This is an iceberg of the most controversial, scandalous, and forbidden cartoons in the world. We'll start with the less scandalous cartoons, and slowly shift into the more disturbing and unforgettable ones. Let's start at the tip of the iceberg. Level 1. I Feel Good, Shrek. In 1995, DreamWorks Animation was working on one of their first animated movies, an adaptation of a children's book, Shrek. During the pre-production phase, the crew put together an animation test to work out the tone, look, and feel of what would become a classic animated movie. The animation features a stylized version of Shrek voiced by Chris Farley, the original choice for Shrek, as he dances through a medieval city while singing James Brown's classic, I Got You, I Feel Good. The scene takes a comedic turn when a mugger attempts to rob him, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Shrek, who continues his dance unbothered. Initially, the animation test was largely forgotten, with only still images circulating among fans and enthusiasts. Nobody had an actual copy. But then, snippets began surfacing online. In 2018, an eBay auction revealed that a buyer had acquired the tape along with models from the film's production, igniting hugely excited discussions with the lost media community. The full animation remained elusive until November 23rd, 2023, when Barry E. Jackson, one of the original production designers, uploaded the complete test to YouTube, along with the audio. The animation test is wildly different from the movie DreamWorks ultimately produced. The character designs are different, the movement is different, and it shows how Farley's unique comedic style influenced Shrek's character before Mike Myers took over the role following Farley's untimely death in 1997. The Mask of Matches Malone. The Mask of Matches Malone is an episode of the animated series Batman, the Brave and the Bold, originally intended as the 7th episode of Season 2. However, the episode was temporarily withheld from airing in the United States due to Batman, Huntress, and Black Canary pursuing getting herself involved. But during an undercover operation, Batman suffers amnesia and begins to believe he is actually the gangster Matches Malone, forcing the female heroes to contend with both the amnesiac Batman and Two-Face. What sets this episode apart is the unique approach to Batman's character. For the majority of the story, Batman operates under his Matches Malone persona, an unmasked undercover identity rarely that has ever been seen in a Batman story before. Batman was basically the episode's villain, but the real controversy was a musical number performed by the Birds of Prey, who were introduced to the Brave and the Bold universe in this episode. Black Canary, Huntress, and Catwoman sing a song containing several suggestive lyrics and references to other DC heroes, including jokes about the Flash being too fast and Aquaman having a little fish.
Aquaman's always courageous. His little fish, less outrageous.
The original animation featured Huntress making a suggestive gesture while singing that line about Aquaman, which was later replaced with a shot of a fish tank. Due to concerns over the suggestive content in the musical sequence, the episode was initially delayed for North American release. Despite not airing on US television during its original run, the episode was made available through other means. It debuted online on December 5th, 2010, and was later included in home video releases. But the original version remains a fascination for fans. Big Brother Caillou. Big Brother Caillou, the 12th episode of the animated series Caillou, first aired in 1997 in Canada and later in the United States in 2000. However, the episode quickly became notorious for its controversial content, leading to its eventual ban. The plot centers around Caillou's jealousy towards his newborn sister Rosie as he struggles with the new dynamics of being a big brother. However, the real controversy comes from a particularly disturbing scene where Caillou pinches Rosie, resulting in a realistic and distressing cry from his little sister. Caillou's violent reaction to feeling overshadowed by his sister leads him to an act of harm. And critics at the time pointed out that this behavior is not only harmful, but could also be psychologically damaging, as it depicts an older sibling inflicting pain on a defenseless newborn. Any meaningful discipline from their father Boris. They view the scene as normalizing jealousy and aggression among young children. Instead of addressing Caillou's behavior with appropriate consequences, Boris merely questions him in a calm tone, failing to instill any sense of accountability. Or, to put it more bluntly, Boris was a bad father.
It's not easy being a big brother, is it? But now that you are a big brother, you can protect Rosie.
This lack of discipline contributes to the perception that Caillou is a karma Houdini, a character who escapes repercussions for his actions, which can send troubling messages to young viewers about conflict resolution and sibling relationships, especially if they're harming one another. The episode also includes scenes that some viewers found inappropriate for its target audience, such as gross-out humor related to diaper changing. The combination of these elements led to significant backlash from parents and educators alike, prompting networks to censor or completely ban the
Today we're out here taking a look at the second generation Toyota Sequoia that's received kind of a minor refresh for the 2018 model year. All of the basics of this date back to 2008, making it one of the older full-size SUVs in America. An interesting bit of trivia, the trees right behind me are coastal redwood trees known as Sequoia sempervirens. Not to be confused, of course, with Sequoia dendrogiganteum, the giant sequoia that you will find in the Sierra Nevada foothills of California. These are found in the coastal mountain range, which is where we film most of our videos. Over at facebook.com/AlexandAutos, the two most popular questions this week have been, why does Toyota still sell the Sequoia, and why is it that Toyota has not given this model a complete refresh? Well, the first question is easy to answer because sales of the Sequoia have been very, very steady for the last few years. They sell about 12 to 14,000 of these, and because the basics of the vehicle haven't changed, it doesn't really cost them that much to keep building this SUV. It uses the same transmission as other Toyota products, and overall, the rest of the vehicle has been long since paid for. As to the question of why don't they completely redesign this vehicle, well, that's actually pretty easy to understand as well, because large SUVs don't really sell that well in the United States in the grand scheme of things. Assuming that Toyota could completely redesign this and steal 1/3 of the Ford Expedition sales away from Ford and double the sales of the Sequoia in America to 24,000 units a year, they would actually exceed 24,000 units on the Round 4 line in the first 3 weeks of the year. The biggest change for 2018 is up front, where we now find full LED headlamps. These are LED reflectors in multi-modules there, and we have some LED accent strips inside as well. We then find fog lamps down below, and a radar adaptive cruise control sensor in the middle of this lower portion of the bumper. We then have a large grip.
Here's the next unique feature on the Sequoia, and some vehicles are close to this with tip-out glass in the rear, but here, check out what the Sequoia can do. And there's two different ways to do it. Here's the first one. have in the back. Now, once the vehicle is turned off, if you don't want to walk up into the cab and press that button, there's another way. Check this out. You simply walk up to the gate right here. There's two buttons, an up and a down. Hold this down button, and there you go. So it doesn't even have to be turned on. You're able to get up here, and whatever you have stored in the back now, you can reach in and access it. And then, of course, if you want to open the whole thing, well, Sequoia does have a power liftgate. But actually, the power liftgate is unique as well. Let me show you that too. So most modern power liftgates essentially take the gas charge strut that holds the weight of the gate, and they, incorporate the motor into that strut. But that's not what Toyota has done. This is actually, I guess you could call it an old school approach, but I guess you could say, it's easy to see that Toyota retrofitted an old design with new tech. So this is the regular gas charge shock, and then here is the electric motor. So this arm right here does all the work in pulling and lifting this hatch, and it actually feels different too than other hatches which are powered. When you incorporate the motor into your main gas charge shock, it doesn't allow you to freely move the hatch, whereas this hatch feels a lot like a regular hatch, and it has that power liftgate feature. So a little bit of inside baseball there, but I think it's interesting to see the different approach Toyota takes. And then to operate the power liftgate, there is a button right up here on the left-hand side.